it felt like it was taking up more of my mouth than it really was. So it's filling.
Monster outruns that.
Bonus.
Savory roasters.
I imagine this is going to taste better because Rachel Ray's a cook.
Oh, Rachel Ray. Yeah.
I met
Recipe.
Rachel Ray once.
Wow, good for you.
I
Man.
won a taco trophy.
It says good stuff.
Those
So it's gotta be-
those two statements might be separate completely. I don't remember if it was with Rachel that I won the taco trophy.
Okay. Not as bad as the last smell, but that smells very
pungent.
dog treaty.
It's pungent. Yeah, that's the thing. All the dog treats have a very particular dog treat smell, and it's like you know a dog treat when you smell it. No matter what it is, you're like, oh yeah, that's not human, but maybe my dog would choke that down.
I feel like dog treats smell kind of rubbery. Do you know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. Like
Yeah.
there's something sticking it all together that ain't food.
Yeah. Is that the power?
Kind of crushes. Again, I need a minute. My stomach is starting to knot up. Some tells me people aren't supposed to eat these. Some of these say not for human consumption, but honestly,
Okay, ready?
yeah, I think so. I'm just gonna take a bite.
Good point. Good point. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I can't swallow it without water. Is the thing.
Dude, that's what we like.
Why are they all so dry? That one at
Yeah.
least tasted like chicken, you know?
Yeah.
That had like a hint of chicken in there. Like this has been the best so far, just because it tastes the least flavor for me. Best. I bet dog though. That actually tasted like chicken a little bit. Water. I mean, dogs clearly know that human food is the shit. They know that. They get that. They understand it. Like you have like a plate of pork and beans. I might throw up.
Okay, these are the beef ones. Beef boys.
It's just you smell it. There's dog treats.
Ooh! This product is intended for intermittent or supplemental feeding only.
Intermittent fasting for dogs? Could it be true?
I think I know what the chemical is. All of the treats that, except for this one, have had this in it. Rosemary extract. I think that might be the smell.
But I like rosemary.
I did
No,
too.
not necessarily.
What did they do to
I'm not in
rosemary?
field right now.
You ready? You gotta think like the dog. You gotta be the dog, huh?
You really tried to take it. Wait, who are you trying to throw to?
I'm satisfied! This is so much worse than eating bugs.
Yeah, no,
So
the bugs
much.
were fine. They didn't taste bad at all.
The bugs were only a mental hurdle.
I put that above the worst one just because the flavor wasn't as
Pungent.
pungent.
Doesn't taste like beef
No,
at all.
no beef.
Like.
Dog treat. They all taste like a dog treat. This one has dog treat with a hint of chicken. This had dog treat with a hint of power. This had less dog treat.
So this is the same brand. Basically the same thing, except it's same flavor as beef.
No, I didn't want to take a 53-yard field goal. I didn't trust that. Bro, I have to use the direction, but I can't get up.
There's
Nate doesn't even want to
It doesn't. There's no salmon in. They can't put a fillet of salmon on the packaging and then, like.
It's false advertising.
It is.
How do they get away with that?
How do they get away with it?
That's false advertising.
It's false advertising.
So what would you put on it instead of before?
I would put a turd on a pile of dirt. That's what it
Just
is.
a dead fish on top of a pile of shit.
Actually, that'd be more accurate. Put a fucking dead fish with its eyes just fucking staring. I'm stalling.
Ready?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Drier somehow. That wasn't as bad, I would say, but. Oh, there's an aftertaste. It's everywhere.
We know how you like it.
It's in my teeth. God damn.
Yeah, it's a. Oh, what is this?
Poopy Boy Odell or Scary
Some culinary cuts jerky treat.
This should be fine.
This should be fine.
This should be fine. It's just chicken,
It
right?
should theoretically be literally the same thing, but just branded for dogs, right?
Yeah.
Here we go, though.
All right, man, you ready?
If my hypothesis is correct, chicken, vegetable glycerin, salt, and rosemary extract.
Uh-oh. It smells good. Not good, but compared to that, even Chica knows.
Yeah.
Chica knows. Wait, no, Chica, hang on. Okay, all right.
It really wasn't.
Okay.
That tastes like chicken jerky.
Uh-huh. It's not good chicken jerky because there's like no
There's no flavor?
Yeah, there's no like seasoning or anything. Mm-hmm. It just tastes like you're just chomping on
Not yet.
kind of like leather.
It does taste like eating a boot, but I would take a boot a million times. Right? I would eat a whole fucking boot, and as opposed to eating any of those again.
I almost just went in for a second.
Me too.
I would say that this is the best.
Oh
so
fuck
far.
yeah! By far.
By
By far.
Yeah.
This
So-
is this is all the way up here,
Pig ears, which
which should be fine.
should be fine. It's just
What a clutch.
this doesn't even have the rosemary extract. It's pig ear, smoke, flavor.
Well, Nicholas Morel.
Okay.
Nick
The
Morel.
bag.
Weird smell. Oh, I don't like the veins.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't like the veins. See, now things like this, as far as treats go, personally, I'm like vastly superior to those because this is real. It's a pig's ear. I like pork rinds, so I don't imagine this is going to be that different from that.
For me, please.
Don't worry, girl. Your time will come. Okay.
Cheers.
You got tank for Trevor.
Oh. I can't break it down. So, here is our final score.
These down here are just awful.
Foul. So
Why-
bad.
Like I think we're fooling ourselves if we think that dogs don't have a good sense of taste. Clearly, this like would make a dog happier.
Yep.
These treats up here, they'll be okay because they're like if your dog's food motivated, like eating's eating. But well, come on.
Yeah. Well, time to do the final test.
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay.
We're gonna pop you on the chair. Sliding. Oh no. Oh no. There you go.
Maybe she
There you
sits
go.
in your lap. I don't know.
Yeah, that might be for the best. Oh, big girl. Oh, she's a big girl. Big girl. Okay, you want a treat? Chico, go ahead.
But I'm not allowed to eat from table.
You a treat?
Look at all these.
You won't. She's drooling. She's drooling.
Should we do it on the floor?
Yeah. Now you can get whichever one you want. You go to your treat. Ready? Okay.
Oh.
That was it. Okay, you know what? That was a good game, though. Nate, what's the plan now? Redo it?
So she saved the pig ear for last, I think, just because it's the crunchiest.
Yeah.
But she basically just went middle and then down to.
I think
the
she went for
worst.
the smelliest ones first.
Yeah.
I know she likes jerky the most.
Yeah.
But she just didn't smell it at first.
Yeah. All right. Let's get another row out for Spence.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You can have a treat. Good boy. Yeah. Oh,
Right for it.
interesting. Right for the good stuff, huh? Go ahead, bud. It's okay. You can have any of them.
Wow.
He knows the good shit.
Yeah.
So slow.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Chica, you can have the excess if you want.
No. Henry, not yet. You're next.
Okay, Henry.
You see him? You see him? Ready? Go.
Hurry.
Okay. Okay, Henry, go.
Get treat.
You smell the trap. How do you get closer?
Come on.
Should be me and Tim. I play the Panther.
He knows the good stuff.
You know, good boy, good boy.
Good boy.
What, Henry?
I'm sleeping on them, bro. Big Reap was not the good.
They like that.
Yeah, that one was better.
Yeah.
It's actually, I like chewy, tastes a bit like chicken. So, in conclusion, food is food, I suppose, and whatever the hell is in those, clearly ain't food.
Other than Chica, who I think just went for whatever was closest.
Yeah, she was gonna get to everything.
Yeah, she didn't really care. But clearly, according to not only us, but Spencer and Henry, the jerky was far superior to everything else.
I'm turning into a dog! No, Mark,
Broken tailbone. Out 11 weeks. Nice. Oh, they got Dalvin Cook and Keenan. Like third and short or third and
Fuck, man. You okay?
Yeah,
Amy's not here.
what a good team.
she's gone.
She's alive.
Yeah, but she's gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
not here.
Yeah, I just don't want anyone getting
No,
confused.
no.
Yeah, she's not here. Look. No, Amy. Where? Well, okay, Amy's also not behind the camera.
But how do we know for sure that anything outside of this room actually exists if we can't see it?
I built my
Are you okay, man?
Do you ever think about that? Who is actually certain that anything? Well, yeah, we can see it. So yeah, but when we're looking in this direction, do we know for certain that the outside actually exists? Because we can't see it.
Your object permanence needs some work. Yeah, Amy's gone, which means that we get to do all the ideas that we wanted to do. And the first idea that we came up with is we're gonna make a replacement Amy. We're gonna pay.
A replacement Amy, or an homage to Amy?
Depends on how good it is, you know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with a replacement for now, and then until proven otherwise.
Yeah. Let's see what we're.
Have we ever talked about what this box is? This is the Unisonis box. Anything that we use in a video, anything that we've had prop-wise, stuff like that, goes in this box. So it's like a box of memories. If we were to bury this would be the perfect time capsule.
It would be.
Yeah.
Truly.
Yeah. Here's the headgear from when you shot me with paintballs.
Here's this stuff from when I turned you into a mop.
Pincers for
Dissecting owl pellets.
very smart, very smart.
One of the original.
Classic.
Wow. Classic.
Oh, where's the tube launcher? There it is.
Oh, man, your tube launcher. So many memories.
Yep.
So many memories. And so many of those memories had Amy.
Didn't even flinch. Wow.
So many of those memories had Amy behind the camera, or Amy saying, "Hey guys, should we really do this?" Oh. Anywho, why is that so wet?
Why is this wet?
I don't know why.
Why is this wet?
I don't know why that's wet. Interesting.
This was done in your pants a long time ago.
Yeah, it was.
Is it still wet from then?
Maybe.
Amy, what do you think of when you think of Amy?
I think of reason.
Yeah.
A green face. A little bit though. Aliens.
Aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be the mask of Amy. We need this figure to stand upright.
Say no more. Oh my God. Don't tell Amy.
What did you do?
I stepped on the carpet a little bit and it cracked. Don't tell me. Okay, move.
Okay, so
See, you see
we-
what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Because she was always behind the camera.
Yeah.
Make this the base.
That
Put
makes
everything
sense.
off of here. We'll get. She'll always be watching.
Is that about Amy height?
You gotta remember the camera is gonna be here, so it's gotta be her eye level. No, that's too high for her eye level. That's too high for her eye level. Eye level.
You tell me.
Yeah.
This is Amy Nelson.
Amy Nelson. Wow. Maybe this should be neck level because the mask would get in the way of the camera, so we gotta get this neck level.
Okay. I feel like the face should go on last.
Oh, yeah.
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 So save that for later.
We have various,
The spine is very important.
oh, yeah. We need duct
Oh,
tape.
we need duct tape, yes.
We need
of
duct
course.
tape. She's got a pretty sturdy spine. I think that's what people talk about her behind her spine.
That Amy Nelson, what a sturdy spine.
What a sturdy spine.
Here's the question.
Yeah.
Do we want to use something like this to represent her arm, or should we be a little bit more creative? Because I feel like we could be more creative.
Why do you want to be creative? This is about recreating Amy. This is about getting it perfect.
Okay.
This isn't about being all willy-nilly, oh, it's my artistic interpretation. This is Amy.
Where does Amy's arm fall on her body?
Well, not her neck, just below the neck.
Right here?
The shoulder.
Could this sort of be interpreted as the shoulder?
Yeah,
Yeah?
absolutely.
All right.
Do I get a chance to do anything?
You just
It's just all about you.
just taped the thing.
Oh, I taped it, but I don't get to pick anything that goes on the Amy.
Well, then pick the
Oh,
Amy.
thank you. It's about
picked
time.
the mask
It's,
and the
I
eyes.
didn't pick it. I suggested it.
Then pick.
I will. We can make her move.
You're right.
We get some like ground beef, or we get a steak. We put it on here, slap that on here, and
Yes.
this is a tactical cane. Oh. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Where'd her arm go?
Oh, here. Do we want to fill this with meat?
Improv is about yes-anding and like taking.
You don't have to.
I don't want to waste the meat.
You don't need to.
What are you talking? What does it mean?
We don't have to.
Let's just build Amy.
Let's just build Amy. I'm going to set some things aside that I think will be useful for the future.
Hair.
Hair,
Hair,
yes.
good.
Well,
Hair.
this is more Amy's hair color, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
What's this?
I don't know, man. I'm doing things, and you're.
Don't just throw things on there willy-nilly.
It's a process.
There needs to be.
It's a process.
This is sort of the skeleton, right?
Does she have a skeleton?
Amy?
Yeah.
I think so. I think we all have skeletons.
How do you know? If you don't see it, does it exist? Okay, we need to get Amy's camera in there.
Amy's camera in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
so she can see.
Okay. I grab.
Maybe it should be a camcorder because then the battery would last. We don't have to. I don't want to have to take it all apart.
Okay. Do you know where the camcorders are? We've got the hair. Okay. We've got the voice. Okay, that's good. Amy now has a lovely voice. Yes. Yes. Perfect. This is going swimmingly, Mark.
Good.
I've attached Amy's mouth right
Perfect.
below the eyes.
Perfect. Ah, my fingers are strong enough.
Very strong. Very strong fingers.
All right.
Okay.
Now Amy can see.
Amy's eyes.
Amy's eyes. Okay. Yeah.
Like this?
That's fantastic.
Fantastic.
That really works.
Okay. So then we put the hair
Zoom in a little
on
bit.
top.
I'll have to readjust the face.
Do we need to tape the face or is it fine?
It's fine. We'll just make sure we check
Great.
Amy's vision every once in a while. I'm just gonna start the Amy's brain. Nice.
Great. We can attach an arm over here.
Voice check. Hey, give me Amy. I forgot about the demon in this.
Screams from within Amy's trunk.
Quick, no more pick six.
Amy, are you trying to communicate?
Amy? Amy?
Almost. Almost. We have to complete Amy before before she can fully speak.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, is more of a Dr. Amy or private investigator Amy?
Should we just get one of Amy's shirts? No, would it be too real?
She wouldn't have wanted that.
Okay.
She's alive. She wouldn't have wanted that, and she doesn't want that.
Here we go. There we go. Should we just tape?
Yeah. What am I taping this to exactly? I know exactly.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like a halter top. Whatever that is. Okay, this is looking terrifying.
What a lovely singing voice you have.
Yeah, that's what she's known for.
Okay.
He doesn't have ears.
Ears? Good. Great.
How's that look?
Great.
Looks good to me.
Looks good to me. Is there anything else? Amy makes the rules.
Amy makes rules. Put that on the other hand.
Okay.
No one's gonna notice if it's not the right hand.
No one's gonna.
No one's gonna notice. You think anyone pays that close attention? No.
Are you just astounded by her beauty?
Always, every day, but also just more surprised that this eye thing worked.
We gotta roll up these sleeves a little bit.
Yeah. She always has rolled sleeves. That's the one thing I know about Amy.
Well, because she's a potter, you know. You can't get the sleeves in the thing, in the clay. I'm gonna stick this through here. Good.
Oh, her halter top.
There we go.
It's a halter top. It's a shirt, right?
Halter top.
Yeah, well, no, I was right.
You got it.
Yeah, a halter top.
Man.
Okay, I think it's perfect.
I think we perfectly recreated Amy Nelson.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Amy, how are you? She's at peace. Amy, we're gonna do something stupid. Okay, bad idea. Any final words, Amy?
Couldn't have said it better myself. We have created such a beautiful monument to show our appreciation for Amy for what she's done for us, for the channel, and for all of you.
Classic Unis condescending. Oh no! Oh, we're about to blow! Okay, all right, let's get it.
Good video.
Heaven. Hell. Where will we go?
We're about to find out, and you can too.
Well, if we're going to pause for a second, this is all depending on whether or not we're believing in the, Christianity version of heaven and hell, or just, a general sense of a good place or a bad place after you die. Either way, heaven, hell. Where would we go if we were to go and I die and then I go up there and I'm like, oh shit, it was real. And then I'm like, all right, Peter? Is Peter up there? Peter Parker? Who's up there? Peter. Pete. Ah, what's your name? Phil.
Who's at the gates?
I think it's Peter. Is it Peter? It's Peter.
Hold on, can we look it up?
Yeah. Who? Peter. No, that's different. Wait. Oh.
No, Heaven's Gate is a cult. Who's at the gates?
Oh no!
Yeah, how about who's at the gates of heaven?
Peter!
Pearly
Gates! Pearly Gates! Pearly Gates!
Are we going to heaven or hell? Where are you going?
Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna find out.
No, but if you had to guess.
Oh, straight to hell.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
I'm a good boy. I'm going up.
Yeah, but that's the question. Is it just based on goodness, badness? See, I think that's like the inherent problem with like Christianity with me is like, if you, I've got a wedgie, don't mind me. You don't have to address it. It doesn't matter if you're a good person or not. That inherently is like a lot of people's teaching. And that's why a lot of people feel like they can get away with shit, because at its core, at least a lot of what I was taught when I was growing up is that so long as you believe and ask for forgiveness, that is all the requirements to go to heaven. And I have a fundamental problem with that.
Yeah, I think that's bad.
I have a fundamental problem with anything that the main motivation to do it is fear of a punishment. And that's what hell is to me. It's a fear of a punishment. But I'm not getting into religious right now. Like that is, I am totally fine with anyone believing whatever they want. But I think inherently manipulating people into believing it because there is a punishment if you don't inherently devalues the points that you're trying to live by as a Christian or any other religion. However, I'm not going to get into that because that's not the point.
Not talk about that in the video?
I think it's a perfectly valid thing to talk about because even if I was a Christian, I would have, even when I was a Christian, I had a problem with that. I feel like that inherently means that someone who lives their life as a good person who maybe never even had the chance to learn about Christianity, by their own definition, would not go to heaven. So that belief I have a problem with. However, I have no problem with Christians who live by the values of their teaching and live and promote goodwill towards the world. I've got no problem with that, period. Full stop. However, alright, are we going to heaven or hell? Keep it fun, keep it live.
Keep it fun, keep it live.
This is totally for fun. Be sure to answer honestly and see what results you get. Are you heaven or hell bound?
Baby, baby!
Alright, boom, boom, baby.
Okay, I focus, you focus.
What do you mean? It's the same question.
Okay, are you going to heaven
Dyson
or hell?
V11?
Yeah, you didn't know that.
Oh.
No, it has a timer on it. It has a timer to tell you how much battery you have.
the V8.
Look at it. Look at it.
This is not sponsored, by the way. Dyson, please sponsor me. I would fucking love it.
Oh, it tells you how much time you have left. Oh, right?
Oh, get that gummy bear!
Can we do an Unis Honest Dyson video?
I would love that. I would love Boost it, baby. All right, I'm buying it. It's bought. It's already bought. I'm fucking so.
Should we ask Ben
I
to
should.
reach out to Dyson for an Unis Honest video? All right.
Do you bless your food?
No.
Even jokingly? Because I think that counts.
I mean, okay, I think that this faith. Oh, that means it. Yeah.
Faithfully.
No, I don't. Do you bless?
Unless it's a joke.
Yeah, same.
Do you hold the door for strange? All right, okay, that's. I do.
I do.
Like
Okay.
often.
No, because people are rude. Very little. Yes or no. Yes. Every time
Yeah.
I get a chance to hold the door for
Yeah,
somebody,
no,
I usually
it's
do.
like instinctive for me.
Yeah.
I'll do it at an inconveniently far distance. You'll be there.
where
I'll just be
where
like,
it's awkward,
come on.
but it's a heavy door, and so I'm really struggling to keep it open. I got you. And it's an old woman.
Don't worry, I got.
Do you flush the toilet in public? Is this a qualification for going to hell?
Ew. Do you flush the toilet in public restrooms? Oops, no. Only when I remember. Whoever doesn't is just nasty. That's what I would say.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. That's my quiz, thank you.
I'm sorry.
You fucking asshole.
We can swap them if you want.
No, it's too late. I would have just said yes.
I can go back.
Go back. Just say yes.
Yes.
You do, whoever doesn't is just nasty.
Yeah.
You judgmental fuck.
I think it's gross. I think that's gross to not. I think it's gross
What
to
if
not.
someone was counting on it being like an automatic sensor and it didn't work and they didn't look?
I think that you should flush
I
it.
think you shouldn't judge. Cast stones.
Okay. Have you donated to a canned food drive before?
I have worked a canned food drive before.
Yeah, all right. Yes. So yes?
Yes for me.
Okay, yes for me as well. Do you say good morning to your coworkers?
Amy is my coworker. I say good morning to her every day.
You said good morning to me when I worked for you. Hey.
Hey, do you?
Hey. I do. I say good morning. What would you say?
Well, I say good morning.
So yes. Okay, I am also. We're on the same page here. Do you let your kids have seconds to eat?
Well, okay, so
I don't. It's 4:20, baby.
bust out the weed. We're going to hell. Okay, so I'm gonna treat Chica
as my kid because I don't
Okay,
have a
yeah,
kid.
same here with Spencer.
I make them a special breakfast every morning. We go for a walk.
Every
first
morning?
thing. Yeah, every morning. For a little Greek.
How does this happen?
It follows. Why do we make Thursday our recording day? Why? Every other day is fine. I don't know. I picked them a special one, so, but they don't get seconds because they're on a diet. So no.
Do you want to make this a special treat instead of?
No.
Okay, so no?
I have to say no because you know they only get fed breakfast and dinner. That's what they get.
Spencer gets breakfast and dinner. He's a very slow eater, though. He kind of grazes throughout the day, so he doesn't really even give me a chance to give him seconds because he takes so long to eat his food. So no, he doesn't really get seconds.
We're stuck chewing gum under a stadium seat. Okay. When's the last time I've been in a stadium? Well, the answer is no for me anyway.
Yeah, the answer is also no for me. Do you like kids?
I don't have anything.
That's what my answer is gonna be too. They're fine.
I mean, no, I like kids. I do. I like them.
Yes?
Yeah, I'd say yes. I don't have anything against.
I mean, I like them. Do I want any of my own? I don't think so. At this point in time,
That's
absolutely.
not the question, I guess.
Do you like it? Yeah. I do. Okay. Do you celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Same here. I do celebrate Thanksgiving. Could you have fun dancing to Kids Bop Pop? Could you have fun?
Peter, please, Peter.
Could you have fun dancing to Kids Bop songs?
I mean,
No, yes or no?
There's four.
Yes or no?
I'm just gonna go with sure. You can do the I can dance there.
I can dance to anything, dude. Have you ever compared someone's looks to a cartoon character? What is? LOL, yeah. What is this question?
You ever been like, hey, you look like Johnny Bravo? You've said that to me.
Yeah.
You said I look like Johnny Bravo.
Yeah.
So, lol, yes.
Lol, yes.
I would
Only
say-
when I was extremely mad. Only when I was fucking livid. Could you be famous for creating
Actually, go back.
meme?
Back. I don't know if I've ever compared someone as a cartoon.
No?
I really don't think I've ever done that.
Could you be famous for creating memes?
Dude, I fucking am a famous meme. Here's my memes that I am.
Me too.
Here's his memes.
Do you shower daily? No. Yes, several times a day. Yes, I try to, but no.
I just do once. I work out every day now, so I do shower every day. I didn't used to.
I usually shower every day. There's days here and there where I won't shower, but as far as the schedule goes, the norm is I shower every day.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I'd say
yes.
At grocery stores, do you yield to pedestrians approaching the crosswalk or speed up so you don't have to? I gotta get some bacon.
If I see them coming up to the crosswalk,
Yeah.
like, it depends on how far away I am. I'm not gonna slam on my brakes for a pedestrian. If there's enough room, I will come to a stop, of course, but I'm not gonna make an aggressive move if they're
So
approaching.
it depends on how slow they're walking.
If they're like at the cross, I'm not gonna just keep going. I'm gonna stop. But if they are approaching, which is the question, if they are approaching the crosswalk, it depends
so
on
they're
how
not
slow.
in it yet.
Yes. So I will say it depends on how slow they're walking. It depends on what I have to do. Oh, what kind of errands you're running?
Yeah, okay, I'll do that one. Yeah, if I'm in like a life or death situation, then
sure.
yeah. No, go back. I usually yield. I
Definitely?
Yeah, even if someone's getting close, that's like ingrained in me. I know Amy's probably gonna call me out on that because I think that's the last time, but I almost always do that because I hate it when people are like in Glendale. In Glendale, there's a crosswalks where the lights come on, people don't stop, and it's like,
Yeah.
I gotta fucking hit someone. Just stop and check, even if you gotta look. Die.
Have you ever called 911 to help someone else out?
Someone's called it for me.
Someone's called it for me. I've called it for myself.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have I ever for somebody else? I've called 911.
Oh no, but I would. There's a good answer.
I think yes.
You have?
I think so, because I've called 911 multiple times, and it hasn't always been for me. I'm gonna say yes, because I've called 911 multiple times. You don't think that you've called 911
No,
for somebody else?
I haven't. Yeah, I feel
No,
like-
but I would.
Yeah, I would. Maybe depends on who it is.
If someone asked you to hold money that they earned illegally, would you?
Depends on who it Okay, so if
What
it's,
kind of money?
okay, let's assume it's significant enough money that's like a big deal. So it's like $10,000. It really depends on who asks, because there are some friends that I would go to bat for, like, because I would doubt that they did anything super shady. Because if someone's telling me like, hey, I earned this illegally, but understand it's not what you think. Like if my brother came to me and was like, hey, dude, I need you to hold this. It'll all make sense in a bit. This isn't exactly illegal what I got, or legal what I got, but maybe. Actually, wait, no. If my brother came up to me, I'd still be like, the fuck is
Yeah. It really depends, because what makes it illegal? You know?
There are
It
situations, I
Yeah.
guess.
Because it does depend on who asks. If a random person comes up to me and asks, then no. But if like somebody that I trust, but even with them, it depends on why it's illegal.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
If it's just for like, I don't know, something minor, then sure. But if it's for something like crazy, like, I don't know.
Depends on the
It
answer.
depends on who asks.
Yeah, not for me.
Not for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a solid no way.
No way.
No way.
Do you assume things about people based on what area they live in?
No, especially in LA. Like LA's
Yeah.
like live where you gotta live, man.
Yeah.
Like you rent's fucked up. Like just
Yeah.
do what you gotta do. So I would say no.
Have you ever?
No, because I'm not aware enough of the areas
Yeah.
to know if they're good or not. Oh, what if
mean, I
what if this is
have.
like, have you judged someone for living in an uppity neighborhood?
Yeah. That too.
There is that.
I mean, I try not to, but I have before.
Yeah. No, never. I've never done it.
No?
No.
Never.
No.
You've never, what's that place? Indian Hill, is that what it's called?
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know nothing against it.
But haven't, I think you've said things
No,
about it.
Amy has something against Indian Hill.
Yeah.
I got nothing against it. There's nice houses, big yards. I would love to live in Indian Hill. That
But
would
you've
be-
never assumed things about somebody based on where they live?
No, not really.
Even if it was a big uppity area?
No. I think I'm solid no.
All right. On an airplane, would you dig out your extra throw blanket for an elderly person that is shivering? Yeah, I would.
Fuck no, it's my blanket. No, wait, no.
No.
No, absolutely. Who wouldn't
Yeah?
do that? Yeah.
That's so sad.
I would give up a blanket that I'm wearing
Yeah.
for someone that's
No.
shivering.
Is it more important to help others achieve goals or to achieve your own?
It's all me. I can't lie on that. That's all me, baby.
Achieve your own?
Yeah, well, it does depend, but I think everyone would roast me alive if I didn't say it.
Yeah. I think it depends for me. Depends on the person at a grocery store. The person in front of you, okay? They realize that they left their wallet in the car. The total is $179. Do you volunteer to pay it with yours, or do you let them run to your car?
Dude, that 179 is not worth the time that I'm gonna wait for them to go to their car. Like,
That's what I was thinking.
I'm just
too.
gonna pay it to save
Yeah.
time for everyone involved.
That's my same thing too, yeah. Do you volunteer at a local animal shelter?
No, but I raise money for it, and I think that qualifies. Look, man, I don't got time for that, but I love animals, but I've raised money for it. My name's on the wall of Best Friends Animal Society.
That's not the question.
My name's on the wall.
That's not the question.
You're right.
I
you're
also
right.
haven't said-
All right.
We could do that for video. Or is that incentive? Because should we just do it out of the kindness of our heart?
No, we should definitely do it for video. There's fucking content, man. We gotta pump out a video a day. What are you talking about?
Do you stop at local car washes that kids have for fundraisers? No.
I stopped for car washes that adults are having. No, actually, I have done this before. I
Yeah?
legitimately have. They were
If I
back
have
in
time.
Ohio. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's very much a if I have time.
Yeah.
Not an always thing.
It's not that I'm like, I don't want to help the kid. It's just like, I don't really care about washing my car all that much. And
Yeah.
so it's just like, I don't.
I am so rarely in a situation where it's like convenient on my side of the
Yeah.
street. Like,
That's the. It's never on my side of the street. It's always on the other side. Do you pray or meditate? No. I mean, I've meditated before.
I
But
mean,
it's
that
not
I think that qualifies. If you do a when I remember.
when I remember to.
Because
I've
meditation,
meditated.
they are.
Yeah. Do you believe in God or a higher being? No. Do you visit loved ones' grave sites?
I would say not as much as I should. I don't go to my dad's grave enough.
I don't know because like of the family members that I was close to, both of my grandmothers have passed away. I don't know if either of them have a grave site. My grandmother on my dad's side might, but they're also in Florida, and I haven't been down there in a long time.
One of the coolest and also weirdest experiences is going to this Korean temple where my grandfather is buried. It's like there's a wooden plaque where he is. That's like his spirit. A little bit of his ashes in there. But it's just walls of these plaques. Walls and walls and walls. Like you in Parasite, towards the end. You remember when they saw that? That's Korean, but that's the same thing. And so you go there and the whole family would come and we would bring food and things that they liked in life, and they would look at these big thing and this thing about bowing 3 times. In that the Chinese movie, you know, when they were like one, two, the grandma was
I didn't
had
see
cancer. Great movie.
The Farewell.
Yeah, but it's so funny because Korean and Chinese counting, they have the same number, so it's like just 1 bow, 2 bow, 3 bow, and it's just like, oh man.
Why is it 3 bows?
It's just a sign of respect. It's a lot of that culture is about respect. Both Chinese and Japanese and Korean is like respect for people.
Yeah. No, I haven't visited relatives where I said. Does others describe you as a positive or negative person?
Okay, here's a question. Do you think I'm a positive person?
Yeah, I think that you're a
I
positive.
think you're a very positive person.
Yeah, great. Yeah, no, I think you're a positive person. Do you believe in karma? Not really.
It's a big no for me.
I would say no.
I don't think that anyone doing something guarantees or even improves the chances of something else happening. The universe is chaos and random.
Yeah. Are you happy or miserable where you are in life right now?
Oh, good question.
Miserable! Oh! I'm happy right now in life.
Happy, I'm pretty
Yeah.
happy. I'm pretty good question. Are any of us
Good question. What is happy?
No.
Do you try to eat healthy?
Now? Right now? Yes. Yes, I am. Oh, fuck!
Oh shit!
I'm going to heaven, baby!
heaven to heaven, baby!
Wait, I'm rising up. Oh, come on! Where are you going?
All right. Do you try to eat healthy? Not really. No, but I should. Heaven, baby! We're
Oh, they have the Marches.
It's the end of the world! Ah! We need to learn how to survive, Mark. What if the zombies come? This is the Ultimate Zombie Apocalypse Survival Quiz, version 2.1. Remember, this is still a part of Quarantanus, so make sure you keep track of how many times we touch our face.
By the way, for Touch Us Honest, let's not count drinks because staying hydrated is important.
That's right.
The apocalypse is already upon us. Now we're just gonna see if we were gonna survive at all. Okay, first question. Ooh, we're in different age brackets, so this sets us apart. I'm assuming this means the older and wiser.
Yes.
I'm 26 to 33, so I'm obviously more knowledgeable about the world.
Under 13, hey, do your parents know you're taking this quiz? Well, they're dead in the zombie apocalypse. They've turned. All right, where do you live?
Well, see, this is tough because we live in LA, but we're technically not in the city of LA.
I would say we
We're
live
on
in
the
the
outs-
suburbs to medium to large city.
I definitely live in the suburbs of LA.
For the sake of it being different, I'll do metropolitan area / large city.
Fair,
you do
fair,
suburbs.
fair. Yeah, because I got parks and hills I can escape into.
What type of home do you reside in? I guess I'll put apartment, dorm, or similar. I live in a townhouse, which is kind of like a condo kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's bumped up against people, and I
Yeah,
think you
that's
would
true.
be apartment dorm.
What do you do for a living? I could tell you, but then wink. Ah!
Yeah, I'll do entertainer.
Okay.
Because that's what we are. That is what we are. Yeah. I mean, I'm an artist.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. What
What
we
I
make
do.
is truly art.
No, sorry. I am an artist.
Okay, how would you rate your physical condition? Are you kidding? I exercise every day. Not a health nut.
This is interesting. I think we both exercise every day now, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
We've been
Kinda let myself-
fitness honest,
We
even in
have.
isolation. Do you have any vices or addictions? I touched my headphones. God damn it. Nope, not really. Something else not listed here.
No, not really.
Baby, I'm a nope, not really kind of guy.
Do you have any special needs or special medical conditions? Okay, here we go. Can we select multiple things? Oh, we can select multiple things. Okay, so pencil me in for ADD, please. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Actually,
But
for all of this.
they say in a hunting situation, and I'm willing to bet in a survival situation, it's actually probably going to be very beneficial because you're always on the lookout for threats. You know, the threshold for grabbing your attention is lower, so you're paying attention to a lot more things and you're staying more aware. I think it's a benefit.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You know, you can never focus on one thing at a time. You're always focusing on everything. Okay, I've got this dietary restriction right here. That's on lock. Ooh, if you answered yes to anything in the previous question, do you regularly take medication or receive treatment that you need to function?
Now, here's
yes,
the thing. I actually stopped taking my ADD meds and I've supplemented it with more exercise. I find that the more exercise I get, the better my ADD symptoms are. I've actually been off it for about a month and a half. Now, I'm not saying everybody out there should just dump your pills and like start working out like crazy and that'll fix it. But for me, it's manageable now. I still notice it, definitely, but the more I work out, the more exercise, the better I am.
There you go.
I'm
I'd
saying
be in the middle. Yes, I could probably get by without my meds.
Oh wait, yeah. There's man, damn it, all my justifications. Yes, but I could probably get by. God damn it.
How would you say you are in the kitchen?
I mean, we did that episode with cooking, and you were pretty good there.
Yeah, I would say I'm very good.
I'm very good if the other people I'm cooking with like salt. Okay, but what if there's no kitchen?
What
Do
if?
you know how to start a fire to cook with? Ooh. We need to do a video of that.
I like the last one. What? Fire bad.
Fire bad. Yes, in theory, but I've never tried it. That's me. I've never tried it. I do know in theory though.
Yeah, in theory I know. How about transportation? You know, getting from one place to another. I can drive an automatic transmission vehicle. Okay, I can operate a manual transmission vehicle.
Yeah.
Yep, I can ride a bike. I do a lot of walking. Yep, I've driven a vehicle, any kind for a living. I haven't done that, and I know
For
how
a
to swim.
living, though, yeah. I'm not good at swimming. My dense bones just drags me right to the bottom.
Yeah.
But what about navigation? How good are you at finding your way around? My one talent, I don't remember anything besides like this directions. Names, I forget. Song lyrics, I forget. But
What I do have are a very particular set of skills.
I go one place once. I know exactly how to get there, and I can get back home from where I started without looking at a map or GPS.
Not bad, I guess. Okay, how would you rate your endurance?
I'm an endurance beast at this point.
I'm gonna say so, I guess. I'm not really sure.
Oh, stop, asparagus.
Part 3.
All right. Have you had any training in combat and or self-defense techniques? We
Yes,
have.
we have.
Yeah.
So second one, yes, I've had some level of training in combat and or self-defense, but not related to a job.
Surprisingly, yes. I'm shocked to say we
Yes,
we do.
We
Yeah.
do. Have you ever been in a fight or a physical altercation?
I have. It wasn't really a fight. I was punching people.
What?
I punched that guy and broke his rib. Yeah. Every time I punched someone, they didn't punch back.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that just like they didn't punch back because they couldn't. Well, except
Yeah.
the one guy, his rib was broken and he was down. But I've never been in like a fight.
Yeah, neither have I. I guess it's happened.
Yeah, it's happened. Yeah.
Do you actually own a gun? No.
No. Yeah.
I had
I-
airsoft guns as a kid.
I've got a BB gun. Does that count? Oh my God! It's
Here-
my time. How
here you
about
go.
blunt objects? Do you have any of the following items? Shovel, which is also a crowbar, which is also a blunt baseball bat,
Oh,
which
boy.
doubles as a sledgehammer, and it's an other. I have all of them.
I don't think I have any of these.
You don't have anything? Oh
I don't
man.
I don't think I have a single one of these.
Dude, you're donezo.
Yeah.
You should get there's a nightstand that you can buy that transforms into a baseball bat and a shield. Like the top flat part comes off into a shield and you can like wield it like that.
What about sharp and pointy things? So I've got a good set of knives.
I've got knives.
I have a machete.
I have a hunting knife. My tactical shovel doubles as an axe. It has a hatchet on it. Not a machete, I wouldn't say that. But I also have my Renaissance sword.
Oh, there you go.
Jason, Pam's boyfriend, looked at it and he was like, damn, that's good steel.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes. All right, maybe you have a small arsenal. Maybe you don't. What are they trying to say with this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Comfortable with the size of my arsenal, but can you improvise?
Sure.
Zap!
Zap! Baby, we're ready for the apocalypse.
Dude, anything's a weapon.
Yeah.
I'm fucking John Wick in here.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. If it's hard, you can use it to hit somebody.
Sure, yeah.
Speaking of hiding, how good are you at that? Awesome. People usually give up when I play hide and seek with them. That's true.
All right, I want to tell you a story. When I was like 16, I was playing World of Warcraft a lot, and my guild was raiding on a school night. And I was like, I really want to join this raid, but it's past my bedtime. So I sneak down. It's like 11:30 midnight. We're in the middle of Molten Core, and we've beaten like 3 bosses already. It's like, oh, hell yeah, we're getting loot, yeah. And I hear the door to the basement open, and I'm like, I had the lights off and everything, so I hit my monitor, like I turn off the monitor, and I run over, and I hide inside a cupboard underneath our little unfinished bar that we had. I was like stuffed in there with pots and pans and stuff, and I didn't make a sound getting in there. I hear my dad's footsteps look around the basement, and he's just like, I hear him go, huh. And then he walks away, and I'm like, that worked. And so I got back up, I started playing again. Anyway, so I'm awesome, apparently.
I'm fairly small / fairly flexible, so I can get down. All right, next page, part 4. What do you usually do when faced with a difficult task? Just keep at it. Eventually, I'll succeed. I'll do the best I can. Give up.
That's me. I just keep at it. I'm like, it'll go there eventually.
But if there's like a problem with something, usually I'm not just like, fuck it, I'll deal with it later. Usually it's like, no, I can deal with it now.
How would you rate your diet and nutrition? Excellent. I'm a strict vegan vegetarian. Wait. Okay, hold the phone.
Hold on.
Hold the fucking phone here.
We could debate about this.
Yeah, how about you fuck right off here? What are you eating in the zombie apocalypse that's going to be just pure vegan vegetarian? Let's get the myth out of there that you're only great about your diet and nutrition if you're eating only organic natural foods or you're vegan vegetarian. That's so bullshit.
Yeah,
this is so bullshit. I'm saying excellent, but it's not because of that shit. I pay very close attention to what I eat.
Yeah.
I track everything these days.
I would say pretty good. I do the best that I can to eat well, but I'm not a special diet. Do you have any special skills?
Dude, I'm good at building. I know how to fish. I'm a natural leader. Why is that funny? I'm a natural leader.
You are a natural leader. It's just the way that you said it. I'm a natural leader.
I'm a natural leader. Good with people. My brothers. My sisters, come join me at my compound. It's safe. I will keep you safe.
Do you think that you would be a cult leader?
I think there's definitely a universe where I become a cult leader, and I don't think it's going to take a zombie apocalypse to get there. I think there is another path that I could have taken in my life that would have very easily led me down to this. I have a good voice, I'm naturally good at speaking, and I'm very egotistical. Like, there are very simple recipes to create a cult leader, and I have all of them. I should take a cult leader test.
You should take a cult leader test. Part 5.
I bet this is the last one. You have been walking alone for what seems like days and not seen a single living soul. Finally, you spot a group of perhaps a dozen survivors in the distance. What do you do? Ooh, interesting.
I'm going to discreetly observe them from a distance before deciding how to proceed.
Dude, all I gotta do is, hello everybody! My name is Markiplier.
Is that Markiplier?
Yes, it's me. Alright, guys. Hey, you wanna start a cult? Nah, discreetly from a distance. It's 12 people, like, there's no way.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. You come across a group of people who are in the middle of a heated argument over some looted food and supplies. One guy is very aggressively asserting that most of the items should go to him since he helped them survive the trip and carried most of the loot out of the building. The other people, a family of 3, want to do a 50-50 split between themselves and the other guy. Things are getting ugly when you show up and the family pleads for your help. What do you do? You know me, man. I'm intimidating as hell. Threaten the aggressive guy with unthinkable pain and suffering.
Hey, you big guy, you come here.
I don't know what I would do.
I would try to reason with him. Like, if he can't be reasoned with, then I kill him. Like, it's as simple as that, but you gotta reason with him first. Look, it's me and the family of 3 versus 1. That's 4v1, and hey, that's good looks. And then once I kill him, I turn to the family and I'm like, I deserve all the food because I just killed the guy who's gonna steal all your food. And then I take all the food, and then I kick them all in the face. Oh, take that, baby.
So, option number 1, offer to help, but then grab as much food as you can and run like hell.
No. You've just obtained a fair amount of supplies from an abandoned store, including some much-needed food and medicine. On the way back to your home, you're stopped by a group of survivors who demand that you give them everything you're carrying, or they'll kill you. What do? Role play it out for me. Okay, I'm 3 people. Give me your food, or we'll kill you.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey guys, hey! I just was coming out of this store, you know. What if we share all of it?
It's a lot of talking, it's not a lot of giving.
Yeah, you heard him. Yeah. We'll split it up evenly. One for you, one for you, one for you, one for me. That's 4 items.
Oh, that's a lot of items.
Fair is fair.
Can you count that high? Oh, I think so.
Yeah. So what do you say? We'll split it?
Oh, okay, you got a deal there.
All right, I'm gonna offer to share the supplies.
I'm a reasonable guy. I would rather be in a position of power with my weapon out and then talk them down once they know I'm willing to put up a fight. So I would do the first. I would do the second option. I wouldn't even like say they could have it. I would threaten them right back. Cause I would pull out my shovel. I'm like, I'm about to dig you all your own grave. No, I pull out my shovel. I don't answer and I start digging. And then when they ask like, hey, what are you doing? I'm like, digging your grave. For when I kill you, and then I start barking like a dog.
And then all of the zombies come and kill all of you.
Yeah, pretty much. How's your tolerance for blood, gore, violence, and death?
I think from our Reddit 50-50 video, we can say we're fairly desensitized. We've seen a lot in our line of work.
Yeah. Thankfully, during the zombie apocalypse, I don't think I have to watch anyone eat their own shit too much. So, I think I'm good.
You have a fairly large laceration on your arm. You think you got it when you were squeezing into a hiding place a couple days ago, but you're not sure what you got cut with. You were able to stop the bleeding at the time using a piece of your shirt, and you didn't think it needed stitches, but now the cut is very sore, swollen, and itchy, and the entire area around the cut is hot and red. You decide to check out an empty pharmacy and see what you can find. Which ones will you take with you to treat your wound? Okay, a package.
Interesting. So this is a test.
Really interesting.
I'll let you pick yours, and I'll pick mine, and then we'll say what it is afterwards.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yes to that just in case. All right. So I have sterile gauze, the iodine, acetaminophen, bacitracin, and adhesive bandages.
So I have the sterile gauze. I was gonna add the iodine, but I didn't. I have the acetaminophen, and I have the bandages.
Okay.
What is bacitracin? I can't remember.
Bacitracin is basically Neosporin. It's
Let's go. I just got 2 first-round picks. Got the Jags first-round picks. Now I have 4 first-round picks. Hold on. I'm gonna go to next. Are we all good? Can we go to next pick? All right. So Willie Nixon. Daniel Wendell, who is that? Tyler Galloway. Alright. Yeah, which is my pick. Oh, Cordell Newberry got picked up. Alright, boys, I have 4 first-round picks. Does anyone want any of them? Nate, would you take 4 first rounds for Aaron Allen?
It's an antiseptic gel. For this injury, I would take the acetaminophen first, rub down with iodine, clean it, add bacitracin, put down the adhesive, and then wrap in gauze. And that's what I do.
All right. From the vantage point of your hiding spot, you see zombies surrounding an overturned car. You can hear someone screaming in terror from inside the car. There's no one else around, and you can count at least a dozen zombies, but there might be more. What do you do?
I would go help. But I would probably help not by charging in with a weapon.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I would try and create a distraction. That's the other thing, is that we don't know what kind of zombies they are. Are they fast zombies or are they slow zombies?
Let's assume these are shufflers.
All right. Unless we're wounded, we're probably much faster. So I would create a distraction.
I'm gonna go in there with my tactical shovel, just taking heads. Wow. Yeah. Last question. Have you spent any amount of time thinking about what you would do in case of zombies? What have we been doing?
Yeah, for the last almost hour now, we've been doing it.
And we've played enough zombie games to know the general consensus of what the best plan is.
Yeah.
All the time.
All right, will you
So-
survive? 3, 2, 1.
3.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Boom. 74%.
Oh, wait. 83.6%.
74%?
Hey, I mean, that's basically 3/4 of the way.
It said my chances of surviving are better than average, but I thought I would have done way better than that.
Mine says the same thing. Your chances of surviving a zombie apocalypse are better than average. Don't get too cocky, though. Remember, the undead never sleep.
They didn't count on my ability to recruit people to my cause. My
That's right.
glorious holy cause. This is Unus Annus, and this is your one
Alright, so there's this kid. He's like 5, 6 years old, right? He's in kindergarten. And he's like learning to read. It's to the point in the year, it's getting towards the end of the year. It's to the point in the year where the teacher lets them check out books from the library. And like that's the book that they read. It's like all picture books and shit. And it's the book that they read during like quiet reading time, you know. But this boy, he didn't have a book with him. He forgot to pick one out from the library after he returned his last one. So, teacher goes, all right, everyone, it's quiet reading time. Get your books out. And this boy realizes he doesn't have his book. So he goes up to the teacher. He's like, teacher, I don't have a book. What do I do? And she goes, oh, that's okay. She just goes, just read a dictionary. Yeah, and she points to a shelf full of dictionaries and thesauruses. One's like, okay. So, you know, boy doing stuff that typical little boys do, looking up words like wee and shit like that, and like poop in the dictionary. And he keeps going through, and he's looking for a certain word. Yeah, it is. So he's looking for a certain word on the S section. And he notices that there's a word without a definition. And the boy's confused. He's like, but I thought every word has to have a definition. And the word was snuffleupagus. So the boy goes up to his teacher and goes, teacher, I found a word in the dictionary without a definition. Would you be able to tell me what it means? Teacher goes, well, sure. What was the word? The boy goes, snuffleupagus. The teacher's smile just like washes from her face. And she just fucking looks at, don't you spoil the story. She just fucking looks down at the boy and she goes, get out of my classroom right now. Go to the office. And the boy's like, wait, what? And the teacher's like, you heard me, office. So the boy's so fucking confused. He doesn't know what just happened. So he goes down to the office, and he's sitting there, like in the chair, his feet are dangling. The secretary finally calls him in. She goes, okay, principal's ready to see you. So the principal opens the boy goes to the principal's door, and the principal stands up, greets him, has him sit down. And the principal had a policy of like having the kid like ask the kid what happened, you know, try to see if the kid will fess up. That's what the principal did, and that's what most teachers and principals do when kids get into trouble. Anyways, so the principal says, what happened? And the boy goes, well, I was in class and I didn't have my silent reading book, so I read the dictionary and I found a word that didn't have a definition. So I asked the teacher what it meant, and the teacher told me to go to the office. And the teacher told me to go to the office. And the principal's kind of confused. He didn't know why the kid was down there, actually. He hadn't called the teacher yet and asked. So he's like, well, what was the word? And the boy goes, I don't want to say it. And the principal goes, well, it can't be that bad. Just what was the word? So the boy just goes, it was snuffleupagus. Immediately, the principal's face turns red. The principal stands up so fast his chair flies out from underneath him, from him like straightening his legs, and hits the wall. And he points to the door and yells, "Get out of my school right now!" So the boy is like fucking stunned. He does not know what's going on. So he like kind of like is dazed and walks out to like the main area in the office, and the secretary, having heard what was said, she goes, "I'll call your parents." So the boy is now sitting outside on the curb waiting for his parents. And after about 5-10 minutes, minivan pulls up. His parents open the door. It's one of those automatic sliding doors, you know. The boy sits down. And they start driving home. Keep in mind this kid's like 5. So they're driving, and they live like 10 minutes from the school. It's like not too like dense of a populace. It's not that like much of a population dense area. So they live a little bit of a ways from the school. And dead quiet the whole ride. And finally the dad goes, "All right, I'll bite. What happened?" Because the parents actually didn't know. And the boy, being the honest lad he was, said, "Well, I was in classroom. I was in class, and it was quiet reading time, and I didn't have my book. So I read the dictionary, and I found a word that didn't have a definition. So I asked the teacher what it meant, and she sent me to the principal, and then the principal expelled me." So the dad's kind of confused, like, what? And the mom goes, "Well, what was the word?" You know, the mom's the curious sort. She goes, "Well, what was the word?" And the boy goes, Dad's like, "Just spit it out." Dad's kind of getting mad because, you know, he wants to know why his son got expelled. Oh, they're spooning. No wonder it didn't work. So the boy goes, "It was snuffleupagus." Dad fucking slams on the brakes. Kid like jerks forward. Thank God he was wearing a seatbelt. Dad just skids down the road to a screeching halt, right? And he just gets out immediately, opens the door, and just throws the kid out of his car. He goes, "I never want to see you again. You're dead to me." So the kid's fucking okay. Apparently I can't. If I get the circuitry, I still have to drop the circuit board. So that doesn't work. Anyways, I'll finish the story. Run's dead. I'll finish the story. So apparently, wait, where was I? Dad throws him out of the car. Happened for me. I don't know why it happened for me. Dad throws him out of the car. I don't need to pick up the telephone if I get the circuitry.
And I was gonna give him the name. That's all I was doing. I don't need him. I have 2
Yeah.
What's the
Look
point
at
of
that.
drafting that third?
I'll finish the story. I'll just keep going. I'll just wander around and whatnot.
Honestly, I'm trading with the Eagles right now.
Dad throws him out of the car, and they just fucking go screeching out of, screeching away from the kid, and like, you know, kid's now in the middle of nowhere. He doesn't know how to get home. He's only like 5. I'll finish it with consequences. Kid's only like 5, right? So he just starts walking, and he keeps walking, and he keeps walking and walking and walking and walking, and it starts getting dark out. Kid's been walking for a while, and he's definitely lost. He doesn't know where home is. He's only 5. So eventually, the kid's just walking down the side of the road, and he sees or he notices that he hears a car pull up behind him, right? And he turns around, and it's a cop car. The kid's like, what? Cop? And then cop gets out, shines his light, because it's getting dark. He needs to see the kid. He goes, what are you doing out here so late, young man? And the boy goes, The cop goes, come on, you can tell me. He's like, I won't bite. So, the kid goes, well, I was in class, and I didn't have a silent reading book. So, I read the dictionary, and I found a word that didn't have a definition, so I asked the teacher what it meant, and she kicked me out. She kicked me out of her classroom, so I went to the principal, and I told the principal, and he kicked me out of the school, and then my parents picked me up, and this boy started tearing up, and the cop is like, no, you can talk to me, don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. Like, stay calm, you'll be okay. The boy goes, well, when I told my parents what happened, I told them the word, they kicked me out of the family. And the cop's like, that's terrible. He goes, here, come with me. Come with me. We'll bring you down to the station. We'll figure out who your parents are, and we'll get you back home. So the boy's like, thanks, officer. So they start walking back to the cop car, and the cop just kind of stops. He's like, hey, what was that word, by the way? Just curious. And the boy goes, I don't know. And the cop goes, don't worry, nothing will happen. Scout's on it. So the boy goes, it was Snuffleupagus. Well, that cop was a fucking liar. He slammed that kid so hard against the cop car, read him his Miranda rights, and fucking arrested him. So now the kid just has no fucking clue what's going on. He goes to like the holding cell and whatever, and he's there for what seems like forever. And eventually, like after however many weeks, he goes to trial. Right? He has no one representing him, and like kid doesn't know what's going on. Right? So he walks up in front of the judge, and the judge just looks down at this kid. And he's like, this has to be a joke, right? And the cop who was there, the cop who arrested the kid, was like, no, sir, it's not. And the judge just looks down and goes, all right, boy, what happened? The kid's like, well, I was in class and I didn't have a book to read, so I read the dictionary and I found a word that didn't have a definition. So I asked the teacher what it meant, and the teacher sent me to the principal, and I asked the principal what it meant, and the principal expelled me. And then my parents picked me up, and I asked my parents what it meant, or I told my parents the word, and then they kicked me out of the family. And then I told the cop it, and then the cop, he arrested me. And, you know, the judge is like looking at the cop, giving him this look of disapproval. The judge kind of pissed at the cop now, because it seems so like minor. And he asked, boy, all right, boy, what was the word? And the boy just goes, it was Snuffleupagus. Judge slams on his gavel. 30 to life. So this kid fucking goes to jail, and he keeps to himself his whole time while he's in jail, right? Like, he's not gonna fucking talk to anyone after what's happened the last 5 times he's talked to someone. Like, who knows? He would get fucking raped in jail for all he knows. So, kid grows up in this penitentiary, like not even juvie, like full-on felony prison. Like, kid's in there. But after 30 years, he actually ends up getting released. But he has nowhere to fucking go. So he just starts walking around, finds the nearest city, and he's just walking. He's walking, and it gets late again. So he's like, fuck, I need to sleep. He has nowhere to sleep. He has no home. He has no recollection of where he lived. Like, he doesn't know who his parents are. He, like, barely remembers how to spell his last name. So this kid just, like, kind of crashes down on the side of this building, and, well, he's now a man. But this guy, he just crashes down on the side of the building and tries to fall asleep, not knowing where to go. He's kind of drifting off, and he hears footsteps. And this looking homeless dude comes up to him and is like, "Hey, man." Slumps down next to him. And the guy, like, not wanting to really talk, just kind of grunts. And the guy, like, not wanting to really talk, just kind of grunts.
No, you don't.
Almost guy's like, "What's your story?" And the guy goes, "You don't want to know."
Okay, what overall is?
He goes, "Oh,
Yeah,
I
what
do."
overall is Philip Lindsay?
And the guy goes, "Well, when I was a kid,
If anything, I need
I found a word. It didn't have a definition. So I asked my teacher in school what it meant. And one thing led to another. I got expelled. And that led to my family kicking me out, or my family kicking me out of the family. And then I ended up getting arrested for saying the word, which led to me going to jail for 30 years. Now I don't know where to go. I still don't know what the word means."
Tim, can I get your camera?
And he looks over at the homeless guy, 'cause he'd been looking down. Looks over at the homeless guy. Dude's eyes are the fucking whitest, like the whitest he has ever seen someone's eyes be. And the homeless guy just looks at him and goes, "Dude, that fucking happened to me." And this guy just kind of perks up and he's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, same thing happened to me, dude." Like, what do you mean? He goes, "Let me guess. The word. It was Snuffleupagus, wasn't it?" And the guy's jaw just drops. He's like, "Yeah. How'd you know?" "Because I told you it happened to me." He goes, "Well, what does it mean? Do you know?" He's like, "Well, I know." He goes, "But I can't tell you. You have to find out yourself." So he goes, "Well, how do I find out?" He goes, "Well, you're in luck. You see that chapel right across the road?" It's like, "Yeah." He goes, "You see that bell at the top?" It's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Climb up in that bell tower. Now, engraved on the inside of that bell is the definition of Snuffleupagus." And the boy's like, oh, thank you. It's like, "I can't thank you enough." It's like, "Yeah." He goes, "I'll be waiting here when you get back." So the boy, most excited he has ever been, he goes sprinting across the road to get to the church. Fucking hit by a truck, he died. Didn't look both ways.
I was going to trade Derrick Henry to you.
No. Oh.
Tim, hold up. Where's
Oh.
I like that story a lot.
Fuck.
Unfollowed. That's my favorite story.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's that.
Why, oh God, why? I need stability. Backslash slash backslash slash backslash
Oh my.
slash
This will go on
backslash
for a
slash
while.
backslash slash 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 backslash
I deserve it.
backslash slash 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 backslash slash
It ended.
backslash slash
Oh,
backslash
never mind.
slash backslash 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 slash backslash
This lasts
slash
a long
backslash
time.
slash backslash 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 slash.
Okay.
I still have Bobby Wagner, Cam Jordan, and Harrison.
Loaded, updated.
Remember, you guys don't have Bobby. I don't have. Okay, I have no lineman. I've got Bradley Bose. Yeah, no lineman probably explains a lot. Okay, what? Nate, do you want Le'Veon Bell? No, I have not seen. I don't know if 87. Nope. He's 30, maybe.
Channel equal to G get I
At this point, I think we're all just like giving up our picks at this point. I don't think you can trade for Gilly. I'm trying to get Justin Simmons is good. You can't get Gilly, Tim. I don't think you can get Gilly. Dude, Travis Kelce's a bum. We don't want him. How is Gilly so hard to trade for? That's not happening. There's no way that works. Yeah, exactly. I can't even, Tim, I give him Cam Newton plus my next two picks, not working. Jalen Ramsey kind of worked, like, but it's hard to use. What's the red arrow now? What do you mean? There's like next to his overall, there's a down. Oh, probably his morale. You can't trade for Tre'Davious White. Like, that is almost near impossible to do. And I don't know why, but it just is. I mean, it's Tim. Does anyone want Bobby Wagner? Nate, you gotta trade me players. Again, I'll give you 2 firsts for Pupu Beckham Jr. Yeah, well. Oh. Did you lose all your trade value? Thirds are not really worth that much. Jakeem Griffin? Probably not. Possibly. Grady Jarrett is not worth 2 firsts, is he? I just feel like Jarrett. You're not trading Cam Newton. How do we not secure Grady Jarrett? How? Grady Jarrett's a bum. Yeah, the problem is. No, he was always on the Saints. David Bakhtiari, he might be a pickup. They said nope. Is he good for your team? I'll trade Jamal Adams. That was the one guy you were. Dakota? For what? I'm about to say, Tre'Davious White is so hard. Can I get Marlon Humphrey? No.
Hey kids, it's Wildlife Wednesday, So I'm gonna teach you about the shrike. So the shrike's a bird, right? Looks like this. Cute, right? Wrong. Turns out you're gazing into the eyes of a cold-blooded psychopath. Don't believe me? Let me tell you about it. First off, notice how the name Shrike is like a combination of shit and spike. And already you've got a pretty good concept of what the Shrike's all about. So this is how it goes. Shrike sees prey. Shrike uses its foot spikes to grab the prey. Prey says shit. Shrike finds another spike. Shrike fucking impales its prey on the spike. Prey says shit. Shrike eats prey off of spike like some kind of hell kebab. Shrike turns prey into shit. And finally, Shrike uses the spike to clean the shit off its asshole. And the circle of life continues. Still don't believe me? Here's a picture. If that isn't some Silence of the Lambs shit, I don't know what is. I can only imagine what it does after it gets home.
Wouldn't you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard.
Thankfully, the Shrike is small enough to fit in the palm of the hand, so we're safe for now, as long as there aren't any teacup poodle conventions in town. However, the impalement is considered basic tool use, which is a sign of higher level cognitive thinking in animals. So while we're in the clear now, this guy could get even more devious as evolution progresses. 1,000 years from now, they're figuring out how to sprinkle spikes on the road to pop tires.
Watch where you walking.
Also, who knows how the Shrike's sociopathic DNA could be manipulated? Imagine like a bunch of Al-Qaeda biologists weaponizing the Shrike. We will breed it with their national bird. Those American pig dogs will never see it coming. But Abdul, what will we call this new creature? The bald shingle. And a hop, skip, and a jump later, and suddenly you've got kindergartners impaled on stop signs. Birdemic 3, should you use my idea, I expect compensation. So when you go to bed tonight, kids, make sure to lock your windows, or else you might wake up with a spike up your anus and bird shit smeared on the walls.
I picked 11 through 15.
Oh, let's see, Cardinals 13, 14, 15.
Oh yeah, trigger the phone.
Hey kids, it's That Happened Thursday, so it's time to learn some history. Today's lesson is on the weirdest 16th century Danish astronomist that you'll ever meet. Okay, that isn't saying much, but trust me, he's an interesting guy. Meet Tycho Brahe, or Brahe, or Broham, I don't really know, let me look it up. Alright, apparently I was right the first time, it's Tycho Brahe. Already you can see that something ain't quite right. He looks like Jamie Heinemann's gay cousin. So his claim to fame, among other things, is that he spent around 30 years collecting astronomical data with nothing but the naked eye, data that was later utilized by minds like Newton. However, if you think he just sat around staring at the sky all day like some kind of loser, then you're way off base. First off, besides the whole astronomer thing, Tycho was an immensely prominent noble for a long period of his life. It was to the point where he owned 1% of the entire wealth of Denmark at one point in the 1580s. Today, people like Bernie always talk about the 1%! Bitch, I am the 1%. Oh dear, I am somehow even more bold. Honestly, imagine a single scientist having that much money today. If you gave that kind of cash to Stephen Hawking, he would probably turn into Skynet. Beyond being a stargazing fat cat, though, Tycho is also just a straight-up lunatic. Here's a story. So he got into a little scrap in his college years, right? That ended up in a sword duel where he lost part of the tip of his nose. You think he would have learned his lesson. But later on in his life, he somehow got himself into another sword duel, this time in the dark, and he lost the rest of his nose. Maybe that's where all the money came from, honestly. Just put out a bunch of nose insurance beforehand. Oh, it's already broken, I don't need the rest. Get myself into another fight. So finally he got himself fitted with a new brass prosthetic nose, which he wore for the rest of his life. But that's just the tip of the crazy iceberg. Tycho, being fabulously well endowed, financially, get your mind out the gutter, one day decided to hire a dwarf for his court. Just to, you know, do dwarf things, I guess. The guy's name was Jep, and Tycho was in full belief that he could also tell the future. Hold on, I'm getting a vision. I see you giving more money to a little person. Oh wow, must have been happening. Ha ha, silly Jep. Damn. Seriously though, imagine one of today's astronomers pulling something like this. So, Mr. deGrasse Tyson, what discoveries have you made today? I've discovered something about myself, Steve. Go on. I want to own a dwarf. I want to call him Jeb and have him do dances for me and, like, be my footstool if I asked him nicely. What the fuck, Neil? Also, he should be psychic. What truly takes the cake, though, is Tico's pet elk. Yep, this walrus owned a caribou. Can't make that shit up. So one day, the next noble over wanted to borrow the elk to entertain guests at a party, right? So Tico sends the beast over to the other guy's manor. At the party, the elk gets pissed drunk, climbs up a staircase, falls down it, and dies. And dies. Knowing Tico, he was probably just like, ah, well, no more moose, I'll buy another one, life goes on. So that's the story of Tico Brah. Remember, kids, eccentricity can get you far in life, but dwarf owning can get you even farther.
Wait, what picks do you have right now?
I only have the second, the 22nd.
And then what's your next pick?
Hey kids, guess what? A swarm is coming. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon the hordes will rise. Assuming you live in the more temperate parts of the eastern United States anyway. I'm talking about cicada broods. Cicada broods are huge localized groups of cicadas that only emerge once every 17 years, or 13 years depending on the brood, but same difference. Now only certain species of cicada follow a brood cycle, which is why you still see some every year. But believe me, when your local brood decides to emerge, you will know. At any given time, there are billions of immature cicadas found all across the East Coast and Midwest. All of them are underground, feeding off of fluid from tree roots, waiting silently for their internal clocks to start chiming in unison. 17 years of sucking sap in the dark. Sounds kinda like my childhood, am I right, ladies? The only difference is, at least the cicadas get laid afterwards. Anyway, once they're ready, the hordes will emerge all at once, around early to mid-June, crawling out from their bunkers and up tree trunks where they molt and spread their wings, leaving behind those shells that I always used to stick onto my shirt as a kid. Yeah, in hindsight, there's probably a reason girls never talk to me. After molting, the cicadas will only have around 2 months to mate, and after that time, all of the adults will die out, leaving only their eggs behind. Though it may sound strange, the pattern of being everywhere for 2 months and then suddenly disappearing is seen in many other places in nature. Anyway, eventually the eggs hatch and the larvae make their way underground, where they will live for another 17 years before repeating the cycle all over again. Now there's a total of 15 separate broods in the United States, each of which lives in a different location and follows a different schedule. So whereas West Virginia enjoyed their outbreak this year, Delawareans like me won't see our next plague until the year 2021. I won't give a full list of the various periods around the US, but I will put a link in the description to a table so you can see when your state is expecting. So yeah, if one summer that obnoxious buzzing sound seems even more annoying than usual, either you finally become a cynical bastard just like your father, or your local brood has decided to surface that year. Scientists often refer to the buzzing as a cicada song. At first I thought that was kinda ludicrous, but we do live in a world where vuvuzelas are considered instruments, so I guess anything is possible. Anyway, the noise is only made by male cicadas with the purpose of attracting females. Also, fun fact, if you're outside using power tools during a brood, you might want to wear protection, because the sound of buzzing machinery often confuses the females into swarming around the source of the noise. They're not dangerous, but they're still horny insects the size of your thumb, so unless you're into that, I'd recommend a face mask at least. Also, it should be noted that, while cicada songs are good if you wanna, you know, bang cicadas, they work significantly less well on human lovers. Ding. 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 Ugh, what do you want, Justin? It is 3 in the morning. Don't make me call the cops again. Wait, Sarah, I just want to serenade you. If you're gonna start making that fucking noise again, I swear to Christ. I'm at my sister's house, Justin. How did you even find me here? Are you stalking me? No, I just followed the scent of your pheromones. First thing in the morning, I'm filing a restraining order. Oh yeah? Well, I hope the next guy you mate with gives you abdominal fungus. What does that even mean? Susan, get the gun. Yipe! Justin, away! Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching.
We'll make our selection. We'll take the goat right here. All right, I'm gonna go to next user pick. Oh yeah, Joey, let's go. You do that. Next user pick. All right, you're up, Nate. Or oh no, it's who was that? Never mind. All right, there you go. I had to make some pickups. Future.
See, dude, I'm nominated as scout. I'll take a safe pick. Take a Jalen Walker. Boy, it's a reach, hell. Yeah, I'm nominated.
Justin Ross is a 75 overall. Go.
Loki just take the running back.
Travis Etienne.
Hey kids, it's Food Friday. So today, I'm going to cover some of the deadly toxins found in your local produce section. Our first item is rhubarb. Now, the part of the rhubarb that you normally eat, the delicious red stalk, is virtually toxin-free, so no worries there. It's the greenery of the plant that's a cause for concern. The leaves of the rhubarb plant contain small amounts of oxalic acid, which is toxic to humans. And it's not a fun poison either, not one of those drift off to dreamland types. It will mess your day up, particularly in the digestive and renal areas. Some symptoms include breathing difficulty, burning of the mouth and throat, eye pain, bloody urine, abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, convulsions, coma, and only then will you finally receive the sweet release of death. Of course, you'd need like a shitload of leaves to actually reach the lethality point, about 11 pounds for a 150-pound person. To put that into perspective, the average person eats around 4 pounds of food a day total, so to eat that weight of anything would be very difficult. Next up are almonds. So you know how they say cyanide reeks of almonds? Turns out it's actually the other way around. Sweet almonds, the type people normally eat, contain a bit of the toxin, just enough to get a whiff. After eating about a pound of them, you may experience some of the more mild symptoms, which, while they're not exactly fun, aren't quite as bad as oxalic acid. In order for the poison to actually be deadly, you would have to eat around 4 pounds of almonds in the course of a couple hours. Considering that's the total food intake daily for an average person, and that you would be vomiting, cramping, and hyperventilating the whole time, it'd be hard to pull off. Next are apple seeds. Most of you are probably familiar with this one. Apple seeds contain cyanogenic glycosides, which are materials that produce cyanide once they enter the digestive system. These chemicals also have a significant presence in a whole menagerie of other produce items, but out of all of these, apple seeds will give you the most bang for your buck as far as potency goes. You would only need around 3.5 ounces of the seeds to do yourself in, which is a lot easier to pull off than the last two. Of course, the whole point of seeds in fruit is so that things will eat them and crap them out elsewhere to spread the plant around, which would be pretty hard to do if the thing carrying your babies keels over and dies. For this reason, the glycosides are only accessible when one crushes the seeds open. Whole seeds are relatively safe. But if you really wanted to off yourself, you could toss 18 apple cores in a blender and drink the whole thing. The most virulent thing you'll find in your entire produce section, however, is none other than the kidney bean. Yes, this innocent-looking legume holds some sinister secrets. Kidney beans contain a toxin known as phytohemagglutinin, and as little as 4 raw beans worth is enough to trigger symptoms. The main sign of kidney bean poisoning is known scientifically as two-tip tummy terrorism. Boiling the beans deactivates the toxin, which is why we can eat them normally. But heating the beans below the boiling point, as in a slow cooker, actually increases the toxin's potency, to the point where a single heated bean is enough to get you blasting out of both ends. I couldn't actually find any reports on deaths caused by the toxin, probably because everyone who ingests it ends up propelling it away from them at high velocities a few hours later. But it'll certainly make you want to die at least. There are a bunch of other minor sources of poison present in your produce section, of course. I just decided to highlight a few. Anyway, I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare. Hey kids, John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald, Hitler, all people who gained massive notoriety by killing one of history's famous leaders. But there are two Americans who committed an equally heinous crime as these three, yet their stories are seldom remembered, mostly because nobody really cares about the presidents they killed. Originally I was going to talk about both of them, but the video ended up being way too long, so today we'll just stick to, this one I guess. Charles J. Guiteau was a pretty silly guy, and to understand how a guy could be so silly, you gotta start with his youth. Guiteau was born in Freeport, Illinois in 1841. His mom had postpartum psychosis and died when he was 7, alongside 3 of his 5 siblings. His dad, meanwhile, was mega religious and made a big point out of instilling those values in his son, often physically. This influence molded Charles into a boy who sought nothing short of total approval from others and who would react very harshly to any criticism levied upon him. As a teen, he moved to Ann Arbor, Michigan for high school. He tried to get into the University of Michigan, but he goofed on the entrance exam. So he did what anyone in his situation would do and said, well, so much for real life. I'm gonna join a commune. Specifically, he became part of the Oneida community in New York. In some aspects, this place was a pretty run-of-the-mill religious fellowship. From each according to their ability, to each according to their need, yada yada. But there were a couple of things that made it special. First off, they followed a doctrine known as Christian perfectionism, whereby everyone would strive to live their lives completely free of sin and reach a divine level of perfection while still on earth. Now this isn't really unique to Oneida, but whereas most people would achieve this through staunch discipline and careful self-reflection, these guys would just get together and take turns roasting the shit out of each and every member over any minute flaw they could possibly have. Real great for the psyche. They also practiced what was basically an early form of eugenics, where aspiring parents would have to submit an application and be judged by the committee on their moral and spiritual fortitude. If they were allowed to mate, children would be separated from the mom about a year after birth and raised communally in the children's wing. After all, wouldn't want any of those hopelessly flawed toddlers to think they're deserving of any affection whatsoever. Oneida also believed in what they called free love, which meant that anyone could bang anyone at any time, as long as they kept it hetero, and exclusive relationships of any kind were actually frowned upon, which seems like kind of a weird habit for people trying to 100% FC this whole Christianity thing, but whatever. But wait, you're saying, how can you have selective breeding at the same time as extremely unselective breeding? Aha, see, that's where male continence comes in. Under this rule, a pair could go at it for as long as they wanted, with the caveat that the dude's not allowed to nut, pull out or otherwise. That way, it's not a sin. After all, as the Bible says, if the dick don't spit, you must acquit. Paradoxically, no such rule existed for the women. In fact, not only did the commune believe in female orgasms, they actually prioritized them, which is like unheard of in the 19th century. They'd even have the middle-aged women of the society train the teen boys in the art of holding in the old pelvic sneeze. That way, there wouldn't be any chance of conception in case the guy goofs up his first few tries. So anyway, young Guiteau joins this whole thing, and endured countless blows to his massive yet fragile ego, thinking he's at least gonna get a piece of this communal action. Except, the criticism towards him wasn't just a formality like it was for others. Everyone there genuinely fucking hated him, on account of the fact that he was a raving neurotic narcissist. He never caught a single piece of this allegedly free love, and after a while, they all started calling him Charles Get Out in the hopes that he'd leave. This is real. And after 5 long years of this abuse, Guiteau finally got the hint and moved to New Jersey. He tried starting a newspaper themed around the Oneida religion called the Daily Theocrat, except nobody cared, so that failed. He went back to Oneida and tried to sue the place in order to get back pay for all his voluntary unpaid labor while living there, but apparently I'm mad butthurt isn't a valid reason for prosecution, so that went nowhere. Finally he said, well, when your devotion to God has failed you, there's only one path in life left. Time to become a lawyer. He managed to pass an examination to gain admission to the Illinois bar, and subsequently joined a law firm in Chicago at the age of 27, where he met his soon-to-be wife, one Annie Bunn. Of course, Guiteau never really got to be a lawyer. He only argued in one actual court case. Most of his time was spent doing bill collection for random clients. This job gave him insight into how debtors think and operate, which allowed him to turn into quite the con man, dodging bills whenever and wherever he saw the opportunity. Even on the job, he'd frequently charge exorbitant contingency contingency fees after the fact, upwards of 75%. And sometimes he'd just keep it all and completely ghost his clients. After all, what are they gonna do? Send another bill collector? Well, it turns out they did, so Guiteau and his wife fled to New York. Here he ditched law and started getting into politics. Specifically, he wrote and delivered a speech in favor of Horace Greeley, the 1872 Democratic presidential candidate. And he somehow got it in his head that if Greeley won, his campaign would be so greatly indebted to him that they'd fulfill his desires to be the Minister of Chile, as though a total rando like him could just, name a job and it would be his. In reality, the speech was an incoherent mess heard by next to no one, and Greeley lost by a landslide. As the years passed, Annie got real sick of living life on the run with a broke-ass bitch, and Charles was none too keen on her weighing him down either. But back in the day, you couldn't just divorce someone willy-nilly, you needed a valid reason for it. So Charles concocted the brilliant scheme of banging a prostitute and then having her testify in court. The plan worked, with the pair successfully divorcing in 1874, and the only downside was syphilis. Whoops. Guiteau started dabbling in theology again around this time. He published a book called The Truth, which was almost entirely plagiarized directly from John Noyes, the founder of the Oneida Community. But despite being a man of God, Guiteau was still very much a two-time varmint, and moved frequently in the dead of night to keep collectors off his tail. His brother caught wind of this and wrote him a letter basically saying, hey, maybe you should pay your bills now and then so you can be, a functioning member of society. To which Charles replied, and I quote, "Find $7 enclosed, stick it up your bunghole and wipe your nose on it, and that will remind you of the estimation in which you are held by Charles J. Guiteau." God damn. And to his own brother, the madman. Soon after he got arrested, bailed out by his sister, lived with her for a few months, attacked her with an axe, went to DC, rambled about religion to anyone who would listen, moved to Boston, got in a boat accident where everyone in his boat was fine, but everyone in the other one fucking died, took this as a sign from God, moved back to New York, and got back into politics in 1880, this time as a Republican. During this campaign, there were two main factions of Republicans, known as the Stalwarts and the Half-Breeds, which sounds like some Tolkien shit, wish we had names like that today. Now, Guiteau considered himself a stalwart, and in a similar vein to his 1872 venture, he wrote a speech to promote stalwart candidate Ulysses S. Grant, who was shooting for his third term. But before he got a chance to deliver the speech, one James A. Garfield took the candidacy completely out of nowhere, beating out both factions single-handedly. He was like, rats, how am I gonna get power handed to me now? So he literally just scribbled out all the references to Grant and replaced them with Garfield and was like, yep, that'll do it. He read this speech all of twice, along with handing out copies to the Republican National Committee. In reality, this really didn't accomplish much, but when Garfield managed to win the election, Guiteau was like, yes, that was entirely me. Garfield is in my supreme debt. As God is my witness, he shall make me a consulate in Vienna or Paris or someplace cool like that. He went to DC to await his inevitable appointment, but obviously nothing happened. So he started writing letters. A lot of letters. When that didn't work, he started actually stalking both Garfield and the Secretary of State, James Blaine, intercepting them in hotel lobbies, just being like, oh hey, yeah, it's me, the sole person responsible for your success. Say, how about a consulship? Alright, you'll get back to me, I get it. Whoa, haha. What a coincidence. Me again. How's that consulship coming? At first they simply ignored him, but eventually Blaine snapped, screaming, never speak to me again on the Paris consulship as long as you live. Damn you, Garfield! I sense a disturbance in the force. Maybe daylight savings just made Monday an hour longer. Wow, Garfield, that was quite the wisecrack. It's amazing how you managed to keep things fresh year after year. Burn in hell, beige dog. At this point, Guiteau completely renounced any faith in the current administration, and after a lifetime of clout chasing met only with disappointment, he decided his only option was straight up going postal. He convinced himself that it was now God's will to remove Garfield from this mortal plane, in order to put his stalwart vice president Chester Alan Arthur into power. When he went to buy a revolver, he was given the choice between a wood grip and an ivory grip. He went with the ivory one for no other reason than he thought it would look cooler in a museum, and on July 2nd, 1881, he ambushed Garfield at the Baltimore and Potomac Railroad Station, shooting him twice in the back and mortally wounding him, all because he wouldn't give him a job. Garfield managed to hang on for 11 weeks before finally dying, which sounds like hell. Today's modern physicians actually believe that Garfield could have easily survived the incident if it weren't for doctors digging through him with unsanitized tools. Hey modern medicine, thanks for not being worse than literally no medicine. It means a lot. But that didn't stop Guiteau from being formally charged with murder. And that's exactly what he wanted. Matter of fact, Guiteau was over the moon, taking his new nationwide infamy as the fame he always deserved. His trial was just bananas, with Guiteau hurling obscenities at just about everyone there, including his own defense team, and formatting his testimony as an epic poem which he recited in full. He even dictated an autobiography to the New York Herald, which, get this, he ended with a personal ad for a nice Christian lady under 30 years of age. What a baller. When the guilty verdict was read, he called everybody there low consummate jackasses, and on June 30th, 1882, Guiteau smiled and waved to his adoring fans as he was walked to the gallows, where he recited a repetitive, deranged poem he wrote that morning, which was performed in a high-pitched falsetto voice, since it was written in the point of view of a child. He asked for a full orchestra to play during the reading, which I don't have to tell you that went nowhere, and promptly thereafter, he was hung. When the gallows dropped, people were probably like, ugh, Jesus, it's finally over. I just came here for a nice little execution. They subject me to all that? I want my money back, frankly. So it just goes to show, you can't always get what you want. Unless that thing is getting everyone to hate you, that's extraordinarily easy. But for everything else, you're gonna need a combination of hard work and know-how. While the former must ultimately come from within, there's plenty of resources out there for the latter, the best of which is a seldom talked about little startup called Skillshare. Sponsor time. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality classes on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. A wise philosopher once said that the most fulfilling pursuit in life is to get to know oneself. Nah, I just made that up. Sounds legit though, right? Now, mindfulness and meditation are all well and good, but how about drawing as self-discovery? Sounds hokey, but I can tell you that I've certainly learned a lot about myself over the years doing this thing, so I'm sure you will too. Join the more than 7 million people already learning on Skillshare today with a special offer just for my viewers. Everyone who visits the link in the description can get 2 months of unlimited access to the 25,000 plus classes on Skillshare for absolutely free. So please, release that tension and get that comprehension today. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and Aoop and Aoop.
Scorched is actively searching for me, and I'm moving around behind her, and she still can't get it together to see where I am. This one is odd because the Scorched seems to be aware that I'm there but won't react, so I don't know what's happened here. There's another one like this that we'll see a little later that is a lot more unusual. This ghoul is stuck on the floor, but this is during a nuke event and there are many players nearby, and usually that's okay. This happened a couple times in the White Springs because it's just a really great area to farm XP and legendary items because these ghouls spawn probably more than they're supposed to. But usually it was okay, but here is pretty bad. Here there are some mole rats that again seem to be aware that I'm there, but they won't react. The next one is a Mirelurk. This happened in the middle of a fight. This happened quite often with Mirelurk queens. They will get stuck on a cliff somewhere, or they will just decide to stop and just not do anything and send their little minions instead, but it doesn't feel like it's intentional. It feels like this enemy is bugged out here. The sneak attacks are kind of weird too, considering that she's looking right at me, but that can happen in the other games too. So here is a Mr. Gutsy, a Colonel Gutsy, who knows it's in a battle and just will not shoot back at me for whatever reason. It's like that brain bot that we saw earlier. Just letting me just go to town here, will not react whatsoever until it dies, and then it gets stuck in a door, which is just beautiful. Here we have a legendary super mutant brute that doesn't respond in the same way. It's even trying to get away, and it just won't fire back at me. And here we have a Scorch Beast that will drop down from the sky and will just sit there and let me attack it. And we're going to be seeing a much better example of this up next, but yep, here I go, just hitting it in the head over and over and over again. It's just going to stand there and let me do it all the way to death. This happened fairly often with the Scorch Beasts, but what it happened way more with was the Scorch Beast Queen. Now, this is the final boss in the game. This is what the whole story is leading up to. This is the center of the hive mind that controls all the Scorch Beasts and all the Scorched humans and animals that you've seen in the game. She functions like a much larger version of the Scorch Beast that we just saw. She will fly in the air, she will assault you, and then she'll land for a little bit, and she will also go into these inactive states and just let you hit her. Now, what you have to understand is that this is a 20-minute fight. That's how long it takes to kill her. 20 minutes. And just going through all the footage, and we'll skip ahead through a few of them. She was bugged like this for more than half of those 20 minutes. Even here, she does a reaction, and then she's right back into the idle thing where we're just hitting her. It's really, really disappointing, and it's a bad way to end the game because it's already a limited fight as it is. You know, it's a very, very, very disappointing conclusion to launching a nuke, which is admittedly quite exciting despite the problems that the game has, and yet even this limited version of the fight and this severely disappointing finale, they still couldn't get that right, and the boss just will sit there and allow you to hit her. And what's really tragic about this is that you're happy when it happens, because now you don't have to wait for her to circle around so much. You can just get it over with as quickly as possible and just treat her like the really poor loot pinata that she is. You know, it's very disappointing, the items you get from her too. Now, maybe we should have ended with that one, but this one is too weird for me not to include. So this is the Wise Mothman that appears at the end of a world event quest, where you have to run around and you have to kill fireflies to collect their liquid to power a lighthouse. It's actually one of the more interesting world event quests, which is kind of funny to say that because it probably sounds pretty underwhelming. So here I am attacking this Wise Mothman because that's just the kind of player that I am. I wanted to fight them and see what would happen. It just appears after you've completed the quest. You go to the top of the lighthouse, you come downstairs, and then it's just standing there waiting for you. It gives you a temporary increase to your XP gained. It only lasts for an hour. I think it's 5%. So I'm hitting it, and I wouldn't have hit it so much if it hadn't gone red, and you know, it seems like it wants to fight me. Whenever the health bar changes from yellow to red, it means that the game is reacting in some way. And then I keep attacking it, and then I realize that I can clip through it. And now I am the Wise Mothman. Reminds me of that scene from Starship Troopers with the big brain bug. So yeah, I don't really have much else to say about this other than I just have to put it in because it just got weirder as time went on. But yeah, I am the Mothman. They're kind of creepy, aren't they? I only saw this enemy a couple times throughout the game. It's a shame because they feel like they had a lot of work put into them. They jump around and they're fairly fun. Now that we're approaching an hour of this, we're going to take a brief break, and I'm going to let the clips of the game crashing and the server disconnecting play while I recite a poem that I wrote on Twitter around Christmas time. The game crashed and disconnected quite often, but my recording software would also go down with it sometimes, so I don't have a lot of those examples to show, and even if I could, it would just show the screen going black, and that wouldn't really communicate a crash all that effectively. So I'm just going to let the disconnects go, and I'm going to read this poem. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through Bethesda, every developer was working, except for the Testas. The coders were typing their hands to the bone, in hopes that Todd Howard would soon let them go home, while the testers were nestled all snug in their beds, with visions of Disconnected seared in their heads. Todd himself was busy flipping through internet polls. It'll all be forgotten, he thought, with the next Elder Scrolls. When out on the lawn there arose such a shout. The devs, Todd cried, someone might let them out. Away to the window he flew like a flash. Meanwhile, half of Fallout 76's servers just crashed. Outside were some reindeer, a man, and a sleigh. Todd opened the door and he started to say, around here we greet each other with our Skyrim receipt, but Santa Claus approached without a peep. In front of Todd he held up his bag and then let it drop. Oh, said Todd, you want 500 atoms for the online shop? More rapid than mole rats did the developers crowd at the door. What had Santa brought them? What was in store? Now Todd, now Howard, Santa whistled and shouted. I've brought you a present, but Todd just pouted. It's for you all, Santa said. I made sure that I brought it. It'd be cool if I didn't think you'd get someone to mod it. The devs whispered now as their thoughts began to fly. What was the gift? What had Santa brought them, and why? It's a new engine, Santa roared, and there's no need to pay us. The elves and I, we just want you to make another New Vegas. Saying that name here is banned, the devs let out a gasp. But Santa threw his head back and just laughed. Ho ho, I'm joking, I know, the engine is for you, for Valenwood or elsewhere or whatever you do. Please, for all of us, retire your old engine and all of its quirks. No, Todd finally spoke. I like our engine. It just works. It works? Santa shook his head. I've played 76. It has more bugs than there are names on my list. The devs were already celebrating. Oh, they were merry. They cheered and shouted while Todd was still wary. A new engine meant Christmas and Starfield were saved. Unlocked FPS and FOV slider, what the players all craved. As Santa departed, the devs pulled in his sack. Their new engine was inside, on drives all in a stack. What would they do first? What would they fix? Could there even be time to save Elder Scrolls 6? Then Todd cleared his throat, all eyes were on him. The first thing you'll do is port over Skyrim. He did a dance and then clapped his hands twice. We'll release it again and charge full price. Then Santa's bag came alive and leapt onto Howard. The devs did nothing but watch as Todd was devoured. The bag took him to a place where he was lost without power. He felt disconnected, like he had played Fallout 76 for over an hour. Yet in that same darkness he heard a rumble and a voice. Todd strained to hear as best he could, as if he had a choice. Then the darkness faded. Todd could see there was a horse. The voice was so clear now. Where was he? Oh, of course.
Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right?
Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Maybe I should have done it in Yusuke's voice. Moving on from that, we are going on to quests that were broken while I was playing the game. But it's also related to what we just saw, because this first example is when the game crashed, and when I went back in, I had lost progress for about, I think, 30 minutes. What's weird is that I kept all my items, but the quest reset, and I had to go back to where I first got this first main quest chain with the Overseer's quest log and the first camp in the game. It was a bit frustrating and also confusing this early on. It also happened again, I think 15 hours later, where the game crashed and I lost all of my quests, as you can see here. There are very few on the screen, and I had to try to get them back, but I think at the end the game just crashed again and I got them back again. Here we have a quest that wouldn't update. I had finished the most recent part of the chain, and Rose, who is meant to call me and tell me what to do next, did that, but the next quest didn't show up, and since there are no breadcrumbs, you have to just follow quest markers, I couldn't complete this quest. So that was the end of that. I had to just go and see her to see if I could get to work, and that didn't fix it. I had to wait until the game crashed, or I logged out, but you know, they're one and the same really with this game. And then when I went back in, she called me again, and then that fixed it, and I was able to continue this quest. Here's that tea time thing again. Oh, we're double dipping. I should take this out. Now we'll leave it in. The next one is sort of related to tea time, though. So I'm across the map when I get this quest to defend the Beckley Mine exhibit. This is a workshop that I claimed. I'm not going back there for that, so I say screw it. So I get the quest, then it fails. So they took over the workshop. It's been overrun, so now I have to retake it. So that's fairly normal. If I didn't go and save it, it's going to be taken over. But then I complete it. So without having to leave, the quest started, failed, and then succeeded. And I got a bunch of rewards here for no work. So yeah, go me. Fun. No one's there either, so it's not like someone else did it for me. Here is a keypad quest in a mine that won't activate. I have the code, I know what it is. This is the first keypad I saw in the game, and I thought maybe I just needed to know the code and it would automatically open, but no, I had to leave and then go back in, and then it would work and I could put the keypad in, and the code was 11037. Here we have a Rose the Raider quest where I needed to put a explosive on a piece of meat to attract a predator to come and eat it, and then I did this, and no predator came to eat the meat, and it still succeeded. She calls and is like, yeah, good job, you really showed that animal. Yeah, so it just failed completely, which is very strange. You could also move the meat afterwards. It's supposed to stink to attract animals, and the stink will stay where it is, where it spawns. So I'm pretty sure this is meant to blow up, and there's supposed to be an animal that spawns, but hey, yeah, par for the course here. Here we have a quest for the Mistress of Mysteries questline, which I'm not really going to speak about much because it's a waste of time. But you have to put a item on a sword and go use it and attack enemies, and it's called a swing analyzer. So you're supposed to kill an enemy, and you'll see that I just killed it, and this is how long it takes to update afterwards that I've done it. Checkpointed, and now it's only just updating now. And it was the same for all 6 different types of enemies that I killed with this weapon. It's like there's lag for quests. Here's another example of a NPC bot that is going inactive because it's taking damage for some reason. So this is a Master Sergeant Gutsy in Fort McClintock, I think. And I have to talk to this guy to do a quest, and I can't because he keeps getting damaged. And I will try to talk to him, and it'll try to start the conversation, or I shouldn't say conversation, but it'll try and start his dialogue, and then he'll just drop down dead again, and he just cycled through this over and over. So I have no idea what is going on here. I have no clue what could cause this. I can't even speculate. I have no clue. What would cause NPCs that you can't even damage when you hit them? Even when he's at full life, if you attack him, you can't do anything to him. It just ignores it completely. He doesn't even go red, and yet he can still take damage. Like, they should be flagged as immune, and maybe they are, and there's something that's breaking through it. So I talked to him, and I think that's fixed, and I think he goes down again after this. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe this is the time it succeeds. Oh, I leave without even finding out. I'm bored. Alright. Interesting approach past me. So this guy's doing the same thing. This is it working. You're supposed to use a holotape you found in order to authenticate yourself. And I think this time it works. I play it and it recognizes the guy's voice. Yeah, audio identification confirmed. But this is what it looked like before. He's at full health, and then all of a sudden he just dies. He doesn't even take damage slowly. He just goes all the way down to 0. And he just keeps taking hits. He even looks like he's reacting to something hitting him. Maybe 2 servers are merged. Maybe there's some interdimensional shenanigans going on here. But yeah, using the audio log here won't work at all. It won't register. And this is probably an example of Bethesda's bug. I have no idea if you even have to do this, or if I could just go into the quest and if I could just go into the mine and do the quest. But it felt like I had to do this before I went in, so I didn't bother. Here we have a world event quest that will not start. It's right here. It's called Census Violence. You can fast travel and join it, but I'm already here, and yeah, it won't work. It just will not start. This happened a fair amount. I think there were quite a few quests in the game that are bugged out like this, or they won't even start. It's what I mentioned in the video before, that it's hard to tell if there's supposed to be something working here, so it might be even more bugs than we realize. This is one of the more interesting world event quests that I thought, because it's in an interesting location. So you're supposed to kill this thing, the Strangler Heart. Now, you may have missed it here, but that guy just did a hit so hard that it killed it from 100% all the way down to 0, and I think that's bugged out the quest and we can't complete it now, because he hit it so hard that like the server can't even react to this thing being dead already, so we can't complete this quest. And in the end I just had to leave, and I never got to see what this quest was, which is a shame because it looks really interesting with this plane overhead completely claimed by the Strangler Vines. This one is another world event quest that wouldn't start, so I think it's a horde of Yaoguai that Mandalore and I wanted to fight. Yep, and there were none there, and of course we made a lot of jokes that of course they're just all invisible bears. This is a quest for the Enclave that would spawn a bunch of super mutants that weren't hostile to me. They were friendly until I went over and hit them. That was odd. All these friendly super mutants that are attacking the robots that I'm trying to save for the Enclave. Yeah, go figure that one out. This is one of the worst bugs in the game because it's for a main quest and you need to do this in order to get to the end of the narrative. This is one of the more extreme, or maybe even the most extreme glitch that I found in the game involving quests. So in order to get into this area, you have to get through this little building to get into the courtyard. You have to use a holotape, I think it's the Master Holotape, and it's given to you when you follow the quest line of a woman in a bunker nearby from the Free States to override all the security in this area so you can get in and you can finish the quest that she started. This won't work. It won't even load. It won't even begin to try to work. And the reason why that I didn't figure out until later is that if you have too many holotapes in your inventory, you can't use new ones that you pick up because it just bugged it out. So instead of figuring this out right away, I actually jumped up onto the terminal, went on the roof, and got into the courtyard. And I just skipped this and I thought, okay, I've circumvented it, I fixed it. But then you get into here and there's another computer terminal that needs this same Master Holotape that we'll see right now. Of course, there was no bypassing this time. I couldn't climb on this computer to get the data that I needed from the computer terminal, so I was shut out of luck, and I thought, oh, I wasn't going to be able to finish the quest. And a little part of me was happy. It's like, oh, now I can justify that I didn't finish the quest for the video. But I googled it, and I found out that this is a fairly common problem, and you need to drop all of the rest of your holotapes in your inventory that you have, except for the ones that are just for quests that you can't drop. And for whatever reason, this makes it work. So that's what I did. I dropped every single holotape that I could onto the floor, and you can see me doing it now. It was very tedious. And there's the Master Holotape that I need to put into the computer. And once I was done with this, you know, any minute now, when we're done, can't drop keys. They're the Overseer's logs that you can't drop either. I think I had maybe 15 or so holotapes in my inventory at the end of this. Also, every other terminal that had this problem, every other terminal after this also needed this requirement for it to work. But thankfully, this was one of the final holotapes that I needed for the quest. This was one of the last ones I did when I was playing. So now it works, and I can go to the computer terminal, and I can use the master holotape, and now it functions. It's a miracle. So there we go. Here's why it gets worse. I stupidly picked up all my holotapes because I like to collect all my stuff, and I was curious, would this solution also fix it for the door that we saw the first time? So I went back there, and I did the same thing here, and I was like, oh, okay, so let's get into it the normal way. Now, when I did this, strangely, the voice of the woman, like kind of like the ghost of Abby, that's set up all these contingency plans, responded with, hey, you got into the area, but I can see that you already have the data from the computer, so you found out a way to get in there before getting this one open. So that's kind of strange. Congratulations on doing it in an unconventional way. So it's like she had planned for someone to be able to get into the second room before the first room. But there's an even bigger bug here that after this recording played on my Pip-Boy, by the way, it didn't play on the computer terminal, it played on the Pip-Boy, the other computer across the courtyard played its congratulatory message again. So somehow the first computer triggered the second one again, and I had a repeat audio log of her congratulating me twice, which is just baffling to me. I don't know what the hell happened here or why it matters that you might have too many holotapes in your inventory. It's very, very, very strange. But admittedly, I should probably be storing them in the stash space in the camp, but they don't weigh anything, so I was just lugging them around with me as I collected them. Up last are the quests involving the Messenger, which is a world event that you can stumble upon where there is a Mr. Messenger robot that needs you to fix him because he's broken, and then you follow him to a house nearby, or not nearby, it could be quite far actually, and you just follow him there, and then he delivers his message to the house. It's supposed to be something that was set up before the bombs dropped, and he's only now completing it. You help him do that, and you follow him along the way, and then he gives you a reward. Now, apart from some pathfinding bugs that you're seeing here, this wouldn't really be worth bringing up in this video, even though they are quite hilarious, especially this one that's about to happen here with this giant rock that he just kind of tries to hump. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is that most of the times that we found this Mr. Messenger were when the server was being really bad, and there were a lot of server problems. There was one time when we found a Mr. Messenger when the servers were performing well, and this is during that time I spoke about in the last video where Mandalore and I had the whole server to ourselves. We were the only ones on the server. It was like 76 co-op instead of the MMO kind of monster that it had become. And this was the only time during, I think, 4 Mr. Messenger quests that enemies spawned to attack the Mr. Messenger on the way. And that got cogs turning in our heads about, hey, maybe that's how they are all supposed to be, and that the poor state of the servers when there are too many people on it also affect quests as well as lag. That I really can't exaggerate this enough, that in the other 3 times that we walked the Mr. Messenger around, nothing spawned to get in our way. It was just follow him silently as no monsters, no super mutants, no animals tried to attack him. Just follow him there and then get your items, and that was it. Yet this time we had mole rats appear at us, ghouls, super mutants. They all wanted this Mr. Messenger secrets. My conclusion, admittedly I don't have a lot of stuff to go on here, is that this is how all of them are meant to function. And it's, you know, not a bad quest, not a great quest, but not a bad quest. And the server issues can cause quests to completely glitch out and be lesser versions of what they're meant to be, on top of them just being laggy as all hell and not really all that fun, which is pretty heartbreaking, but also makes me wonder, what else are we missing? How many other quests aren't functioning properly? So I just want to repeat my plea again. Make an offline version of this game, please. I think it could be fun, even if it's an offline version where you just have co-op with maybe a limit of 4 people. I think that would be way more fun and interesting than what you have here. Moving on from that, we're going to be looking at pure server issues, or at least what I think are pure server issues. And this is going to be a little indulgent as I check my mail here. This is not on repeat, it's not looping. This is going to be a clip that plays from start to finish, and there are no jump cuts or anything. It's just me waiting for the server to update this container with whatever is supposed to be inside. And this section is going to be maybe beating a dead horse, but that's the whole video, right? Everyone knows that the game was buggy, but I think it's important to have a video stand as proof of just how bad this game was around launch. And I wish I had done this for Fallout 4, especially now because I could have referenced back at it and compared the two. That was my plan when I was making that first Fallout 4 video back in 2015, but I chickened out and I just wanted the video out as soon as possible back then, and that's why it's a bit flawed now. But yeah, I wish I had done it. So eventually I give up, I think, or it just doesn't show, and we're going to be seeing a bunch of these issues here with server stuff, and we're going to speculate a little bit as this section goes on. So I think this jumps away to the next clip. It just never resolves, and we're going to see the same thing here now with enemies. So I killed that enemy. If you don't damage an enemy, you don't get to loot it. So even if you're in a group, there's no split loot unless you both deal damage. So as you can see, I dealt damage to this ghoul, and it just won't let me loot it. It's just updating forever and ever, trying to find loot to attach to this ghoul. And we'll talk about loot in a little bit when it comes to enemies having the wrong weapons, and maybe it's not a clear-cut issue. So yeah, I give up and I leave, and now the same thing is going to be in this trash can, and we'll let this play for less than the other ones, because I think I've made the point now. This happened very often around the starting area around Vault 76, and like I said, we'll talk about that in just a second. So here we have a combination of it not updating with loot and also the server going not responding. And here we have lag on looting items, so I am pressing E and then looking away after I press E, and this is how long it takes for the item to get picked up. So whenever you see the cursor move away from the object, that's when I pressed E, and it takes that long in order for it to finally go into my inventory. I think the next one is when I shoot at a ghoul's head. Oh no, there's another toxic barrel. Again, I've used the item, I've moved away, and this is how long it takes for the server to be like, oh, okay, we registered that now. It's very bad. Alright, here's the ghoul shooting in the head. So I missed the first two shots, even though I'm aiming right at it. Don't know how that happens. And the third shot lands, and yeah, there's like a good second there before the server realizes what's happened, and it blows that ghoul's head off. Here we have a beneficial lag bug. I'm sprinting right now, and sprinting costs action points, and if you look at the bottom right, it's not using any action points. And this happened very often, once again, around the main area. So now it's using action points. So this is beneficial lag, where the server isn't being met with to tell it that I'm using action points, I'm guessing. So because of lag, I get to sprint forever. I used that quite often early on, but that bug became rarer as time went on. Next we have a server interruption while I'm trying to put down my camp. Putting on your camp is not as simple as it should be. Sometimes it won't let you put it down even though it says it's green and you can put it down, so you have to try multiple times before it finally registers. So here the server's not responding, and then my camp goes down while the server's not responding, and it's behind me, one of the first places I put it, and I run over to use it, and then it gets moved again and costs caps again to be moved, and then, you know, like a jump scare, I'm afraid to turn around, and then I see it right there. Here we have some lagged out enemies. These are the bloat flies, and they kind of look like they're matched in the same sort of glitch here in the same place. So they're not moving, and again, I can't loot this Mirelurk next to it. Yeah, they're stuttering around a little bit, and we'll see another section later that is probably the same kind of lag, but I decided to make it its own section instead, which is warping enemies. But yeah, this is pretty bad. So what's happening, and what I think is happening here, is this is gonna sound contradictory, but the issue is, wow, that looks weird. The issue is that when a nuke goes off, many players will gather around one zone on the map, and sometimes that can be very laggy. It depends on the location that it is. Whenever there was a nuke in the White Springs, like we're seeing right now, it was awful. It was absolutely awful. But when there was a nuke out in the middle of the wilderness, where there wasn't that much density in buildings and the like, it was pretty stable if you were in that nuke area. The game was never stable apart from maybe that hour or two when we had the server to ourselves. But even then, that was more stable. It wasn't perfect. So what I think is happening is that if players gather in one area where the nuke is, in a remote location, or remote-ish location, the server can handle it because there's not much going on there, and it can divert all of the resources that it has to accommodating a bunch of players being in this one location, dealing with players battling all those enemies that spawn in that one location as they're fighting for loot and hopefully in a party and sharing all the XP that they get. There's a lot of things that are going on during those nuke events. But if that same amount of players are in a location that is, say, 4 to 5 times wider, like the area around Vault 76, and they are inhabiting many locations instead of one, so let's say there are 1 or 2 players in 8 different locations in one region of the map, that's going to be a lot harder and put a lot more strain on the servers than it is when that same amount of players is in the nuke zone out in the wilderness. So then you get a lot of these issues show up where the server can't handle it and the server is breaking. Just in the same way that if there are a lot of players in a nuke zone and you are not in that nuke zone, if you're not participating for whatever reason because you just don't want to, you can't get there in time, then the server tends to lag really hard on all the areas outside of that. At least that was my experience, which is limited. That's the problem with what we're looking at right here, is that it is quite limited. But these issues where it kept showing these server not responding messages were when there was a nuke on the map and we weren't there, or I wasn't there if I was playing solo. And the rest of the server not responding messages usually happened when I was in the middle of the map around Vault 76, and at the same time there were many players in those areas around me. If there were the same amount of players in those areas around me and I was on the edges of the map, the game ran not that bad. Not great, but not that bad. It was rare that I got these kind of messages. It still happened, of course, but it was a lot less common. That's my oddball theory, I guess. I don't know. Like I said earlier, I'm just speculating. I have no real idea how this works, and even if someone is really familiar with servers and MMOs, the way that Bethesda put it together, I think the only way you can know for sure is if you worked on the game, or you were involved in some way, or you spent days pulling it apart somehow, if that's even something that's possible with the version that launched. So it's always going to be speculation, but yeah, that's my theory, at least for what's causing these issues. Here we have a fog crawler that is kind of humping the floor as it moves around because it's completely lagged out. Looks pretty funny. And then we have some more of these ghouls that are just warping around with players in this area. Like I said, the White Springs doesn't handle being nuked all that well. There's probably just too many NPCs around here. There's too many of those robots that are friendly but maybe not friendly that can get aggroed on. And there's just too many ghouls that spawn around here, but it's a great place to get XP and loot. So yeah, they're just going to be warping all over the place here. It's very frustrating. There were many times where I shot other players accidentally here and got shot myself, but I think everyone understood that there wasn't going to be any PvP. It never turned into anything. So here we have a Scorch Beast that is stuttering in the air. We're going to be seeing a little bit more of this with some more Vertibots. Again, minor bug, but it all adds up, right? It's pretty bad when taken as a whole. So here is the a different part of what we've seen already with these Vertibots over this pond, and there's some floating debris there, and they're going to clip through each other and just go all over the place, and they're just completely glitched out. And here we have the second time and last time that I ever saw the Rad Toads, which are a really interesting enemy because they leave mines behind. They like let out spores or globes. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like tadpoles or something. I have no idea. I don't know toads very well. And it was very disappointing to see them glitched out like this the second last time I ever saw them. They're a cool enemy. And here we see some more server not responding. It seems petty to complain about this, but it was really annoying to be doing stuff and be in the middle of playing the game and then suddenly you get this shit happening. Just every single time I was like, I'm not getting any benefit from being online. I'm not enjoying the multiplayer at all. It's just, you're just making me play an inferior version of your game just for money, as far as I'm concerned, just because you want to justify the online shop. You know, my time is being wasted because of this insistence to make it always online. I do have to wonder if that's anything to do with pirating games too. So here we have a part around a electrical tower, which I thought was not a bad location, and it's just completely lagged out again. This is when a nuke was going on, and we'll see it happening over and over again. I think we were stuck here for about 10 to 15 minutes without the server going down, and then it finally settled and we built a camp, and then the server went down after that. It's like it just makes no sense. It was like it resolved and it's like, oh okay, it's finally stable, and then just out of nowhere with no more server not responding, the server just went down. And we'll see something that I can nitpick here in just a second, which is a electrical spark that is hovering in the air below an exposed cable, which I didn't plan on pointing out in the video, but we have time here. There it is. It's just floating below it. Yeah, that's a nitpick though. It doesn't really matter. It's I just thought it was funny. You can probably find so many glitches in these clips that I don't even talk about. You know, a lot more of that blink that you miss at stuff. There's some Z fighting going on in a lot of clips too. There you go. Mandalore's just warping around because, and the jugs are flying everywhere. It's like he's leaving behind a trail of wind as he snaps through the air. We'll see that with a door later. It's one of my favorite bugs. Here we have the first time that we met up in the game, and he is just warping all over the place. And I think he crashed too. The first time we met up in the game, he just disappeared for a second. And now we're going to try and build something like the idiots that we are. And we just keep moving all over the place, and even the menu is slow to respond. And we finally get it done, and then server not responding, server not responding. After saying all that, the last one we're going to see here is a way to bridge to the next section, which is, if you look carefully in the background, you will see that robot stand there, vanish, and then walk out of the thing that created it again, which is pretty funny. And you'd think that wouldn't be something that you see a lot during your time with the game, but then I went to Watoga, or Watoga, I think it's Watoga. This is a city in the southeast part of the map, which is one of the more interesting locations, and it was supposed to be an automated city. And they have these robot dispenser unit launchpad things that are all over the place that I assume are connected to like an underground factory. And all of these were glitched out, all of them, every single one of them in this city. No matter what, they wouldn't open, and the robot would just appear and just come right out of it like that, clip right through the cylinder. And the only reason why I'm showing this so many times is because I just think it's ridiculous that every single one of them broke. And it makes me wonder how things are put together that all of them can break like this. One or two would be understandable or more understandable, but all of them means there is a central glitch that's going on there. And maybe it's not even linked to this area, maybe it's something that affects other parts of the game too, and this is just how it presented itself here. And we can see a similar issue in the next bunch of clips, which are all about power armor and how that is bugged out too. Now, the reason why I'm going to show so many of these is that power armor is something that you regularly use. You will get so many fusion cores. The limit on your fusion core count is actually how much they weigh, because inventory weight is such a big deal. And you will see clip after clip here of this just being glitched to shit. So I will be able to jump into it without it opening. It just will not open at all, even though I trigger the animation to start. And I will just clip right through it. But this isn't the only glitch that you'll see with the power armor, even though it is the most common one. I don't understand how something that every player is going to use time and time again was in such a poorly tested state. And I don't know if this would happen in Fallout 4. I'm not sure. So the other glitches that we're going to see are ones where the armor plates will vanish before I turn the wheel. That happened a fair amount, and of course this time is when the armor opens, so it's like no matter what, you're gonna get a glitch. Yeah, so that was kind of weird to see. Yeah, it vanishes and then it comes back up again. And even this set of armor does it too. It's not just that one Ultrasight set that does it, although that was the most common one. But that's not the only bug too. There's more than these two bugs. But we'll see some more of this right now. Oh, this time it didn't work. Not only did the armor spawn, it also clipped right through again, which is just fantastic. So I think this is the first one where it doesn't even show the animation at all. I just use it and then suddenly I just warp into it after a second. It thinks it's playing the animation. You can see the delay, but it doesn't happen. So that's just great. So this is the third bug associated with power armor. But don't worry, there's more. So here we have Mandalore climbing into an invisible set of power armor. He told me, I think, that it did the same for me when he saw me climbing into it sometimes, and then it just appears. And then here he is doing it again. Just fantastic. And of course we saw that Slender Man issue earlier. Here it vanishes when he gets out of it. And there was someone else here too. You can see the head pop up here, which is creepy. Woo, floating head. Same thing. And this is one where I got stuck in the animation. So I have used the power armor and tried to climb into it. And I thought this was another glitch where it was going to resolve itself after the animation tried to play. But no, I'm stuck here right now. I can't move. My UI is gone. And I can't get out of this. It won't let me. So I'm trying to look at the map to see if I can find a way out of it. I'm trying to use my weapon wheel. And I'm thinking at this point, oh, okay, it's crashed. You know, I can't, or, well, effectively crashed. Like, it's still running, but I'm gonna have to restart the game. And the way I got out of it was just trying everything. And we'll see here that I think I tried to fast travel and it won't let me because I'm over encumbered and I can't drop my items. But I do get out of it by opening the emote wheel. Just on a whim, I thought, hey, I should try that out. And when I tried an emote, it broke me out of it and I was able to move again. And did I learn my lesson or did I try? No, I didn't learn my lesson. I tried to get into it and it opened up and I was able to climb into it. And those are all the power armor glitches. Something that you'll be using probably multiple times for every hour that you're in the game. And that's how bugged it is. So just excellent. Continuing this theme of things that are reliably bugged, which just should never happen. Those words should never go together. Are the cargo bots. Now these cargo bots are activated. You can already see it's moving out or moving around like crazy. These cargo bots are activated by using a requisitions holotape at a satellite station and calling the cargo bot to come drop you supplies. It doesn't make any sense, the items that they give you in these boxes, but I think it's supposed to be set up from some military installation that is still running since before the war. So you'll see in every single clip that there's always a problem with these guys. They will either jitter as they come down, or they will teleport themselves into the floor. Here, it's actually in there before I could move toward the box. You could see that I was hitting something invisible on the floor there. That's because the robot was already on the floor before it appeared. No matter what, these would always present themselves with a problem. Even when you think, oh, this is the time it's going to be great. You know, it's coming in smoothly. There's not going to be any issue. This is the time that there isn't going to be a bug. Nope, they find a way. Here we go. Oh, it's moving around like crazy. And then it drops the crate. These get worse as they go on, surprisingly. So I look away and I don't get a good shot of it teleporting into the ground again, unfortunately. Yep, there it goes. I don't understand how it's every time that this happens. Here we have one that's in the distance, and it's on an angle for whatever reason, and then it drops it, and then I think it goes on the floor again with these robots that are waiting to get the supplies. And then, you know, I must go, my people need... Oh no, it moved away, and then it teleported into the ground. And just fantastic. Oh man, it's so good. I was so happy whenever I got to summon one of these because it was just beautiful every single time. So this is near where you first see your Scorch Beast in the story. Is he going to teleport into the ground again? Is it going to happen? Why am I even asking? Of course it's going to happen. So the smoke here looks okay, which is weird because smoke in the game is usually bad. So here's an unrelated bug. Even animals can't handle these properly. Just run right through the crate there. And here we have some of my favorite ones. We have the floating crate. What happened here? No idea what the story is. I wish I had seen this drop. And it showed up. And it doesn't have a box. That's intentional. It's not supposed to have a box. I'm supposed to go up and I'm supposed to install something on it. So I'm going to go do that now. And you would think that, you know, this is a quest one. It's going to work properly. It's going to work flawlessly. I removed some ammo when I did that. And it just vanishes. Great. And here we have another floating one. I wish I'd seen this one drop. Oh, I wish I'd seen it drop. And this is the best one. The best one. So I didn't see this one drop, but the crate is stuck in the floor. And then it... What? Every time. I'm sorry. There's no commentary there. It's just me laughing. Oh, that's so great. I love that so much. Okay, so you may be wondering, is anywhere safe? If you're away from all the NPCs and the cargo bots and power armor and enemies and quests, is there anywhere that's safe? You know, the server's running well. What could possibly happen when you're out in the middle of nowhere? Well, it turns out just running around has its problems. So sometimes when you're moving, you will just hit something out of nowhere and you will be stuttered. And yeah, so I was very careful whenever this happened to look around to make sure I hadn't taken a bullet from something nearby, even though enemy awareness is very low and that shouldn't happen. But every time in these clips, there was nothing around that possibly could have done it, except for maybe one that's questionable. So this one is a blood splatter on your face out of nowhere. that would happen too. So I don't know if maybe this is a glitch that it's meant to hit you and stutter you, but that's not happening. Here, yeah, apparently there was something in that doorway that stopped me. And we have one here too. Yep, just even walking around is glitched out. So I have no idea what's causing this. Maybe there are invisible enemies. Maybe there's invisible enemies dealing invisible damage that also doesn't show up on your health bar. No idea what's causing this. These were hard to find in the footage, but I made sure to make a note of them because they were just so strange. Every single time it would just make me stop and look around and think, what the fuck? This is the one that's questionable because there are fireflies around, but they don't deal damage to you. They're passive enemies, so I doubt it. This is the best one, and this is after I went back in the game after being mostly finished with the last video, and I went in to play it after the patch. I am running through this rainy forest, and not only do I get stuttered, it completely knocks me over like I took a massive hit. So yeah, what's happening here? If you have any ideas, please let me know, because this is one of the ones I am most curious about. What would cause the player to take, not damage, but take a hit that staggers them out of nowhere? I'm really curious. Now we have some floating stuff, which is just a great title. I think that'll just be what the section is called, floating stuff. So here's a floating pile of meat, which is what a corpse turns into after some time. Here is a flare that's hanging in the air. This one's special, unexpected. Here we go. So if you see something floating in the air and you have a rifle, you're gonna, with a scope, you're gonna look at it, and there you go. And now it's gone. Here are some UFO plates that are floating above these towers. Obviously they're meant to be connected to the top of the towers, but they're floating above it. I just think it's funny that both of them are like that. They just copy and pasted one to the other, and it still didn't work out. Here's a floating rock. These are nitpicks, of course, but they're still funny. Here's a floating sloth that's not on this tree properly, and we'll see an even better floating sloth here, which is nowhere near the tree. I don't think he can float on those strangler vines, or hang on the strangler vines, so yeah, there he goes. Good job, sloth. Here's someone's corpse doggy bag floating in the air, and here's a Wendigo floating in the air in this cave. This is for a quest. And here are some robots floating in the air around this factory, and yeah, who knows what's going on there. This one's hard to see. There is a ghoul or a skeleton that's floating in the air there. It's going for a flight, and I will slow it down and show you zoomed in. That isn't, a big bug, but I just think it's really funny, so we're putting that in there. And behind this house, we will see a tree branch that is floating in the air that isn't connected to a tree. And like some of the other glitches that we've seen, I wonder how many of these I didn't see because I don't really look at the sky all that much. I'm usually looking at stuff around me and on the horizon, but that's not fair. It's not fair to say, oh, there's probably tons more of these, I just didn't see them, but it is fun to speculate. Somewhat related, we're going to be looking at pop-in terrain now. This one we're starting way earlier than we're going to see the pop-in because I want to prove that I didn't fast travel here. So I'm walking quite far away from this location to get there, and we're charging through this forest, and then all of a sudden, there we go. That was the worst one. That was the worst pop-in terrain in the game. Here we're going to see a bridge pop in, and here we're going to see the toxic wastes pop in here. I think there's 2 layers to this one. There's the first one with all the toxic lights coming on, and then you'll see it happen again in the background. Now, some of this is acceptable, and you just have to meet the game halfway and think, okay, you can't have everything loaded all the time, and there's going to be levels of detail that they're going to have to scale back to for the game to be able to run. But I think there are better ways of doing this, especially since they've been more successful about it in other games. So here, depending on where you're looking, it's trying to make it so it doesn't have to render these items, I think, and it thinks I'm not able to see them, but I can. So something isn't set up here. If I look back the other way, stuff will disappear on the other side too. So this area is really glitched out. This is an example of something that is most acceptable, the trees becoming more fleshed out as you get closer, but it is very distracting. But I don't know if this is fair criticism, just like some of the Z fighting here with the water on the stairs. This is probably okay, but yeah, the house, I guess I'm more critical of it when it's a building instead of just the land. Like this tower flickering in and out here. The monorail system around here had a lot of problems too. There must be a better way. But this is definitely not the biggest problem here. Part of this lake is missing, and then it loads in, and we'll see the same thing for the shoreline. Yeah, see, that's pretty bad, right? here too, as we jump over, is really distracting. It really pulls you out. Maybe there isn't a better way of doing it. It's not just terrain though, we have pop-up weapons. So here we go. My favorite thing about these is that it looks like the weapon spawns above the character and they catch it. I love it so much. In this one, the Super Sledge appears and he holds it like a rifle for a second before he holds it properly. And then the next one with the combat shotgun is sort of the same thing, where it looks like the character catches the weapon being thrown to them and they were preemptively holding out their arms for it. Just great. Just great. Also a bug that happened in Fallout 4 as well, if I remember correctly. So that's one that's persisted between the different games. Next up, we have about 10 or 12 examples of something that might not be a glitch. It might be a deliberate change, but we'll discuss it as we go. And this is enemies not having the right weapon after you kill them. So he's holding an axe right now, and after you take him down, it is turned into a lead pipe. This one is a cockroach, and he is going to be wielding a... No, it's the super mutant that comes behind. He's holding a board, which turns into a sledgehammer. This one has an axe that is a switchblade. That's not even close. This one's an assault rifle that turns into a 10mm pistol, if I remember correctly. Yep, there it is. This one is a shock... The following video is fairly long. There are links in the description below so that you can watch pieces of it at a time instead of committing to the whole thing. I did it this way instead of forcing people to watch multiple videos on the same game. So let's get all the usual details out of the way first. Dragon's Dogma is an open-world action RPG that was developed by Capcom. It was released for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 back in 2012. A PC port was just released in January in 2016 for those watching in the future. The reason that you'll see Dark Arisen added to the title of the game in so many places is that the game's major expansion was bundled with the PC release. The whole situation is very much like the PC port of Dark Souls that included the Artorias of the Abyss content. I have a lot to say on this game, and I'm going to be upfront about my thoughts being quite chaotic. I played the game twice, once on normal mode for about 47 hours, and then a second time on hard mode for about 70 hours. I have never played a game before that made me change my mind on its quality as much as this one did. At the beginning I hated it. A few hours later I was loving it, then hating it again. I settled into something close to apathy at the beginning of my hard mode run, and then switched once again between loving it and hating it. Above all else, Dragon's Dogma is a very strange game. For those unfamiliar with the game, here's how it all works. Dragon's Dogma opens with a tutorial that has you playing a separate character, not the one you create, going through some monsters in a boss battle. You're introduced to the game's main villain, Grigori the Big Bad Dragon. This section ends at a deliberately confusing cold cutaway to your actual character and their introduction. You live on a coastal town. The dragon attacks. You try to fight it, and he steals your literal physical heart as punishment for your defiance. This inflicts you with some sort of curse. People know this as the Arisen. You've been marked and have to journey through the world to kill the dragon. You're aided by a group known as the Pawn Legion, who are subservient half-humans with no real will of their own. Their only purpose is to find the Arisen and help them become a dragon slayer. There's more to this story, and you already might be thinking it doesn't really make sense. I'll get to it later. For now, I just want to set the stage so people can understand how the game works. You're traveling through the world, fighting monsters and solving problems, with the final battle with the dragon looming at the end. Aside from the genre standards, finding and accepting quests, exploring hostile areas on the map, the two biggest features the game has are its combat system and interacting with the Pawn Legion. Everyone makes their own pawn. This is like creating a second character after you make your own. You get to customize them just as much as you did to yourself, and you even get to name them. Every player has their own main pawn that is more or less always going to be with you while you travel. Pawns can gather knowledge about quests, monsters, and different combat techniques. You can have up to 3 pawns with you at any given time. The 2 that aren't your main pawn are drawn from the game's multiplayer component. You hire the main pawns of other players to be your support pawns. Other players can hire yours too, and occasionally when you rest at an inn, your pawn will inform you that some other player took them for a grand adventure and that they have acquired new knowledge. This all happens without any interruption to your game. Your pawn doesn't disappear when hired, a copy of them is created for the other player. Combat is arguably the most important part of Dragon's Dogma. It has several key features that are stronger together than they are individually. There's a standard leveling system, but also vocations that act like jobs from some Final Fantasy titles. You can level up with these and gain new abilities and augments, some of which can be used by other vocations. These are split into the usual trinity: fighter, rogue, and spellcaster. Some vocations are hybrids that mix things up between the three. Most enemies are made up of more than one thing. This is sort of hard to explain, but visual examples should help a lot. You can swing a sword and hit an enemy's arm, and it will damage the actual arm as well as an entire monster. You can choose a part of a creature to attack. This sounds a lot like chopping off tails in Dark Souls, but the concept is taken further than that. Many monsters in the game are far larger than you, so you have to attack their heads or wings or even small weak points like the eye of a Cyclops. Drakes take a lot more damage when you attack their hearts. The game also uses a similar system found in Shadow of the Colossus. You can jump onto enemies and climb around on them. This is to use your small size as an advantage and to also better position yourself to strike at these weak points. So that's a brief summary of the game. Travel with your pawns, kill some monsters, complete some quests. Hunt for the dragon that stole your heart, level up both yourself and your main pawn, try out some different jobs, play with the game's unusual combat mechanics. This is usually the point in the video that I'll say, there are going to be spoilers from this point onward. Games are best played with as little outside information as possible, blah 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 blah. This is still true, but for the first time since I started this channel, I think this game actually benefits from being played with some sort of reference guide. I ended up finding a lot more to enjoy on my second playthrough than my first, since I knew to safely ignore a lot of the filler crap that Capcom padded around the game. To put it another way, the game's story isn't worth paying attention to. All of the quests are forgettable, so the only real reason to play is for the combat and pawn systems, which can't really be spoiled. Chances are you've already seen a lot of the monster types, and the game has to be played yourself to really enjoy them. There's also the myriad of problems the game has that makes it difficult to recommend, even though I kind of enjoyed my time with it, of which I can't really show without going into detail. I suggest watching for a few more minutes before deciding if you want to stop and play the game yourself. So why play games? What sort of experience are you hoping to have? What main quality do you look for that makes you like a game or makes you dislike it? The list I've come up with isn't exhaustive, but I think it covers the major categories. For fun, there's a game mechanic that you really enjoy. For challenge, you want a game that makes you learn and master something in order to conquer it. For art, whether it's visuals or sound, or whether you're an admirer or an artist yourself, you want to be immersed in that side of games. For story, you find games fun enough, but you're really into the medium for interactive stories, or standard linear narratives that you guide a character through. For progression, you like the feeling of gathering experience or knowledge, or even in-game resources. You like filling up bars and ticking off checkboxes. You like hunting for achievements and grinding. For competition, some sort of multiplayer, PvP. I'd like to do a video on just this topic sometime in the future, but for now I'm bringing it up because it relates to how jarring my first few hours with Dragon's Dogma were. Some games will ignore parts of this list. Some don't have stories. Some don't even have graphics. Others choose to focus intently on one or two things here. Some try to do all of them. I enjoy almost all kinds of games. I can find things to like in all of these categories. I don't like grinding, but I also can't ignore that I do like receiving steady increases in options. Some of my fondest memories of World of Warcraft were leveling my first character and looking ahead hungrily at the skill list, wondering if the next ability I'd get was going to be cool or not. But just because a game tries to do something doesn't mean it does it well. Some multiplayer modes in games are atrocious afterthoughts, or are dangerously undercooked. The same can be said for everything else on the list, which is why I'm always hesitant to dismiss an entire genre of games or a large part of one. Once again, even though I feel like I hate grinding, I still like Diablo 3. There are two issues I want to demonstrate with this list: that mixing certain combinations of these categories often results in disaster, and that the player needs to be shown clearly and quickly what kind of game that you're having them play. For the first problem here, look at how a progression system would ruin PvP multiplayer. The heart of any competition is fairness and balance, or else what's the point of it? If you're playing a shooter and your team has guns that deal less damage than the opposing team, then it's not really something that's worthy of your full attention. Yet that doesn't stop a lot of games from smashing these two together, with some having more extreme takes than others. Progression systems are, in my opinion, an epidemic in modern gaming, but they can still work well. I'm playing Stardew Valley right now and loving it, and that game is one big tangled mess of progression loops. But my fear is always that these steady drips of experience points and gain new skill levels and the like will stop being complementary parts of games, and instead that illusion of mastering a system will end up replacing it. It's very difficult to have a skill-based game that allows you, the player, to level up outside of the game, while also letting you, the character, level up inside of it. Dragon's Dogma is a progression game disguised as a skill-based one. It has two big instances of what I think is unintentional deception, the first being that the open-world map is a hell of a lot smaller than you'd think upon first seeing it, and that its deep, player-driven combat system is nothing of the sort, and is almost purely determined by stats, grinding, and gear than anything else. This appearance of a skill-based system is so strong that you'll often find people defending the game on discussion forums, fans that are insistent that the game's all about skill, to the point that some compare it to Dark Souls. I've even seen the same get good mantra said about the game. So already I think many who have played the game might disagree with what I just said, so let me go through it all while also explaining how my first few hours of the game went, and how I didn't fully grasp how reliant the game is on gear and grinding until I was deep into hard mode. Also, I just want to reiterate real quick that progression-based games aren't inherently bad, but it's a difficult mix to pull off with an action RPG, rather than just a plain old vanilla one. Combat encounters are split into two types, big bosses or hordes of fodder. Sometimes they mix and you'll have to clear some smaller enemies while a bigger one stomps about. Smaller enemies aren't really that interesting and tend to die quickly. It's the larger ones that make the game unique. You can't directly control your pawn. You can shout suggestions, but you'd have better luck teaching a baby calculus. The options on your own character are the primary way you'll be going through encounters, and you are also heavily limited here, but it depends on your vocation. In general, you'll always have light and heavy attacks and your jump. These cost 0 stamina and can be spammed. Then you have special attacks, which you select by holding down the triggers on your controller. So your face buttons will change from light and heavy attacks to special ones that you choose and assign from a list that you unlock while you gain vocation levels. Things like a rapid charge or a sidestep swipe. Both skills and magic work in a similar way. This system is initially awkward, since you have to learn how the buttons are modified by holding down the triggers, but I like it now that I'm used to it. It's similar to other games, there's always a learning period for controls, and in this case it pays off and feels natural by the end. The flow to battles goes like this then. Spend your stamina on special attacks, and then spam regular ones while your stamina refills. Very slowly. Climbing also drains your stamina, so you have to choose what to spend it on and when to go into spam mode to let it refill. This may all sound good, there are options, right? Variety too, with different skills that you can choose yourself. But if you're after a player skill-based, challenging system, then all of this is ketchup and mustard slathered on to hide a rotten burger, and here are the 3 reasons for that. Combat damage calculations, healing and resource management, wake stones. When I started writing my thoughts down, I was certain that the way damage is calculated is the true culprit for ruining combat in this game, but now that I'm further into it, I think that all 3 of these are equally responsible for bringing the game down, and all 3 would have to be fixed for the combat system to work. Let's go through them. There are only 4 stats in the game: strength, magic, defense, and magic defense. Enemies have them too, and in most games that I've played, these usually translate into percentage reductions. So the higher defense or armor that you have, the more damage is prevented. Let's make it really simple and go with 50 damage. So in a game that uses percentages, if you have a 50% damage reduction from stats, 50 damage will be split down to 25. Same for enemies. So as your weapon damage grows, you're still doing more damage, but it's being cut down by these percentage modifiers so it doesn't get completely out of control. In Dragon's Dogma, however, these are flat reductions, so if an enemy has 50 defense and you do 50 damage, he takes 0 damage, or maybe 1, it's not exactly clear if it ever hits actual 0. If you do 51 damage, the enemy will take 1, if you do 52, it takes 2, and so on and so forth. This method of calculating damage is insane for anything other than a game about grinding gear and stats, and even then it's still kind of crazy. There are walls of progress you can hit because of this, especially in the endgame where enemies have so much defense that you simply cannot kill them without investing literal hours of your life into whittling them down for 1 damage per hit. Here are some examples. These are 2 endgame bosses, a Condemned Cyclops and an Elder Ogre. These are both found in the Dark Arisen expansion area of the game. When I first arrived here, my character's gear was subpar, and as you can see, I am doing no damage to them. Even when I painstakingly climb to the Cyclops' major weak spot, I am still doing very little damage for every strike. I'm doing these fights with the best possible weapon I could have at this point. You get an endgame weapon for beating the base version of the game that I hadn't done yet because I wasn't sure if it would affect the expansion. Things change after you beat the last boss, after you kill the dragon. None of the other enemies in this area have this extreme defense rating, so it's doubly bad since it's both an unexpected spike and an obstacle that you cannot surpass with any amount of skill, just insane amounts of patience. After I went and killed the last boss for that weapon, you can see immediately what the difference was. Here's what the fights look like now. Look at how fast the HP is dropping down, because gear and stats are so important. Looking at it a different way, the system is so fundamentally broken. Think of the numbers. Let's say an enemy has 100 defense, you have 101 attack rating. So you're dealing 1 damage, and when you level up once and gain, say, 1 more attack rating, you're now doing 2 damage, which means for 1 level, you have now doubled the amount of damage you're dealing to this monster. Gain 8 more measly damage points, and now you're dealing 10 times the damage. Next up is healing, and it's here that Dragon's Dogma feels like Dark Souls and Skyrim had a baby, and the poor bastard inherited all of the worst qualities of both of its parents with some unique twist of its own. Dragon's Dogma is the game that made me realize that how you handle punishing mistakes and recovering from them might just be the most crucial thing for an action game to nail down. If you don't get this right, then nothing else can be built on that broken foundation. Think about your favorite action game and how you could shatter how it works with just little tweaks to its healing system. In Dragon's Dogma, here's how you heal yourself after you take damage. You pause the game, you open your inventory, you go over to your healing grass, you consume as much as you like, you unpause the game, you're now instantly back to full HP with no animation or any lag time for the healing taking effect. You can farm as many of these items as you like. They don't weigh much. In the main city, you can buy unlimited quantities of them from a shop. They're not even expensive. You can pause and do this while you're stunned, asleep, held in a monster's grasp, climbing on their back, doing your taxes in the middle of an attack, any time. There's no limitation on when you can heal like this. I have more to say about this, but first let's go to the last one on the list of 3 real quick, because incredibly it gets even worse than this, because death itself can be circumvented in the exact same way. Wakestone shards can be found throughout the world. If you collect enough of them, they can turn into a full Wakestone. They're rare, so rare that I didn't even know this mechanic existed or had a chance to use one until I was in the last part of the game. A dungeon opens up toward the end where you can farm whole Wakestones, not just shards. They're everywhere in this dungeon. There's even a quest to collect 20 of them, and these are literally extra lives. This dungeon is like a more complicated version of the top secret area for farming 1-ups in Super Mario World. You can carry dozens of these things, and whenever you forget to eat your healing grass or whatever, you can use a Wakestone when you die and come instantly back to life on the spot. No resetting the fight, the boss is still damaged. You can farm these and then use as many as you'd like to get through fights. So yeah, even if you fixed how damage is calculated, this still isn't a game based on player skill. You might be wondering how the game can be challenging at all if this is the case, and it's a good question. In normal mode, it doesn't. There's no challenge to be found here. In hard mode, damage spikes so hard that you're pretty much killed in one hit from everything in the game. It's the only way to make it work, right? Since if you can pause and full heal at any time, then you need to prevent that option. But even this doesn't work, because it's something the game makes you grind through. The way damage works also applies to you, so you grind through levels and gear, and you will hit this hilarious moment around level 50 or so, when your defense reaches a threshold where you go from dying in one hit to taking virtually 0 damage in the space of a few upgrades and levels. In fact, because hard mode drastically increases the amount of experience and gold you get from kills in addition to their damage, I actually found it easier to go through after I grinded up enough levels. There's a larger time investment for your first dozen hours, but after that you gain levels faster and keep steady with the monsters you'll encounter throughout the game. So basically the game is, if you can't do damage, you need more levels and gear. If you're getting killed in one hit, you need to go somewhere else and grind levels and gear. If you want to push through anyway, farm up Wakestone so you can justify taking risks to deal more damage in what can be hour-long battles if you're fighting something before the game wants you to. Let's stop here and look at the game in a different way, similar to what I did in my Darkest Dungeon video. So let's pretend that I'm an idiot. Maybe some of you won't have to pretend. Let's say that it's obvious that the game is all about grinding and that I missed it somewhere, that I'm wrong to judge it harshly for being like this, and should evaluate it for what it actually is instead of what it could have been. So we remove all challenge from the combat system. We look at how you can make it fun for yourself instead. So you try out different vocations and enjoy focusing attacks on enemy weak points and trying to do it in creative, flashy ways. The game is okay like this, but I don't find it very rewarding, especially considering there's so much downtime between encounters. I mentioned that the world map is smaller than you'd think. Seen here, when you first start out, you only have a tiny portion visible and this giant void of space around you to fill in. You take a few steps and you've barely moved along it. This game must be massive, but unlike something like Skyrim, which has this huge open map, Dragon's Dogma is instead a handful of smaller areas connected by narrow routes. If you look at the full map, you can trim away a lot of extra parts that you can never explore, and the end result is something that's surprisingly small. It's also very sparsely populated. You'll spend most of your time fighting fodder groups of bandits, undead, goblins, and saurians. There are several points on the map that have bigger monsters like Cyclops and Chimera, but they're spaced far from each other. It should also be said that enemies respawn in the same location with the same formation, so you'll be repeating the same content over and over when you grind, not even new stuff. There are also very few big monsters that you can find at this stage of the game. There's the Cyclops, the Armored Cyclops, the Ogre, and the Magic Golem, all of which use the same base model that's altered. Then you have the Chimera, a Drake, an Undead Lich, and that's about it really. There are other big monsters, but they're saved for the endgame and aren't found on the map. Apparently the Griffin can attack in the open world, but I never saw this happen, only when it was tied to a quest. So we have a lack of variety in the big monsters, an uninteresting open world that has you running around doing nothing more than you'll be fighting. It's a grinding game that makes it difficult for you to actually grind. One of the best strategies I read online for getting gear was to save and reload your game at chests to open them until you get a rare drop, as an example of how ridiculous it can get. As for quests, you have notice board ones that are usually just kill X amount of monsters that auto-completes when you're done. There are also frustrating escort quests that I avoided at all times. Then there are side quests with stories that occasionally link back to the main story, but without fail they fall into two types. Go somewhere in the world, kill some monsters, run around town and talk to people. That's it. Going to these areas was very frustrating on my first playthrough, since I went around exploring the whole world instead of going through the main quest, so the handful of dungeons and towers and caves that I found had sections blocked off, locked doors usually, that don't open up until you have the appropriate quest to go there, which is strange for an open world. There was no time that I found an interesting place that I could immediately go into and explore. All of them were gated. It's one of the reasons why I ended up enjoying my second character more than the first, because I knew to ignore these areas and not bother with them until I had the quest from later on. Speaking of learning what to avoid, some vocations are far more fun than others. This might come down to personal preference, but I found the fighter and warrior classes to be incredibly boring, and that's usually the archetype that I play in these games. You're so limited in what you can do. Meanwhile, the more agile classes can switch between melee swings and using the bow, get a double jump for more fun exploration, generally move about a lot faster, and most importantly, get a dodge roll, which adds so much to making combat enjoyable for yourself. Getting around the world is fairly easy later on with the port crystal system. I've seen other people complain about this, even for the PC release. I know that things were changed from the console one. You get an infinite use teleport stone that you can use with a limited amount of port crystals to make your own fast travel points. However, just like in Fallout 4, if you keep one port crystal on you at all times, you can teleport back and forth from town as much as you like, forever, since you can port back and pick up the crystal and continue on where you left off and then place it down in another place later on. So why does the game insist on so much inventory management? Look at all this crap. You have to deposit it all one stack at a time. It even makes you have to split the carry weight between your pawns instead of just having a communal inventory. If healing items were heavy, then I could see why this would be necessary, since you need to limit the amount that the player can carry for healing during combat, but they're purposefully light, so why even have the system in the game? There's so much unnecessary clutter you can pick up too. This was the second big reason that I preferred my hard mode playthrough, since I knew what I could ignore. In fact, I never felt any need to use the crafting system in the game, since I could buy all the healing grass I needed for next to nothing. Apart from gear upgrades, it was all a waste of time. Just like the lantern you have to carry and go into the clunky inventory to use at night. You have to carry around oil for it, and this is all fine, I guess. You don't have to carry around arrows for your bow, but it makes you need oil, so it's sort of weird. The bad part is that if the lantern gets wet, the light goes out, and the way you relight it is to open your inventory, put the lantern away, go back to the game and watch the animation, then go back to the inventory and pull out the lantern again, and watch the next animation, and the lantern is magically dried when it's put away, and then you can continue on. There's so many of these short but repeated time wastes in the game that slow everything down, like how you have to loot the same damn pile of stuff multiple times to get it all, instead of having it all looted in one shot. Why is that a thing? Yet the game has the foresight to give you infinite stamina and safe spaces so you can sprint around quickly to save time. It's weirdly inconsistent. There's only one major city in the game, Grand Soren, which you arrive at shortly after leaving your starting town, which is also the only town in the entire game. It's another way the world feels empty. It's another way that the game world feels like a poor match for the gameplay. To sum it all up, the endgame and Dark Arisen expansion ended up being the best parts of my time with Dragon's Dogma. They were densely packed with monsters and loot, and allowed me to quickly move on to the next fight without needless travel time through a dead world. There's more monster variety now, since the game was holding some of its cards until this moment, and there's a better, more interesting way to acquire and upgrade gear. But it came so late in the game and so long after dozens of hours of grinding that I simply didn't care anymore. I was sick of it, and having to grind even more to beat this area, which I still did just to see it through, ended up being a chore. Dark Arisen is based on an island, and there are huge Colosseum rooms that spawn a random set of large monsters for you to fight each time you enter, so you can go in, fight, and then leave and immediately re-enter within seconds to fight a different set. It could be a group of Cyclops, or a Hydra, or a Drake, or almost anything really. And I think it speaks volumes that when I really earnestly reflect back on the time I spent with Dragon's Dogma, that entering and leaving and re-entering this room was my favorite part of the whole game. Before a final section on gameplay, let's look briefly at the story. Like almost everything in Dragon's Dogma, the narrative here is confusing in how it's trying to be multiple things at once. In general, I'm surprised that some fairly accomplished developers at Capcom worked on this game. Ones that did Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, and Breath of Fire, because it feels like a too ambitious attempt by a group of first-timers. What I'm trying to say is that almost everything in the game has a huge amount of potential, but it's bogged down by some really questionable choices. The story is no different. So we start out with a dragon attacking a town for seemingly no reason, and what kind of opening is that, right? Who would ever write a story that begins like that? Certainly not me. The game gave me a gift within the first 15 minutes. A pawn plops out of a rift and wordlessly pledges himself to you, and you sort of stare at him and say nothing. Then you awkwardly cut to another person who saw the exchange, who then comments on how you just spoke to the pawn, and explains how people falling from the sky is normal here and just don't even question it. And the gift was that this was so underdeveloped and absurd that I was able to justify ignoring the story for the rest of my time with the game. I didn't have to care anymore. People are going to talk about things that didn't actually happen because cinematics don't match dialogue, half-human slaves are falling from the sky, and my character is the only one in the world who doesn't already know about it. Cool, I don't have to pay attention. Let's just focus on gameplay. But of course I felt compelled to give it another chance on my second playthrough, and what I slowly began to understand surprised me, because the game is trying so desperately hard to tell a good story, but doesn't know how. In fact, it's so inconsistent that I wonder if it's been translated properly. Some scenes felt like some people sat in a room and just tried to put words to the cinematics with what sort of fit instead of actually translating the dialogue. Not to mention times when the subtitles didn't match what was being said. You have moments like this where you're following a guy through a city, and he approaches a house and the door automatically opens, then he pushes open empty air, and then he knocks that same empty air. There's a scene later on when you meet the Duke's new bride in her room because you are having a secret affair with her. Then the Duke shows up and you hide, and he starts to choke her to death on the bed. You can interrupt him to save her, and you're accused of attempting to rape the Duchess. You're sentenced to prison and tortured, like actually physically tortured. Then you break out of jail within seconds, and the game continues like this whole thing never happened. Your torturer is like, hey bro, what's up? You can't attack him out of revenge, you just get magically teleported back to prison. The Duke doesn't even care about what happened. He still talks to you, gives quests, proclaims you as the savior of the realm. He showers you with gold moments before you get the follow-up quest to go and steal his wife away from a fort that he's locked her in. It doesn't make any sense, and this is just the beginning. The entire narrative is a cycle. After you kill the dragon, you go through a credit scene, but it isn't real. The game doesn't make this very clear either. It isn't done yet, and you still have a chunk of content to get through before you've actually finished it. Fans of Dragon's Dogma call this the post-game, which I think is a terrible name for it. It should be post-dragon instead, since this isn't optional content. You're not finished yet. This isn't the first dragon that's attacked, and you are not the first Arisen to be marked. The Duke himself is one such person who was chosen in the past. I'd estimate that it's once every 50 years or so. A dragon shows up, chooses an Arisen, and they have to go through an adventure to stand against it. So you'd think that the world would learn to prepare for this pattern, but no, not really. You don't even do anything to fight the dragon until the end. Your quests, in order from the beginning, are fight a Cyclops at an encampment near your home village, then fight a Hydra at the same place, deliver the Hydra's head to the Duke, the previous Arisen, go to some fort on the other side of the map, kill 3 more Cyclops, journey into a flooded temple, kill another Cyclops. The game has you killing so many of these that they became more like a Cyclops. That's such a bad joke. Infiltrate a cult in the catacombs. Thankfully there's no Cyclops here. Deliver a tablet to an even older Arisen who lives in the hills to the north. Travel to another corner of the map and kill a griffin. Then, in the very next quest, travel to the exact same place to kill a wizard instead. It recycles the same content so soon, it's even the same boss arena at the top of the tower. Interfere with the trial of a local nobleman. Deal with an uprising at a fort to the north. Kill a cockatrice that attacks the city. Then journey to the last part of the game to kill the leader of the cult that worships the dragon, but not before killing a few more Cyclops here. So let me ask you, does anything on the list sound like it has anything to do with the dragon? The big bad boss doesn't even do anything else for the whole game. Your town is the only one it seems to have attacked. You're doing busy work for the Duke instead. Your character is a silent protagonist, which is a terrible choice since that's usually employed to make you feel like you are the character rather than controlling another person. but you're not given any choices or opportunities to react to many things, so it makes a lot of quest moments frustrating when you get into a bad spot and your character chooses to run away instead of stand and fight, or doesn't attempt to explain what's going on. It's all very strange. Side quests are no better, but most of these exist for a reason. The game has romance plots, multiple ones, not just the Duchess. These seemed like a waste of time at first, but the more I played, the more I realized that almost every side quest nudges you into bonding with a character. Whether that's one of two traveling merchants, or a woman who lived in your village, or a knight in the Duke's army, or a witch in the woods, or the aforementioned Duchess, who I imagine is what most players will go with since it's the only questline that makes the romance part of it blindingly obvious from the get-go. The game is trying to set you up with a beloved through one of these many side quests, so that no matter what, you end up paired with someone by the end. And this is what I mean by potential in the story, since this is a deliberate, understated mechanic that ties into the main story without you realizing it until the end. Grigori finally does show up when you confront the cult leader. You end up at the same place that the tutorial was set in at the beginning of the game. You face the dragon and learn that he's captured your beloved, whoever that might end up being. You're given a choice like each arisen before you, to sacrifice your beloved to the dragon, or to try and kill him yourself. If you make the sacrifice, he'll fly away and let you lie to everyone that you were successful in killing him. If you stand against him, he promises that he'll kill you and your beloved anyway. I don't think this is a real choice. Most players came here for a boss fight. There's no real hesitation here. You want to fight the dragon, and if the rest of the story was told well, with some developed characters and a coherent plot, then this twist could be cool, since it's made clear that the past arisen in the world took the dragon's bargain. It's why the Duke goes mad and tries to choke his wife in that scene. It's one of the better ways to have a twist in a story, since it makes previously confusing details click into place. But because of that underdeveloped narrative, it sadly doesn't make sense, and it only gets worse as time goes on. I can already ruin it with one simple question though. Why? Why does the dragon want your beloved? Why is that bargain an option? The way he speaks to you is downright friendly in some scenes. It seems like he wants you to kill him, which almost makes sense in the next reveal a little later on. You kill Grigori, you get your heart back, you go through the credits. Prior Arisens die now that the dragon is dead. The Duke, being the youngest of them all, rapidly ages instead of crumbling to dust. Part of Grand Soren is destroyed and more dangerous monsters are unleashed upon the world. Why? Who knows? It's never clear why killing the big bad dragon would make the world a harsher place. The story finally gets interesting here. It's another reason why I paid attention on my second playthrough. The Duke accuses you of taking the dragon's bargain just like he did and banishes you, and you're forced to run away. The section of the city that was destroyed revealed a great opening to a dungeon. You fall through it and can land on different levels, which is sort of cool and allows you to quickly move between section to section and fight monsters with little downtime. You collect wake stones here to proceed through the story. You use them to ascend to another realm to fight God. You go through some interesting looking sequences and pass by all the supporting characters in the game. You fight God some more and it's revealed that he's an Arisen. He's the character you were playing as in the tutorial. He's one of the few Arisen who didn't take the dragon's bargain and acted just like you did. That there's a cycle to the dragon and the Arisen of killing them both and ascending to become the new god of the world. Your soul is used and spent in the process to foster constant growth, and this is a necessary cycle to have a fresh soul for God to use. If you fail this battle, you fall back to the planet and transform into the dragon. The opening cinematic repeats. You're the new Grigori. You mark a new Arisen. If you succeed, you kill God and take his place, and there's nothing you can do but run around invisible through some parts of the world. It's really awkward actually. You have no choice but to kill yourself. You fall back to the planet and die, but the pawn you made takes your body and becomes human through you or something. I don't know. It's weird, right? It's trying so hard to be profound, but it doesn't make any sense. If there's this larger cycle going on, why does the dragon want a beloved from the Arisen? Is it some test to make sure their soul is good enough to challenge God? Then why unleash more monsters? When an Arisen becomes a dragon, do they retain free will? If so, why do they go along with it all? If not, how does that work? There's so many unanswered questions that ruin the whole thing for me, which I think aren't answered because there is no answer. Like the gameplay side of Dragon's Dogma, I feel like there might be something special hidden under all of this, and it's a real waste of potential. So that was the story, and like I said, it ties with gameplay to explain why I don't hate this game despite its shortcomings. It tried to be different. Very different, and I have to respect that, even if it failed in something close to an entertaining blaze of glory. I've heard that the game might get a sequel based on the success of the PC port, and in response to that, I hope that Dragon's Dogma 2 has more focus on its key features. If they want a skill-based action game, then they need to trim away the reliance on consumable items. You can do the same thing with stamina as you can do with healing, just gobbling down food and potions to bump your endurance back to full at any moment.
So many cool features in the game are ruined by this lack of focus. Climbing on giant monsters, one of the major draws the combat has, is a waste of time in many situations. You can get shaken off and have your stamina quickly drained, something that can be triggered randomly. There's no real gameplay to be done here. Either you lose all your stamina, or you don't. Which is a shame, because these moments where you can kick onto a monster, attack its head, and then jump away when it tries to grab you and attack again are thrilling. If the game had a combat system based on avoiding attacks and using stamina wisely, something closer to how you can ease and tighten your grip in Shadow of the Colossus, then you've just made this part of the combat so much better. For the rest, it's all about those resources. I don't think that regenerating health is the best way to go, but if the game is going to stay more about grinding, I think it'd be a far better fit than spamming potions mindlessly. You could have fights being about cycles of hit and run tactics, with you only being able to take 4 or 5 hits before dying, 2 or 3 for bigger, more dangerous enemies. Or you could have enemies spawn healing globes whenever you hit a threshold of damage, maybe every half of their HP bars, so you can have that same cycle. You have to do X amount of damage without taking damage yourself before you have a chance to heal again and repeat. The open world needs more to do and more to see, more quests that aren't just killathons, more interesting, unique places. If not, cut it all and go for something more condensed like the expansion's Bitter Black Isle. But even here improvement is needed, since the 2 endgame dungeons in this game reuse areas, and I don't mean backtracking. Well, I mean, there is backtracking, but even new areas use the exact same map all over again, just tweaked in certain ways. One hallway will be closed off this time, or an area will be flooded, but it's the same map you're going through 3 or even 4 times, just like some areas were reused in Dragon Age 2. Monster variety is sorely lacking. When Armored Cyclops showed up, I thought this was the beginning of armored variants, dragons with a plate protecting their heart. It could be a cool feature to have to choose abilities that can remove armor, magic to melt it or strike it away, or crawling on an enemy to cut straps to get rid of it. But the game still needs more of these big monsters. I think it's a shame that the Beholder fight is saved for the end, since it has this wonderful flow to its different phases, and incorporates carving off multiple limbs. That responsive damage system really works here. If the game was all about encounters like this, with skill-based systems rather than grinding ones, then I think it would be something really special. But the game needs a lot of attention to make it work. My guess is that's why it became all about stats, because it was too hard to sort it all out. Monsters awkwardly clip against each other and teleport around rooms, enemies will deal damage to you before their animations are finished, or even hit you. Sometimes you'll be teleported into a grab. Every class needed something like the Strider's roll and double jump. It's necessary to give more options during fights. Instead, it's all about filling up bars. XP, vocation levels, pawn knowledge, gear slots, gear ratings. I can see how it could become fun toward the end when the game becomes all about it, and for those interested in the game, I heavily recommend rushing to that end game as quickly as possible for that reason, but it'll always come back to personal preference. I wish the game focused on other things in its gameplay instead of what it does now, because without any tension or challenge, with HP sponge enemies that take forever to die, and opening up your inventory to heal whenever you take damage, combat in this game feels like a waste of my time. Thanks for watching. If you're new to the channel and this was
You guys didn't know if you run too far away from like the town you get blown up? Tell everyone that special story. Which one? I have many special stories. Like chicane. Alright, I'll do chicane.
La guerre ne meurt jamais.
Tu vas les épater ce soir à la réunion des vétérans. Évidemment. Maintenant arrête de t'admirer et file te préparer.
The sushi story? The one we don't talk about. We talk about the sushi story all the time. Grandpa Gas, that's a good story. The time that we thought my grandpa was literally about to die. We thought he was having a heart attack in the restaurant. And it turns out he just was really constipated. That's a good story. Oh, that one. That story. Record is still free. That story, chicane. I can tell that story. Who wants to hear the Now this word is banned in my chat. It's an unofficial rule, but this word is banned for it gives you a 10-minute timeout. Who wants to hear the Snuffleupagus story?
Cotsworth. Hey, Trésor.
T'as le trac? Tout le monde va adorer ton discours.
Banned word, by the way. Alright. By a show of hands, who hasn't heard this story? Press 1 if you haven't heard this story. I just want to see how many people haven't heard this story. Because it's on my YouTube, so I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. We got a good amount.
Bonjour.
Alright, you guys want to hear this Snuffleupagus story?
Ravi de vous rencontrer alors.
Oh, mais juste.
Intéressant.
Oh, ça l'est.
D'accord. Merci encore. Hey, Trésor. Ce que je ne ferai pas pour Sean et toi.
Don't spoil it now. Don't spoil the story.
N'est-ce pas?
Only story time if you all promise not to / slash.
Tu as entendu Cotsworth?
I'll put on the cam for the story.
Alors, comment vont mes hommes préférés? Fais-toi un
Alright.
peu de nos yeux. On adore.
So, there's this little boy. He's about like 5 years old. He's 5, 6.
Et je pensais qu'on pourrait aller faire un
Not, he's
tour au
not
parc.
5'6". He's either 5 or 6ish. You know, he's in kindergarten. Kindergarten for those not Americans, because a lot of people who are European, we talk about the education system, and I don't believe that you guys call it kindergarten. It's the grade that you're in when you're 5, 6. It's like the first grade that you go to in elementary school for us. It's after preschool. Anyways, so this kid's in kindergarten. 5, 6 years old. He's like just learning to read. You know how in like grade school they always have silent reading time. So one day, this boy, he had just finished his like picture book that he had checked out from the library, and when he got to school, he turned it in because that's what you're supposed to do. He was going to be checking out a new one later on that day because they always go to the library at the end of the day. But for the rest of the day, he just didn't have a book, which is okay. Except, at one point in the day, the teacher said, you know what, we're going to do something a little different today. We're going to have silent reading, where you guys can just sit at your desk and read your books. And they hadn't been to the library, so the boy hadn't got a new book yet. So, the kid's like, oh, man, what do I do? So he goes up to the teacher and goes, teacher, I don't have a book. I returned it this morning because we were going to the library today. And the teacher's like, oh, that's okay. I have a ton of books right over there that you can read. So the boy walks over to all the books and he's looking. There's like the picture books and stuff, just various books. And he noticed that she has a dictionary. And the boy, having just learned how to read and stuff like that, he decided to look up some words in the dictionary. You know, just see what he finds. And he looks up like basic words he knows, like bed. He looks up around the desk. Oh, I see. Or looks around the class, sees the word. He sees the desk. He's like, oh, I'll look up the word desk. You know. And after a little bit, the boy's like, oh, I'm gonna look up some naughty words. So he starts looking up like pee and poo and stuff like that. And he's flipping through. He's flipping through the book. Whoa. He's flipping through the book, and he's in the S section, and he's just kind of like just going through, trying to read some of the big words. Oh, the doctor got stuck. Rip. 1 second. Doctor got stuck, so I have to reset. So, this boy, like, he's looking through the S words, he's just like going through all the big words, trying to read them, trying to find a certain word he's looking for. I won't say the one, you guys know the one. And he finds a word that just has the word and then the hyphen next to it. And he's like, why doesn't this have a definition? So, the boy's just kind of sitting there, kind of just like dumbfounded, like, what? I don't get this. So he goes up to the teacher. Says, teacher, I found a word that doesn't have a definition. Can you tell me what it means? And the teacher's like, huh, it does have a definition? That's weird. What was the word? And the boy goes, he's trying to think and remember the word because it was really big. He finally remembers it and he says real proudly, Snuffleupagus. And the teacher's smile just drops from her face. The color rushes away from her face and she just goes pale. She goes, what did you just say? And the boy's like, a Snuffleupagus?
Merci, Cotsworth.
And the teacher points at the door. She goes, principal's office now. I don't want to see you again in my classroom. So the kid's like, what? And the teacher goes, now! Like, the teacher, it looks like she's starting to have tears, you know. And, like, the kid's just like, what? And she's like, no! She just screams at him.
Hey, Cotsworth.
So the kid just, like, panics, and he just runs out of the classroom. He's like, he has to go to the office. So he's like, oh, what? What? You know, he's just confused. He doesn't know what just happened. So he walks down to the office, and secretary's at the principal's, or at her desk, and she's like, okay, your teacher called and told us you'd be coming down here. Please take a seat. We'll wait for the principal. So the boy, he takes a seat in the waiting chair. Keep in mind, he's this little boy. He's got these short legs, and they're dangling off the edge of the chair, swinging back and forth, just waiting. Like, I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding. Like, he's thinking to himself, this has to be wrong. Like, there's no reason why I should be sent down here, you know? So he's sitting there. What seems like an eternity passes by. It was 3 minutes. What seems like an eternity passes by. And eventually he hears the principal's doors open. The principal's door open, and he looks, and the principal's standing there. Now the principal, one second. The principal's this real big burly dude. He's got bald head, like, and it's not like bald it's not like he's bald because he shaves it and it's like stubbly. It's bald because he's just bald. So it's real shiny. And he's just this big dude. He's like 6'6", like 320 pounds. Big dude. But he's a gentle giant. No one had ever seen him yell. He was very nice with all the kids. Would stop by and have them read to him and stuff like that. And boy had never seen him angry. No one really had. So the principal's like, well, are you gonna come on in? That's the principal voice, by the way. I won't do the principal voice from now on. Anyways, so the boy comes inside, and he sits down on the chair on the opposite side of the principal's desk, and like, you know how like offices are set up where like the desk isn't facing directly at the principal, or like the person that's like kind of turned to this, so he's like sitting like this looking at the principal, because like that's how offices are set up. It's like supposed to make people uncomfortable. Chairs are directly at people. Anyways, you know what I'm saying. Kids sitting kind of like diagonally looking at the principal. Oh, come on. Anyways, he's sitting there, and again his legs are dangling. He's talking with the principal, and the principal, he hadn't really heard the full story about why the boy was there. He just knew that he said something inappropriate. So he just straight up asked the boy, well, do you know what you did wrong? And the boy thinks, and he's like, I don't know. And the principal goes, well, what happened? Trying to see if the boy would tell him what happened. So the boy's like, and the principal goes, well, go ahead. And the boy is like, well, I didn't have a library book because I turned it in. We were going to the library later on that day, or LMC. He calls it the LMC, but I'll keep calling it the library. We were going to the library later on that day, or later on today, and I didn't have my book. So I asked the teacher for one, and I got a dictionary, and I was reading through it trying to find a word, and I found a word that didn't have the what it meant next to it. And the principal goes, okay, because the boy kind of paused, and the principal goes, okay, and then what? And the boy goes, well, I went up to Miss Teacher, and I asked her what the word meant, and she told me to come here. And the boy's now starting to think, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Why would the teacher say this? Has to be a misunderstanding. So the boy's starting to feel a little confident. And the principal goes, okay, well, what was the word? And the boy then gets a little apprehensive. He's like, Principal goes, on with it. And the boy goes, it was Snuffleupagus. The teacher stands up so fast, like the back of his knees hit this chair, and it goes, the back of his knees hit the chair, and it goes flying back. Also, my shirt was tucked in because I was wearing it under another. I was wearing it under like a sweatshirt earlier, and you tuck in shirts when it's cold weather. You tuck in your undershirt in cold weather, so then it like breezes don't get on your stomach and shit. That's why my shirt's still tucked in. Anyways, stands up so fast, his chair goes shooting back and hits the wall, and his face is immediately red. He points at the door and goes, "You get out of my school!" And the boy's like, "What? What?" And the principal's like, "I never want to see you again." He goes, "You are not permitted on this property." And the boy's like, "What?" And he goes, "I'm calling your, like," and the principal's just like, "Out now!" So the boy just kind of like stumbles backwards out of the room. And he just doesn't know what just happened, right? So he's like kind of just like standing in the office with his mouth agape, his jaw hanging. And the secretary, having overheard what happened, says, "Oh, are you fucking kidding me?" She doesn't say, "Are you fucking kidding me?" The secretary goes, "I'll call your parents." And the boy starts like sitting in the lounge, and then he hears the principal yell, "I swear to God, if you're sitting in the lounge, you're not out of my school." So the boy he just panics. He gets up and he runs outside and he sits on the curb, right? So the boy's now just sitting on the curb outside, waiting for his parents. 5 minutes pass. 10 minutes pass. 15 minutes pass, and eventually the blue Honda Odyssey minivan that is his family car pulls up. His dad's driving. His mom is in the passenger seat. And he knows this is a big deal because his dad's there, and his dad works during the day. So he knows this is a big deal. So the boy gets up. The automatic door of the van opens. Boy sits down, buckles his seatbelt in his car seat because they're safe parents. They keep him in a car seat. So they start driving home. Silence in the car. No one says a word. 5 minutes pass. The dad finally says, "Well, what happened?" And the boy goes, "Well, Dad just yells, "Out with it!" Or no, he yells, "Spit it out." My bad. He yells, "Spit it out." So the boy goes, I was in class and I found a word in the big book with it didn't have what it meant next to it, and I wanted to know what it means. So and Dad's like, "Slow down." So the boy catches his breath, and again he collects himself and says, "Okay, I found a word in the dictionary that didn't have a meaning, and I asked my teacher what it meant, and she sent me to the principal, and then the principal told me to leave, and yeah." And the dad just sits there like not really sure what to say then, because they seem so minor. He's trying to think of all the different words, like he's just going through everything in his head, you know? Was it the F word? Was it the C word? Was it the N word? All these things, right? They're sitting there, and the mom just, out of sheer curiosity, goes, "Well, what was the word?" And the boy goes, "Oh, I don't know if I should." And then the mom just starts breaking down. What was the word? And the boy just goes, "Snuffleupagus?" The dad slams on the brakes so hard the car immediately fills with the smell of burnt rubber. Immediately. He just jerks forward. Like everyone in the car just lunges forward because of how fast they stopped. The dad immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, walked around the car, and yanked open the door so hard that the automatic motor, like the gear for the automatic motor, broke, and just pulled the kid out and goes, "I never want to see you again. You are dead to me." The mom is just bawling. Not in, "How could you do this to our only child?" In a, "Oh my god, I'm never going to see my child again" type way. The boy's like, "Wait, what?" Dad closes the door and then gets in the front seat. The boy's trying to pull the door open, but the motor just broke. He can't open it. He's not strong enough. The thing is like jammed. So the dad just drives away. And the boy doesn't know where to go. He's just lost. He doesn't know his way home. He's 5, 6. He lives like 15 minutes away from the school. How is he gonna get back, you know? They were planning on having more kids. That's why they had the minivan. Anyways, the kid just starts walking because he doesn't know how to get home. So he just starts walking. He keeps walking. The sun starts setting. He keeps walking. Hours pass. It gets real dark out. The boy has no clue where he is. He's on some gravel road somewhere. He doesn't know how to get home. Excuse me. Eventually, headlights. A car is approaching him. Car rolls to a stop. The boy notices there's a weird paint job. It's black and white. And the boy realizes, oh my god, it's a cop. The cop gets out with his flashlight, shines it at the boy, and goes, "Say, son, what are you doing out here all alone? This late?" And the boy's like, And the cop just walks up to the boy, gets down on one knee, goes, "No need to be shy." Points at the badge. Points at his badge on his chest. "This means I'll protect you. Don't worry." And the boy's like, The boy goes, "Don't worry, I won't bite." Or the cop goes, "Don't worry, I won't bite." So the boy goes, "Well, I was in class, and I asked my teacher what a word meant, and then she kicked me out of the class, and then I told the principal, and the principal kicked me out of the school, and then I told my dad, mom, and..." The boy he's about to cry. He's starting to lose it. He's starting to really realize what happened, and the cop pats him on the shoulder. He's like, "There. So I'll take you back to the station. We'll get you warmed up, and we'll get this all sorted out. You'll be home by the morning. Or you'll be home by the end of the night." The boy's like, "Oh, okay." The boy starts walking, and right when they're about to get to the car, the cop opens the door for the boy and says, you never said what that word was. What was it?" And the boy goes, I don't know." The cop goes, "Don't worry, I won't do anything. Scout's honor." Alright, this run's dead. He goes, "Don't worry, Scout's honor. Also, you can't say that word, Matt Waves. 10-minute timeout." So the boy goes, "Well, the word was Snuffleupagus." The cop, instead of opening the front door, hold on. Let me quit out a follow. I got an idea. The cop, instead of opening the front door, immediately changes the direction of his hand and grabs the kid by his forearm. He grabs him with his other hand by the shoulder, and he pins him up against the car. Pins him up against the car. And he starts reading him his Miranda rights. "You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law." And the kid's like, "Wait, what?" before he knows it, the cuffs are on him. Kid's fucking arrested. And the cop just opens the back door and tosses the kid in. Doesn't care that he's not sitting up. Just slams the door, drives down to the station. Lights on, by the way. It's not like he's gonna take his time. He's getting that kid there ASAP. That kid needs to be locked up, right? So they get to the police station. Kid, they have no clue how to get this kid in touch with his parents, because the kid doesn't know his phone number. He barely knows his last name. So anyways, time passes. Kid is in police custody, and eventually he appears in front of a judge, right? So kid is walking up to the judge with his hands cuffed, and walks up to the judge, and the judge looks up from his papers, looks down at the boy, and goes, "This has to be some kind of joke, right?" The police officer who arrested the boy is obviously there because he has to represent the other side. He goes, "No, sir, it's not." The judge then goes, "All right, tell me what happened." Looks at the boy, expecting him to speak, and the boy's like, "Ah." The judge goes, "Go on." The boy goes, "Well, I was in school, and I found this word that didn't have what it meant next to it, and I asked my teacher, and the teacher, she sent me to the principal, and the judge's like, "Slow down, boy, slow down. I can hardly hear you. Speak up." And the boy goes, he starts hyperventilating. He eventually catches his breath, collects himself again. He goes, "I told the principal what happened. They kicked me out of the school, and I told my parents what happened, and they kicked me out of the family. I told the cop what happened, and you arrested me." The judge goes, "So hold on. You're meaning to tell me that this man right here, he arrested you because you said a word?" And the kid goes, "Yeah." Judge looks over at the cop to reaffirm what the kid had just said. The cop just nods. The judge goes, "Oh, what was the word, boy?" And the boy just goes, "Snuffleupagus." And the judge goes, "What was that? Didn't hear you." The boy goes, "Snuffleupagus." The gavel falls. 30 to life. The boy goes to jail. He doesn't go to juvie. He goes to a fucking maximum security prison as a 5-year-old. So, clearly he has no clue what's going on. No clue. Doesn't make any friends while he's there. He's in there for like 35 years, right? So he's now 40. He hasn't talked to anyone since, because the last time he spoke, he got fucking thrown in jail. Like, what is he going to do, right? He doesn't want to keep talking because he doesn't want to get fucking shivved. So, anyways, kid's in jail for 35 years. And eventually, he gets let out on good behavior for being a model prisoner. Because he literally just kept himself and helped squeegee the floors. That's all he did, right? So this kid, he gets out of jail and he has nowhere to go. Absolutely nowhere to go. So he just starts walking, just like he did last time. He just walks. He walks and he walks. He doesn't know where he is. He hasn't been outside in 35 years, and he was 5 years old when that happened. He's 5 years old when that happened. He doesn't know. So he walks. Eventually comes to a small downtown area of a small town of like population like 3,000 to 5,000. Not very big, but he just walks and doesn't have anywhere to go, and it's getting dark and he's tired. He's been walking all day, so he gets up to side of a building, slumps down next to it, just like that. And he's just sitting there. He starts dozing off, and then he hears footsteps approaching him, walking by. So this boy kind of like glances over and sees it's like a scraggly looking dude who appears to be homeless, just like the boy is now. So he just kind of goes back and like just looks down and tries to fall asleep, and this homeless dude just sits down next to him. And the homeless dude kind of looks over and goes, "What's your story?" And the boy just kind of looks up, looks back down, doesn't wanna talk, because as you know, last time he's been talking to people, bad shit happens. So he just doesn't say anything. The homeless guy goes, "Oh, come on, everyone's got a story. Gotta tell me. How else we gonna pass the time?" So the boy just goes, "Just got out of jail." Homeless guy says, "I did my time. I did my time too. What were you in for?" Boy goes, "Well, when I was real little, I said this word in school. I got kicked out of my class. And then got kicked out of the school. Then got kicked out of my family. Then got arrested. Then I had to serve 35 years. I was in jail." Sorry, Benfunio, you can't say that word in chat. 35 years I've been in jail. I'm sorry, that sounds probably so stupid. And while he's saying that, he looks up, and the homeless guy is just staring at him. Just his mouth, his jaw dropped, mouth agape, like the character earlier in the story. Like, and the homeless guy goes, "Was the word snuffleupagus?" And now the kid's like, "What?" He's like, the kid freaks out. He freaks out. He's like, "How did you know?" The homeless guy says, "Same thing happened to me." The boy is now just in shock. How could someone experience the same exact thing that he did? That's such a unique scenario. How does that happen to another person? Like, you know? So the kid says, "Do you know what it means?" This guy's like, "Yes, I do. But I can't tell you." The kid goes, "Well, you have to. How else do I find out what it means?" Homeless guy just says, "Well, you're in luck. You're in the right town, boy. You see that clock tower right over there at the top of that church? Right up there's a bell. On the inside of the bell is the definition of the word snuffleupagus. It's inscribed on the inside of that bell. So, you just go inside that there building, hanging immediate left, and there's this tall spiral staircase. You just gotta go all the way up. Once you get up there, there's a trap door, okay? And it kind of gets like stuck sometimes. You just gotta push up a little bit, or you gotta push up and then let it drop and push up some more, and they'll come right undone. And then climb up the ladder. You get up there, and you read the inside of the bell, and that is the definition of the word snuffleupagus. The kid, he's like, "Oh my God, thank you, I'll be right back." And the guy says, "I'll be waiting here." The kid just gets up, and he goes to run across the road to get to that there clock tower. He's sprinting, goes across the road. Hit by a Greyhound bus. Always look both ways before you cross the road. Merps, cut the shit. I think that's a good way to end the stream. Let's raid this dude who has just a handful of viewers. Alright guys. Let's raid this guy. We're gonna say yay when we get into his chat, okay? Sorry to rile you guys. Sorry to rile you guys up before we do this. I'm gonna say yay in his chat, just like this. Yay. 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 Aight. Thank you all for sticking with me through this harsh and trying time. Hope you guys have a great night. Love you all very much. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. Peace out, guys.
Hey kids, today I'll be discussing the alcoholic equivalents of the various allotropes of carbon. For those of you that don't know, an allotrope is just the various forms that carbon atoms can arrange themselves into. But anyway, let's get started. So amorphous carbon is like beer. It's the first form to ever be produced by humans, likely by accident. It's also the weakest form. It has a bunch of varieties, most of which taste terrible, and you need a whole lot of it if you want to have a good cookout. Graphite is like wine. It's almost as old as amorphous carbon, having been used by humans since ancient times. However, it's significantly stronger. Up until recently, only the rich could really get much enjoyment out of it. But today, most individuals can use it if they choose, but not all varieties are equal. Diamond is like vodka. First of all, it's very strong, the strongest form that's likely to be found in the average household. It's typically valued based on its purity and clarity, though flavored varieties do exist. Though it can be manufactured right here at home, most people seem to prefer it when it's from far-off lands. And remember never to use too much of it or else you might regret it later. Graphene is like brandy. It's similar to graphite in structure, but it's put through a process to make it more pure, and as a result, it's much stronger. Fullerenes are like absinthe. It's not as mainstream as the other varieties, mostly only being used by the intellectual types. It's also claimed to have a bunch of properties not shared by any other form out there, but despite all its hype, it has little real-world application currently. Finally, carbine is like pure alcohol. Despite its simplicity, it's extremely difficult to produce with current methods, except in very small amounts. If you were to have a bunch of it, however, it would be more than twice as strong as diamonds. Hopefully, this forced analogy has been at least vaguely informational. But anyway, that's all for today. I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching.
Quick PSA. A ton of info was cut from the script to get the commentary to fit into the length of the run. If you'd like to read the script along with the video, there's a link to the full script in the description with all cut lines highlighted in red. Hey guys, my name's Tomato Anus, also known as Dongus Minimus, and this is a no out-of-bounds speedrun of the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. This run is actually performed by Sandy X, the current no out-of-bounds world record holder for Oblivion. He also worked with me on writing the commentary for this run, making sure that everything is correct and as accurate as possible. This run isn't any percent, and the game can actually be beaten even faster by performing out-of-bounds clips, hence the name of this category. The world record for any percent is held by Garish Goblin, which is linked in the description below. Also in the description are links to a commentary-free version of this run, as well as Sandy's no out-of-bounds world record. This run is performed on version 1.0, which is a down-patched version of the game. This run is also performed with the frame rate limited to 60 frames per second. This is due to the physics of the game behaving unreliably at higher frame rates and to make sure that everyone has an equal footing when performing runs. We're going to play as a female High Elf this run because that's the tallest race with a height of 1.1 units. Character speed is tied to their height, so by playing as a High Elf, we'll move faster with no extra effort. To start the run, Sandy loads a pre-made save that is made as we gain control after character creation and before the pop-up for the tutorial quest appears. Once Sandy dismisses the pop-up, the run officially begins. Right away, Sandy holds S to walk backwards and hit a trigger to make Val and Dreth start talking to us from across the hallway, as well as equipping both Heal Minor Wounds and Flare to some hotkeys. After we get Dreth talking, we have about 65 seconds to kill before he finishes. In the meantime, Sandy will move some bones to clear his path for later on, as well as try to intimidate Dreth into talking faster by throwing a rib cage at his cell door, as well as a respawning tan jug. The reason why the jug respawns is because it goes out of bounds, and the game places it back in bounds. Good thing the no out of bounds rule for the category only applies to us. To top it all off, Sandy will also demonstrate to us how he's into BDSM by playing with some of the dangling chains on the wall. Sandy also has it set up so that when he scrolls his mouse wheel, it can register as a left click, which will be used throughout the run to spam through dialogues as well as spam certain actions. Sandy's pre-made High Elf also just so happens to look like they're from an Eiffel 65 music video. We then wait for an audio cue from Captain Renault. If we pickpocket Glenroy between when Renault says the words supposed and off, it will open the door immediately rather than have to wait a little longer. By then hitting Glenroy with a punch or fireball when Renault finishes her next line, Uriel Septum, aka Patrick Stewart, aka King Goobat V from Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, will run up to us immediately to speak. After we use the scroll wheel clicker to get through the dialogue, a hidden passage opens. We punch Glenroy 3 times, followed by heaving a fireball to aggro the blades as we're running away. This causes the blades to run and chase after us, rather than slowly mosey through the passageways. We then hold block and press E on Renault to yield to the blades, followed by immediately turning and fighting a group of assassins from the Mythic Dawn who just spawned. Sandy makes quick work of them by lobbing some fireballs and immediately goes to speak with Boris. After we speak with Boris, we punch Glenroy 3 times, followed by punching Goobot 5 times to put them just on the edge of being aggroed, so we only have to punch them once or twice later on. We then head over to a nearby wall, as Sandy wishes that he were just a little thinner and could squeeze through a small hole. After a rat shows us his Kool-Aid Man cosplay by breaking down the wall, we run through the next room and take all the items from the Goblin Shaman's inventory and enter the Imperial substructure. Throughout the game, Sandy is going to try and preemptively kill some enemies before they have a chance to possibly get in his way, like with a rat at this corner. Not all of these enemies hinder his movement every run, but it's a safety precaution against losing time, so pour one out for all the enemies that are killed despite the fact they might not have actually gotten in Sandy's way. Something that's interesting to note is that right now Sandy is playing in a 16:9 aspect ratio, which might not seem out of the ordinary. However, if you look at his world record run, he normally speedruns this game in a 4:3 aspect ratio. This is because when he plays in 4:3, the screen is smaller so his mouse has less overall distance to travel when he's menuing. As of the day this video released, Sandy holds a 1-second lead over Miroku in second place, so top level play is incredibly competitive and every second matters. When Sandy enters the natural caverns, he's going to unnecessarily kill 2 goblins with fireballs, but that shouldn't come as a surprise after we learned earlier he was into sadism with the chains. However, the 3rd goblin that he kills actually matters since it has a bow and arrow. If Sandy didn't kill this goblin, it could shoot him, which might add an arrow to his inventory, which is actually a bad thing because it would throw off his muscle memory later on when performing arrow duping. The bow and arrow goblin can also spawn with a mace in its hands, in which case we don't have to kill it. When we enter the Imperial subterrane, we'll be reunited with Goobot and his posse. We'll then punch Glenroy twice to aggro him and lure him next to a door where we yield to him, making him open the door faster. In the meantime, we take out a sneaky boy up on a ledge and then turn to kill the assassin behind the door Glenroy just opened. We then punch Glenroy as he reaches the next door to manipulate the locations of some upcoming NPCs. By punching him as he reaches the door, it causes for the 3 enemies in the next room to come to the door you're at, while the 3 enemies in the room after that will stay in their respective room rather than come into the next room. We then speak with Goobot and pick the steed as our birth sign for the 20 bonus speed, after which we launch a fireball to aggro Goobot and begin our retreat. Running away from Charles Xavier, we loot 10 iron arrows and 4 lockpicks from a chest that we run over. As Goobot hauls ass, we take out the assassins in the next room who are all frozen in place due to the NPC manipulation from earlier. As the party approaches, we yield to Glenroy as he reaches a specific spot in the room, which causes Boris to talk to us immediately. We then enter the sanctum and do our best to push Glenroy as far as we can, despite him smearing butter all over his armor earlier today. We're then going to perform a long series of item duplications. The first one we perform is an arrow dupe, which is the reason why we play on version 1.0. If you pull out your fists or any weapon and pull up the menu with F2, followed by clicking on our arrow stack twice, then drop an item, it will drop however many arrows we have of that item we dropped. We perform this trick to dupe our potions and the chameleon scroll that we picked up off of the goblin shaman. We then picked up the potions that were dropped and 9 of the 10 scrolls. We then did an item dupe again, but this time by clicking on chameleon and dropping flashbolt. This is called a scroll dupe, but we'll explain this later because there isn't enough time to right now. Just a warning though, the explanation won't be for another 17 minutes. After doing some work to get the party into Goobot's death room, we bind our flashbolt scrolls and dupe an exorbitant amount of lockpicks, making the floor look like a girl just spent the night in this room. Sandy then hit the boys, followed by killing Glenroy, which can aggro Boris and make him run to us faster after Goobot meets his fate. This is quickly followed by Goobot handing over the Amulet of Kings, before being killed while making a face that looks like he smelled an awful fart but doesn't want to say anything. Sandy then makes quick work of the assassin and yields to Boris so he'll speak to us. After skipping through the dialogue, we get to pick our class where we go with Scout due to the fact that it focuses on speed, athletics, and acrobatics. Once we're done talking to Boris, we head to the sewers using Boris's key to open the door. We have now officially completed the tutorial and were tasked by Goobot to find a man named Joffrey and to give him the Amulet of Kings, for Joffrey will know how to find Goobot's last surviving son. On our way through the sewers, Sandy slips past some enemies before reaching the exit, where we immediately pull up our map with F4 and fast travel to Bruville to get some skooma. To get to the vendor, we can actually fast travel to Chestnut Handy Stables, which is faster in real time, but because PC speedruns are timed within game time, we fast travel to Bruville proper since it's faster in game time. In Bruville, we start walking and then pull up the wait menu and wait for 24 hours. We're actually just setting up the slider to be at 24 for any time we wait in the run, as we're only going to wait until 2 AM, at which point we stop waiting and walk into an alleyway to speak with Nordenor. When shopping with Nordenor, we sell all of the potions that we duped earlier to buy 1 skooma. If you're unfamiliar with skooma, it fortifies both speed and strength by 60 points for 20 seconds, while lowering agility by 60 points for 20 seconds, and damaging our intelligence by 2. After buying the skooma, we pull up our map and fast travel to Wayne Priory. As soon as we load in, we press F2 to pull up our inventory and drop the skooma, followed by picking it back up. We're about to dupe the skooma a ton, and for some reason the game won't let us dupe it without dropping it once first. We then perform some scroll dupes on the skooma to get around 400 skooma to last us the rest of the run. At this point, Sandy binds the skooma, drinks 4 of them, and makes a save in front of the door to the Wayne house. This save is for load warping, which is a glitch that will be coming up relatively soon, but we'll go over what it is when we get there. In the house, we run upstairs to talk to Joffrey and give him the amulet. We then make our break for the exit, trying to avoid getting talked to by Brother Piner on the way, which Sandy does successfully, while also being careful to not land on top of the doorway. Outside, we then fast travel to Kvatch, and as soon as we load in, we pop 4 skooma, bring up our inventory, and drink 4 more. This puts us under the stacked effects of 8 skooma, giving us 500 additional speed and a carry weight of 2,550. The normal limit for popping skooma with a hotkey before the game yells at you to stop drinking is 5 stacks. However, if you only take 4 skooma via hotkey and then open your inventory and drink 4 more, then it will circumvent the original limit of 5 stacks and give you the effects of 8 skooma stacks. This is used all throughout the run, especially when running long distances. While I was busy explaining skooma stacks, Sandy entered the first Oblivion gate of the game and performed a trick called Gate Jump to jump across the 2 big gates on the bridge, followed by entering the tower portal to the Blood Feast, and then run up the tower all the way to an exit back to the Plane of Oblivion exterior. This is where we perform the first skooma jump of the run. By precisely running at a raised ledge of the bridge and jumping at the same time, we'll jump high enough and with enough speed to be able to reach the door on the second bridge going into the primary tower. Back inside, we make our way up to the locked door that leads to Sigillum Sanguis, where we use the scroll wheel clicker to spam auto attempt on the lockpick. On the other side of the door, we make another save in preparation for load warping later, and then perform a skooma jump off of some spikes to fly up to the Sigil Stone, which we promptly yoink. With the stone in our pocket, we drop down to the bottom floor of the room, which skips part of the cutscene of the area being destroyed and automatically teleports us outside the Oblivion Gate. Outside the gate, we officially get the quest Breaking the Siege of Kvatch, which we were supposed to get by talking with Savli and Matthias before entering the gate. Instead, by closing the gate, the quest is automatically given to us. When we speak with Savlian after closing the gate, we advance the quest to where we agree to assist in clearing out the Daedra who are in the plaza outside of the Chapel of Akatosh. After killing the Daedra, we speak with Savlian again and head inside the chapel to meet and greet Sean Bean. After we inform him that his father was indeed Goobot rather than some random farmer, he agrees to go to Wayne Priory with us to hear what Joffrey has to say. However, instead of going to Wayne Priory right now with Sean Bean, we instead fast travel to Grateful Pass stables outside of Skingrad. From there, we drink an 8-stack of skooma and proceed to run west-southwest towards Miskarkand. Aside from singing the sound of music when running through these hills, Sandy is cognizant of where he is landing on each jump. Because he's moving so fast, he achieves a bit of hang time when he goes over the top of each hill. If he were to just land on the ground each time, he would take a fair amount of fall damage, which actually happens on one of the launches. Luckily, if and when he takes damage of any kind throughout the run, he can use Heal Minor Wounds to top off on health while still running. The reason we go to Miskarkand is to retrieve the Great Welkin Stone, which is required to open the portal to Mankar Camoran's paradise near the end of the game. Inside of Miskarkand, as well as several other interior areas in the game, when we run downstairs, we have to pay attention to what's on the ceiling. Here, if we bump into the hanging lamps when running downstairs, we will get ramped towards the ground due to their angled sides. Because of how fast we're traveling, if we hit the ground with the vertical velocity from our redirected launch, we'll likely die from the fall damage. The rest of Miskarkand is pretty straightforward navigating through passageways to the Great Welkin Stone, so I'll take this opportunity to explain load warping in advance. When we grab the stone, we're going to make a quick save and then load the save we made in Wayne Priory. In our Wayne Priory save, Sandy presses E and Escape to both open the door and pull up the menu at the same time, as indicated by hearing the door opening as well as the menu popping up. In the menu, we then load the quick save that we just made after picking up the stone. This will then make us load in on the other side of the door that we just opened, but the character that loads in will be the one from the quick save that we made, allowing for us to quickly exit Miskarkand without ever having to backtrack or do any needless running. Inside the Wayne house, we run up the stairs and look into a chest, only to discover that the Amulet of Kings has been stolen. We then exit the house and head over to Wayne Priory proper and begin our defense of the small monastery. Sandy makes quick work of the Mythic Dawn leader and 2 other agents before speaking with Joffrey and his big sword that is most definitely not compensating for anything. Outside, we make quick work of 2 other agents, being sure to eradicate the one on the right first because she's a marathon runner and is difficult to catch if we don't get her immediately. We then fast travel to the Cloud Ruler Temple, being sure to be under the influence of skooma before we pull up the map, otherwise we'll be over encumbered and unable to fast travel. At the temple, we open the gate and immediately fast travel to the Imperial City waterfront, which will allow for us to run some errands while the cutscene at the temple plays out. Sandy immediately pops an 8-stack and begins heading southwest towards what he refers to on the compass as the Team Fortress 2 logo. This TF2 logo is Vindicel, which happens to be the location of an NPC named Umbra. Outside of the entrance, we make a save for load warping later on. Our goal in Vindicel is to convince the NPC Umbra to hand over her sword, also named Umbra. Inside, we again try to avoid hitting our head on ceilings and lamps as much as possible so that we don't take a lot of fall damage. Once we make it to the inner chamber of Vindicel, we'll encounter Umbra, with whom we have a brief conversation about her sword. After we get Umbra to hand over Umbra, we make a quick save and load warp back to the save we made at the entrance to the area. Once we successfully load warp, Sandy turns around and exits Vindicel and begins running west-northwest to Clavicus Vile's shrine. There we'll speak with Ma Raska the Khajiit and pick some specific dialogue options which give us the quest Clavicus Vile. We then go to the statue and quick save quick load to get the quest updated pop-up about retrieving the Umbra sword to appear sooner, as well as de-aggro any straggling enemies. After this, we interact with the statue to hand over Umbra and receive the mask of Clavicus Vile. When interacting with the statue, we interact specifically with Clavicus's dog Barbas, as interacting with that part of the statue doesn't have any dialogue tied to it that we would have to sit through. The reason why we did this to get the mask was so that we can use it in the quest Blood of the Daedra, where we require a Daedric artifact to open a portal to Mankar Camoran's paradise. After this brief excursion, we fast travel back to the Cloud Ruler Temple. At the temple, we speak with Sean Bean, followed by Joffrey, with whom we agree to join the Blades and finish the quest Wayne and Priory. After joining the exclusive group, we make a quick save, run inside, and make a load warp save at the door to the east wing, followed by quick loading to be back outside where we fast travel to the Imperial City Elven Gardens district. Here we run to Luther Broad's boarding house, wherein we hide in a corner where no one can see us and attack a Stav Wirich with a fireball. We then leave our cover after the quest pop-up to retrieve the Mythic Dawn Commentaries 1 from a Stav's body. We quickly speak with Boris about tracking down the 3 remaining Mythic Dawn Commentaries. The idea here is that by retrieving all 4 editions of the Mythic Dawn Commentaries is that we'll then be able to determine where the Mythic Dawn Sanctuary is. Upon leaving the boarding house, we fast travel to the Arcane University, where Sandy waits until around 7 to 8 a.m. to speak with Tar Mina, who helps us out by giving us the Mythic Dawn Commentaries too. After retrieving the light reading, Sandy goes to exit the building and makes a hard save at the door to load warp 2 later on. Outside, we fast travel to the Market District, where we run to the first edition bookstore. There we speak with Fintius, the proprietor of the bookstore, and learn that Mythic Dawn Commentaries 3 was just purchased by a Bosmer named Gwynnis. By exiting the bookstore, waiting for 1 hour, re-entering and exiting again, this Gwynnis fellow will be walking in the street in front of us. Sandy talks to him and tells Gwynnis that the Mythic Dawn were the ones who murdered Gubat. Stricken with fear and an absolute shell of his former self, Gwynnis hands over the book, leaving just the 4th for us to locate. We then fast travel to the Elven Gardens and proceed to run to the courtyard where we enter the sewers. In the sewers, Sandy drops down and turns a wheel to open a gate and then immediately decides this area is too dark and damp for him and exits back to the Elven Gardens, where he runs over to Fathus Ulysses' house. We have to lockpick to enter the house, so after making sure no one can see us, Sandy uses the scroll wheel clicker to auto-attempt the lock over and over until it unlocks. Once inside, Sandy then performs an actual lockpick on the basement door and heads down to access a shortcut to the end of the sewer area. This detour through Fathus' house skips having to follow Boris through the sewers, and when we arrive here at the end, we just have to wait 2 hours and Boris will spawn by us. When Boris appears, we talk with him and tell him that we'll be the one to meet the sponsor from the Mythic Dawn to get the Mythic Dawn Commentaries 4. Sandy then sits down and listens for the footsteps of the sponsor, which, upon hearing, he stands up and waits for the gate to be opened. The moment the gate is opened, Sandy blasts the sponsor, Raven Camoran, the son of Mankar Camoran, and loots the 4th book off of his body. We then make a quick save and load warp to the Arcane University save we made, followed by fast traveling to the Imperial Palace. Equipped with the knowledge from the 4 books, we run over to the tomb of Prince Camaril, which glows red between 11:48 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. to reveal the location of the Mythic Dawn Shrine. By interacting with the runes on the tomb, we get the quest Dagon Shrine and fast travel to Black Waterside Stables outside of Shadenhall. Upon arrival, we immediately drink an 8-stack and frolic through the hills to the north-northwest. Our destination now is the Lake Arius Caverns, which is the location of the Mythic Dawn's secret shrine to Mehrunes Dagon. Our goal there is to steal the Mysterium Xarxes, which is a book written by Mehrunes Dagon himself, which will be used as a gateway to Mankar Camoran's paradise. We want to put a stop to his shenanigans. When we arrive at the Lake Arius Caverns, we get into a scuffle with the bouncer outside of the club and use his key to enter the shrine antechamber. We're only in the antechamber for a moment, as the door to the Dagon shrine itself is just down the hallway. At the shrine, Sandy runs forward a little bit, stops for half a second to reset his momentum, and runs off the ledge to land right on top of the ritual shrine to grab the Mysterium Xarxes, after which he runs up some nearby stairs to the shrine living quarters. The Dagon Shrine quest will then update, meaning Mankar Cameron will now spawn in Paradise when we travel there later. We then quick save and load warp to the Cloud Ruler Temple. At the temple, we speak with Sean Bean, who is moseying about, and hand over the Mysterium Xarxes. We then exit to outside and look to talk to Joffrey, who can spawn in a couple spots. Unfortunately, in this run, we got a bit unlucky and Joffrey spawned back inside the temple, so we had to re-enter to talk with him. Talking with Joffrey, we learn that there are spies working against the Blades. We then head outside and fast travel to the Bruma East Gate, where we wait until 7 AM. Side note, you may have noticed by now that whenever Sandy is attacking, he holds block the whole time. This is because there's actually less of a delay between attacks if you're holding block. This is utilized all throughout the run, especially when throwing fireballs. When we're done waiting, we're going to make a save outside of the Great Chapel of Talos for load warping later on, and then run across town to Geralt's house, where we lockpick our way inside. The reason why we waited until 7 AM was that the NPC's routines at 7 AM allow for us to lockpick in broad daylight without worrying about getting caught, and also to make sure both residents will be inside the house. Once inside, we're going to take out both Geralt and Severi Faram with fireballs and a mean left hook. We'll then take a key from Severi's body and enter the basement. There, Sandy will find a scroll of Geralt's orders to cleanse Bruma, which retroactively justifies his double homicide. Sandy will then flee the scene of the crime via load warp to the Cloud Ruler Temple, where he'll wait until around 2 PM to speak with Joffrey in the main room. Joffrey will congratulate us on the equivalent of guessing the correct culprit on turn 1 of the game of Clue, and we then hand over the Mask of Clavicus Vile to Sean Bean to be used as a piece in the creation of the portal to Paradise. Joffrey will then speak with us again to inform us that an Oblivion Gate has opened outside of Bruma and we're to lead the charge in closing the gate. We'll then head outside and fast travel to Wild Eye Stables and run over to the Oblivion Gate, where we'll speak with our boy Bird. We'll then enter the gate, and immediately upon loading in, make a quick save and load warp to the door at the top of the tower in the first Oblivion Gate that we closed. The Oblivion Gates recycle the interior cells of the last rooms in the towers, so by load warping to that room with the save we made next to the door earlier and entering the final room, it counts as entering the final room in the current Oblivion Gate that we're in. The caveat to this is that the door we're load warping on is technically locked in the Oblivion Gate we're currently in, so once we successfully load warp, we still have to lockpick the door. Once we complete the lockpick and turn around to enter the final room, the gate will automatically close since we entered the final area and will be brought back to outside of Bruma. Outside, Bird will speak with us and tell us about how he learned from our technique and will be able to handle any additional gates that open near Bruma. We then load warp back to the interior of the Cloud Ruler Temple, where we'll speak with Sean Bean. At the temple, the Jay Leno looking Martin informs us that the next ingredient we need to open the portal to Paradise is the blood of the Divines. Creeped out, we speak with Joffrey, who informs us that we can probably get some blood of Tiber Septim off of his armor that we can find in Sancor Tor. Tiber's blood will work for the portal because he later on became the god Talos, the god of governance. With this information in hand, we fast travel to the Coral North Gate, exit to the Great Forest, and run north-northeast. I know that it was almost 18 minutes ago, but we quickly have time to explain the scroll duping process. When we performed the first dupe by clicking on one scroll stack and dropping the other, it caused us to drop 9 flash bolt scrolls, but we only picked up 8 of them. The reason why we only picked up 8 was because we wanted to make sure we didn't have the same number of each scroll. This is because in order to perform a scroll dupe, you need to have fewer items of whatever stack you're dropping, otherwise the glitch won't work. We continued to perform scroll dupes, alternating the scroll stack that we were dropping and duping until we ended up with 256 flashbolt scrolls. Getting back to what's on screen, when we approach Sancor Tor, we run past a skeleton outside and enter with the key that Joffrey gave us. Sancor Tor has very low ceilings compared to other dungeons that we've been to, so low in fact that we don't have to worry about the fall damage from them redirecting us into the ground, so we're able to just run straight at the slanted ceilings when running down most stairs. We eventually come to a gate that we open with a nearby lever, and then go up some stairs to find a skeleton of an undead blade. Sandy makes quick work of our deceased brother, and then runs to the door to the entry hall, making a save for load warping before he enters. Our stay in the entry hall is going to be short-lived, as we quickly run to the entrance to the prison. In the prison, we pull a lever to be able to continue down the passageways, and Sandy burns a ghost to quench his boredom as the gate opens. Running up some nearby stairs, Sandy happens upon the skeleton of Warden Kostov, whom he makes quick work of. Sandy loots the key off of Kostov's bones and uses it to open a nearby door so we can progress deeper into Sancor Tor. As we descend deeper into the dungeon, we run past more ghosts than Eddie Murphy dealt with in the Haunted Mansion, and finally come across another undead blade skeleton. After deleting this calcium deposit, Sandy waits for a quest pop-up and aligns himself looking a certain direction while waiting. After the pop-up appears, Sandy load warps back to the entry hall, and thanks to his positioning, he's facing the direction that allows for him to just hold W when he loads in to move further into the area. If we aren't aligned correctly, when we hold W, we might accidentally run into a wall and clip through, which would technically make this run invalid as a no out of bounds run. In the entry hall, we ran to the right this time to go to the Hall of Judgment. Right now, our goal is to kill all 4 of the cursed blades who are roaming as skeletons, and so far we've taken out 2. The reason we have to take out all 4 is that a spell was put on the passage where the armor of Tiber Septim lies, and in order to lift the spell, we have to free all of the blades from their undead slumber. The 3rd blade unfortunately spawns in a cell in the Hall of Judgment, and he didn't want to come out to play. This forced Sandy to have to move around the area to an awkward angle and snipe the blade from super far away before we were able to move on to the 4th and final blade. Luckily, the last blade was in the catacombs lurking near the entrance, and we easily sniped him from the door. We then ran to the Tomb of the Riemann Emperors, where we quick save quick load upon entering to de-aggro any straggling enemies who may have been following us. We then wait about 4 to 5 hours for all of the blades to appear. Once the final blade takes a knee, we begin running through the cursed passageway and pick up the armor of Tiber Septim, after which we load warp back to the Cloud Ruler Temple. Here, we're going to speak with Sean Bean, who has gone full bookworm on us and is making progress on how to open the portal to paradise. We hand over the armor, as well as the Great Welkin Stone from Miskarkand, and then exit the temple and fast travel to Castle Bruma. The Great Gate is about to open outside of Bruma, so we have to make sure that Countess Narina Carvain is safe. We're going to briefly speak with her and tell her to follow us, after which we'll quick save and load warp to the Great Chapel of Talos with the save we made just before committing the double homicide. Inside the chapel, we'll wait 1 hour for Narina to catch up, after which we'll talk with her again and say let the battle begin. Unfortunately, the chapel is only serving as a safe house for the Countess rather than the birthplace of our marriage, and we have to leave her here to fast travel to Wild Eye Stables. When we load in, we wait 5 hours to give the troops time to mobilize, and then drink an 8-stack and run northeast to the Oblivion Gate. When we arrive at the battlefield, we're going to be very careful about how we descend the hill, because it's very easy to take fall damage while going down there. We then have to stand around and wait as Sean Bean does his William Wallace impression. In the meantime, we get to admire our boy Bird a bit, and also tower over Mr. Bean as he looks stupid in that tacky helmet.
We let the Daedra do to Bruma what they did to Kavach. Will we let them burn our homes? We will let them kill our families. No, we make our stand here today.
We then stand ready to fight the demonic menace, as a character who belongs more in a James Cameron movie than in Oblivion. When the time has finally come, the Daedra begin their invasion by sending their initial charge of a whopping 3 enemies, who we take out quickly with some fireballs and some quick jabs. Sandy is sure to make quick work of the foes before they cast their absorb spell, which would give them a chance to absorb our fireballs if we're unlucky. The Daedra then send their combat specialists in their second wave. Another terrifying 3 enemies to take on the 24 who have assembled to defend the realm of Tamriel. After another couple fireballs and jabs, the second wave falls beneath our feet. Once the second wave is complete, Sandy, being the masterful tactician he is able to correctly predict where the next Oblivion Gate will appear, as if he has seen this moment happen hundreds on hundreds of times before in his dreams. Sandy again quickly takes out these enemies, but it was a trap. 3 more additional enemies spawned at the first gate as well to flank our defense. Sandy pushes Sean Bean to safety and looks for an angry face, because that's how we know when more enemies will spawn. The additional enemies spawn at the second gate, but Sandy is ready for them, quickly taking them out before predicting the flank. Sandy and the defenses are so efficient that one of the units in the flank attempted to retreat, but no living creature can escape the wrath of humanity. Again, more enemies invade our realm, but we're quick to beat them back. During this battle, Sandy has to pay close attention to where Sean Bean is at all times, because if he accidentally were to hit him with a fireball, then Sean Bean would die in yet another form of media, and we'd have to restart the fight all over again. Soon, the third Oblivion Gate spawns, and chaos ensues as enemies spawn from all gates relentlessly. We're no stranger to combat, however, and are able to bat back their forces. Soon, the Great Gate itself spawns, and we enter immediately to the Plane of Oblivion. As with the previous gate we entered, we can finish this gate immediately by load warping to the final door of the tower and then turning around to enter the final room. The Daedra have no one to blame but themselves for this embarrassing manner of defeat, as they clearly went with the lowest bidder when constructing the Plane of Oblivion and didn't put much thought into the construction of their towers. Once we enter the final room, the Great Gate is destroyed and we're brought immediately back out to the battlefield, where there are several Dremora we have to take out quickly. When all of the Dremora have been finished, including the one who will do a weird floating jump, the music will change and we can speak with Sean Bean, who surprisingly survived a major combat experience. After the brief chat, we quick save and load warp to the Cloud Ruler Temple, where we wait for about 4 hours for Sean Bean to make it back to the temple. When he returns, we talk with him and say that we want to go through the portal to Paradise. He warns us that the portal will close behind us, but that's okay. There's nothing left for us in this world since we can't marry the Countess. We wait for 1 hour for Sean Bean to move into position, after which we drink some skooma as Sean Bean spawns the miniature sun that Doc Ock made in Spider-Man 2. We enter the portal and we're brought to Paradise. In Paradise, we run east along a path and enter the flooded grotto, where we will find the Dremora named Cathutet. Cathutet has a chance of spawning outside the grotto, but we're notified of where he spawns based on when we get a quest pop-up. The quest pop-up didn't appear while we were outside in Paradise at all, so he didn't spawn outside and instead spawned inside the grotto. Cathutet can help us if we do a favor for him, but that's slow, so instead, Sandy will take him out quickly, take the bands of the Chosen from Cathutet's body, and then equip them. The bands allow us to access the next door to enter the Forbidden Grotto, where we're going to be performing a ton of jumps over chasms that have lava at the bottom. These jumps are pretty scary if you're new to running the game, but Sandy is a madman and makes the leaps with no hesitation. Granted, 2 of the jumps are actually just running over the chasm instead of jumping, but it doesn't take away from Sandy's daring feat. Sandy also quickly took out a Mythic Dawn agent before he could talk to us, which skips all the unnecessary stuff associated with that dude as we continue to sprint through the caverns. We continue to run through the hot grotto and speak with Eldamil, whose help we accept. If we had said no to Eldamil, then we would be locked in the area and wouldn't be able to access the door at the end of the Forbidden Grotto, which brings us back outside to Paradise. When we finally make it to said door and are back outside, Sandy will immediately turn west and run towards a big tree. This will spawn us back at the door we just exited and de-aggroes the enemies to ensure that our fast travel doesn't get disabled at the end. Sandy runs up the hill and performs a large skooma jump, no-scoping an unsuspecting Mythic Dawn agent before we enter Kayrak Agailar. In this room, we find Mankar on his throne. After a heated and epic battle with the leader of the Mythic Dawn, we barely defeat the evil man before making a quick save and load warping back to the Cloud Ruler Temple. We had to wait for when our screen started to shake in Paradise before we made our quick save though, otherwise we wouldn't get the Amulet of Kings from killing Mankar. With Mankar dead, the only thing left to do is relight the dragon fires in the Temple of the One, resealing the barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion. In the Cloud Ruler Temple, we spoke with Sean Bean to give him back his drip before exiting the temple and fast traveling to the Imperial City Palace. There, we run up to the Elder Council chambers and make a save outside before entering. Inside, we run in front of High Chancellor Okado and wait about 4 hours to get Okado to start talking, since he's typically slow to start. We then speak with Okado, which triggers some dialogue between the two men. These dialogues can actually be skipped via quick saving and quick loading, however, we can't move during these talks, and we want to be close to the exit so we don't get body blocked on our way to exit later on. To do this, we quick save on the first dialogue and then load warp to the first store, which both functions as a loading of our quick save to skip their first line, and a method to reposition our immobile self to the exit. We then quick saved and quick loaded to skip each individual line as it started. After the final line, we got a pop-up saying that the Daedron Mythic Dawn are launching a last-ditch attempt to destroy the Empire. Oblivion gates have opened all around the city, and Mehrunes Dagon himself has crossed over into our realm. We sneak past the big red man and enter the Temple of One, where we wait until the timer stops itself and Sean Bean spawns inside of our face. After getting to know Sean Bean a little too well, we try and push him to his next dialogue spot. The run officially ends after we skip through all of his dialogue and the camera zooms out after talking with him. Sean Bean has resolved that he must utilize the power of his lineage in the dragon god blood infused in the Amulet of Kings to turn himself into the avatar of Akatosh, the dragon god. As an immortal, he will be able to fight Mehrunes Dagon, who is also an immortal, and banish his physical form, closing all of the Oblivion gates in the process. I'm gonna be honest, this ending made no sense to me when I first played through it as a 10-year-old, and still goes down as one of the most out-of-nowhere ending cutscenes in video game history. If you made it this far in the video, I'd like to say thank you, and that both myself and Sandy appreciate you. Sandy was a huge help and is a really talented speedrunner. If you use Twitch, please do go drop him a follow. Lately he's been doing speedruns of Half-Life 2, which are super interesting and entertaining runs to watch live. Also, I highly recommend you go check out the leaderboard for Oblivion. It's absolutely stacked with talented runners that you should go follow. Just looking at the No Out of Bounds board alone has runners like Sandy, Miroku, Garish Goblin, Bubbles Del Fuego, Fun Cannon, and tons of others that you should check out. Speaking of recommending things, a lot of people lately have been recommending that I make a Patreon, so I did a stealth launch of one a few weeks ago. You can find it at patreon.com/tomatoanus. It's 2019, so I'm sure you all know what Patreon is, so I'll spare you the explanation. I just want to be clear though, I do have a full-time job outside of YouTube, so if I don't make millions off of Patreon, I won't become destitute. Right now, we have goals set up so that for every 25 patrons, I'll punish you with a patron-only Fanfiction Friday video, and I'll also host a live Q&A for every 50 patrons. Again, it's totally fine if you don't want to contribute. A few YouTubers I watch have the philosophy that if you want to contribute, you should chuck in as much money as you'd be okay with dropping on the street and just not picking up. If you do decide to become a patron though, I really appreciate you and your support. That's all for this video though. Sorry to go off the deep end with this Patreon shilling. This video was going to have a sponsor instead, but I called it off after some stuff came to light about the company, and I'd rather not work with them at this time, so I figured this video would be the best time to plug the Patreon. Regardless, I hope you enjoyed the run, and if you have any feedback on it or recommendations for other runs to cover or videos to make, I recommend you join my Discord and head over to the video discussion and recommendation channels, link is in the description. This was an Oblivion No Out of Bounds speedrun. I've been Tomato Anus, and I hope you have an above average day.
This video will be devoted to the story in Uncharted 4. There will be very little gameplay discussion. If you're more interested in that, you should check out my previous video. It should also go without saying that there will be spoilers here for all of the Uncharted games and The Last of Us. Diablo 3 was released in 2012, more than 10 years after Diablo 2. Both games were made by Blizzard Entertainment.
Okay, everybody, I think that's going to conclude this episode of Things That Scare Me. Next episode, we're going to talk about clowns. What do they have to gain from making those scary balloon animals? Find out next time. Oh, golly, glowing gumdrops. I love making videos on the internet. I hope my fans like this episode as much as I liked making it. Man, this is truly my passion.
Oh, are you having fun?
Yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm making videos over here. What's up?
Oh, but wouldn't it be a shame if someone were to cancel you right now?
Oh my god, are you kidding me with this? Just go away, dude. I've done nothing wrong.
Oh, is that so? Then what about this tweet from 10 years ago that says you hate chicken nuggets?
Ah! If you actually followed my content, you'd know that I changed over the last 10 years. I actually like chicken nuggets now.
Oh, that's rich, because that's not what your friends are saying behind your back in the DMs.
That's not true. You're lying to me.
Well, it seems you've left me no choice. I will have to use my forbidden technique, the receipts!
No, this is impossible.
I also have a photo of you flipping off a chicken nugget, and it's going on my Twitter.
No, how could I have been so careless? No!
Wait a minute. I just realized I don't like chicken nuggets.
Doom Eternal is a game in love with the Doom franchise. It's got some insanely baroque and epic lore that ties the entire franchise, even Doom 64 together, into a single universe-spanning narrative. It's got visuals that evoke the classic, over-the-top metal album cover art style of the original game, and the Doom guy even plays the original Doom in his free time when he's not chainsawing monsters in the face. Does it make any sense? No. Is it supposed to? Also no. Just a quick heads up, there are going to be some spoilers for Doom Eternal here, no story ones, but I will obviously be showing the gameplay, and if you don't want to see that, why'd you click on the video? Huh? Yeah, it's not my problem, is it? You knew what you're getting into. Doom Eternal is loads of fun. So much so that it brought to mind an old classic piece of design advice that id Software have apparently gone deliberately out of their way to ignore wherever possible. And that is, less is more. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase before. Less is more is a classic piece of design advice that's been around for ages. It was first recorded in the 1855 poem Andrea del Sarto by Robert Browning, but it's probably been around even longer than that. It means, more or less, that by eliminating elements of a piece of art or design that aren't 100% needed, you'll be able to focus your work down into something much more specific and effective than a broader, less refined alternative. Less content can actually be worth more. Less is more design worked for these cool chairs, this building, and those weird minimalist wallpapers that were popular a few years back. It's a widespread design aesthetic that id have actually used before, way back in the ancient past year of 2016 when they made the predecessor to Doom Eternal, simply called Doom. It's weird to see these two games, Eternal and 2016, side by side, because although they look basically the same, and control more or less identically, each one feels very different to play, and that's because they're informed by two very different schools of design. Doom 2016 is minimalist, and tries to focus down onto a single specific theme, cutting everything else out. Doom Eternal is whatever the opposite is, I guess. Maximalism? It revels in excess, and rather than providing players with a singular experience, it gives them a bunch of tools to create their own take on the Doom formula. I think these two weird siblings are a great opportunity to have a look at less is more and minimalist design principles and see how adhering to them, or rejecting them, can create very different games with different strengths and weaknesses, despite using broadly the same ingredients. Let's start with Doom 2016. The Doom soft reboot is about one thing and one thing only: putting you in the shoes of Doom Guy, and making you feel like a one-man army hell-bent on tearing demons limb from limb and filling them with as many bullets as you can find. And so everything that doesn't contribute to this power-trippy vision has been cut out of the formula entirely. The previous entry in the series, Doom 3, had a horror element, flashlight mechanics, and a pretty in-depth story, and all those things are more or less absent from Doom 2016. Instead, the game focuses down on getting you, the player, to experience the same singular fury that drives the Doom Marine. Glory kills in particular really sell this vision. When a demon is on low health, it enters a stun state, allowing you to smash it up like a giant piñata and feast on the delicious candy within, giving you some precious health. Pretty much the only way to play Doom 2016 involves hyper-aggression, and getting up close and personal with demons, trading blows until you can glory kill them, and heal up just enough to keep moving towards your next target. Doom Eternal, on the other hand, is a very different beast. Rather than focusing on a very specific thematic experience, Doom Eternal's team have opted for something broader, that being a constant sense of momentum and fun. A large part of this approach is an expansion of pretty much all the systems in Doom 2016. There's more enemies with more defined identities, brand new platforming elements, and a bunch of new abilities like the Flame Belch and Blood Punch. By adding in all those elements which are drip fed to you constantly, Doom Eternal is able to give players a much deeper and more varied combat system than its predecessor. Instead of giving you the opportunity to give in to your inner Doomslayer by blasting away pack after pack of monsters with the super shotgun, Doom Eternal forces you to think tactically and prioritize particular enemies, as well as time the use of your abilities to catch as many bad guys as possible. The fun in Doom Eternal isn't from the visceral, adrenaline-fueled thrill of ripping and tearing until the work is done, but in thinking on the fly and using your knowledge of the game's systems to dispatch hordes of enemies in the most efficient and badass way possible. This difference in approach can be seen very clearly in the enemy design. Take the iconic angry meatball that is the Cacodemon, for example. In Doom 2016, these guys are there to scare you and provide a new, suitably monstrous threat for you to conquer now that you've arrived in hell. They take a lot of bullets to kill and can blind you with their spit, so you've got to keep moving to avoid them, which ends up putting you into tense situations as you're forced to run into other enemies. In Eternal, on the other hand, their ranged attack has been upgraded to be absolutely lethal, and they're a much higher priority target. However, Cacodemons have also been given an extra weakness. Lobbing a grenade into a Cacodemon's mouth will grant you a guaranteed glory kill, allowing you to dispatch them very quickly if you're a good shot and have grenades spare. By making some small changes, Doom Eternal turns that Cacodemon from a singular source of pressure and stress into a tactical challenge. Are you going to waste crucial resources taking one out with a precious grenade? Are you going to spend ammo and time taking it down the normal way? Or are you going to try and keep moving, confident that you can maintain enough distance not to get munched on? There's also the consideration of if it's worth investing in the more situational shotgun grenade launcher specifically for dealing with Cacos, which means sacrificing the sustained firepower of the auto-fire mod. In Doom 2016, enemies are all dealt with more or less in the same way, by running towards them with bloodlust in your veins and firepower in your guns. That second one is usually more important, but Doom Eternal forces you to think more tactically. Increased enemy firepower, health pools, and an abundance of melee monsters means the reckless tactics will usually end in your grisly demise, and you'll need to come up with a new solution, the form of which is basically up to you. And really, that's the biggest difference that you can highlight not just between Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, but minimalist and maximalist schools of design. One is a pre-assembled package containing everything you need to have a tailor-made experience, the other is a lot of vaguely themed parts that you can use to assemble your own experience. We can see this difference quite clearly in city builder games. Some of them are trimmed down and restrictive, forcing you to build your little town in a particular way so as to communicate a specific feeling. Frostpunk, for example, pretty much necessitates becoming to some degree a dictator, and even the most ethical possible playthrough will still involve setting your people to life-threatening work in the coalfields and having to make tough choices between letting the sick suffer or stockpiling food for later. Regardless of which of the campaigns you play, you'll always be making hothouses and medical tents, and you'll always be building your city in circles around the omnipresent heat-giving generator that is your primary concern at all times, even over the lives of your own people. This all coalesces into a game about making tough choices under tough circumstances, and not so much creative expression or true-to-life simulation. Playing the ultra-relaxed Serenity mode, added by popular demand, really proves this point. Without the back-breaking pressure of the cold, resource shortages, and almost certain doom, the game is kind of boring, and simply doesn't support other kinds of fun. Compare that to something like RimWorld, or the infinitely less viewer-friendly Dwarf Fortress. These two games hand you a set of systems and tools, but let you use them to tell your own story. And the name of that story? Dog Punchers. There are some other ones you could tell as well, of course. Want to customize a thriving village of happy people to your heart's content? Go nuts. Want to make a starving cannibal tribe constantly on the brink of extinction? That's fine too. I've never even started RimWorld's main quest of building a spaceship and going home, because the game isn't really interested in trying to tell you how to play. The systems and mechanics are there to generate interesting complications, but you're very much the storyteller. Conversely, minimalist design tends to zoom in on a very specific frame of mind or emotional state that resonates with every part of the game. The classic example of